Chapter 3743. We are members of the Linghu family. Want free the whole edition, please? Baidu search product equals book equals network. Following Linghu Huan's words, the gazes of all the people present, as if they had discussed beforehand, all gathered on the purple figure behind Linghu Huan and Linghu Hung. This Duan Lingtian, is he really a member of the Linghu family? Are you joking? If he is a member of the Linghu family, why would he come to our hidden fog sect? That's right. Even if the Linghu family wanted to place a spy in our hidden fog sect, it's impossible for them to send such a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian, right? Isn't that the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were obvious to all. In fact, everyone present from the hidden fog sect knew that with the talent and perception Duan Lingtian displayed, not only could he compare with their hidden fog sect's Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, but he could even be said to be superior to Shui Haichuan. As for the disheartened hidden fog sect's second elder Wu Fengyin, his originally dim eyes brightened once more. If Duan Lingtian was a member of the Linghu family, then there was no need for him to leave the hidden fog sect and hide. The Linghu family was only a divine emperor-level influence on the same level as the hidden fog sect. It wasn't enough for him to leave his home. This Duan Lingtian is a member of your Linghu family? Elder Feng and Elder Lei's expressions changed at the same time. Elder Lei asked in a deep voice. His voice was like muffled thunder, making those who heard it feel oppressed. Just by listening to his voice, one could hear Elder Thunder's current mood. That's right. Linghu Huan lightly said. So, we will take him away now. I presume you don't have any objections? Almost at the instant Linghu Huan's words left his mouth, frightening divine power swept out from Elder Feng and Elder Lei's bodies. It fused with the law of wind and the law of lightning. The power of wind and lightning was fully displayed, and they were ready to attack at any time. You are all smart people. Seeing Elder Wind and Elder Thunder like this, Linghu Huan's complexion didn't change, but his tone became much colder. You should know that even if your hidden fog sects Cloud Mist and Cloud Mist were here, it would still be impossible for them to stop us two brothers. Moreover, do you believe that even if Cloud Mist and Cloud Mist were here, we would still be able to protect Duan Lingtian and kill some of your hidden fog sect people? As Linghu Huan spoke, he tilted his head and swept his eyes over the crowd of hidden fog sect disciples and elders. As they saw this, their complexions changed and they hurriedly drew back, putting some distance between them. Even Elder Feng's and Elder Lei's faces changed slightly. Linghu Huan, the hidden fog sect's sect master Qian Yin, had an ugly expression as he said, "Does your Linghu family want to start a war with my hidden fog sect?" He naturally knew that the fat old man in front of him wasn't boasting. If he joined forces with Linghu Hung, they could easily take away Duan Lingtian. Moreover, as long as they wanted to, they could even kill many of the hidden fog sect people present as they left. Not to mention that their hidden fog sect only had 3 divine emperor powerhouses present. Even if the 2 Cloud Mist sect grand elders were present, they would at most be able to protect a few hidden fog sect elders and disciples. They wouldn't be able to protect everyone, and they wouldn't be able to keep each other here. Start a war? Linghu Huan smiled. Good. Then when the time comes, our Linghu family can consider cooperating with the 10,000 Demon sect and wrestle with your hidden fog sect. Once Linghu Huan said this, Qian Yin's complexion changed. But he didn't continue to speak ruthlessly. Little fellow, let's go. In front of the hidden fog sect people, Linghu Huan took out the divine emperor-level flying ship they came on. Then he and Linghu Hung entered together with Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared before the hidden fog sect people. From beginning to end, whether it was the hidden fog sect's sect master Qian Yin, Elder Wind, or Elder Thunder, none of them dared to act rashly. This was because they knew that although the Linghu family's Linghu Huan seemed like a good-natured fatty, the truth was that he was a madman with a smile on his face. Once they attacked, he really would dare to attack the other disciples of the hidden fog sect. Among the core disciples present, there was no lack of other disciples. One of their disciples had already died, so they didn't want to lose another. Thus, they could only plan for the long term. Sect Master, Can the sect-protecting array formation stop them? Elder Thunder looked at Chen Yin and asked in a low voice. Listening to his tone, it wasn't hard to tell that he was suppressing his anger. There's no other way. Chen Yin shook his head. Our hidden fog sect isn't good at laying down arrays to begin with. While this sect-protecting array formation can easily discover them, it's impossible to stop them. Moreover, their Divine Emperor-level flying ship has already flown away from our hidden fog sect station. Chen Yin's tone was filled with helplessness. Damn it! Elder Thunder's complexion paled and became extremely ugly. That damn fatty, he is too arrogant. Elder Wind, Elder Thunder, let's talk somewhere else. Chen Yin took a deep breath. Even he, the hidden fog sect's sect master, felt an enormous humiliation just now. His heart was filled with anger. But no matter how angry he was, it was useless. After all, the other party wasn't an ordinary person. I've already told Elder Cloud and Elder Wu not to come here. I told them to wait for us at my cultivation area. Just now, when the Linghu family's Hung and Huan elders appeared, Chen Yin, the hidden fog sect's sect master, had immediately contacted the other two highest elders of the hidden fog sect who were equally famous as Elder Wind and Elder Thunder, Elder Cloud and Elder Wu. Originally, Elder Cloud and Elder Wu had come here. But now, the two old fellows of the Linghu family had already left with Duan Lingtian. It was too late for them to come here. Thus, he had them make a temporary detour to his cultivation area. However, after Elder Wind and Elder Thunder left, Chen Yin, the hidden fog sect's sect master, solemnly swept his eyes over everyone present. Regarding today's matters, what should be said and what shouldn't be said, you should all be clear in your hearts. If I find out who is spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Although the hidden fog sect's core disciples and inner sect elders all nodded in agreement, Chen Yin knew that his words weren't enough to stop them from speaking. What he said was merely a formality. The hidden fog sect's four highest elders had the highest status and were also the strongest. Elder Cloud was a middle-aged man. He was slightly fat and his entire body was covered in jewels. His clothes were made of silk and satin, making him look like a nouveau riche from the mortal world. As for Elder Wu, he had an otherworldly appearance. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows and beard were white. But his face was that of a young man. You two fellows came too slowly. That person has already run away. Seeing the two of them, Elder Thunder grumbled in a low voice. Even if the two of us arrived, would we have been able to stop those two old fellows from the Linghu family? Elder Cloud shook his head. But why would those two old fellows from the Linghu family suddenly come to our hidden fog sect and even take away Duan Lingtian? On the way here, he had learned the ins and outs of this matter from the hidden fog sect's sect master Chen Yin. That Duan Lingtian, is he really someone from the Linghu family? Elder Cloud was a bit puzzled. He had long heard of Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian became a core disciple, he had even thought of accepting him as a disciple. But, because Elder Thunder had been rejected, he didn't ask for a rebuff. Today, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to kill Shangguan Shengfeng and Long Shao, he was shocked. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would possess such strength right after breaking through to the lower God King realm. Even Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago couldn't accomplish this when he had just broken through to the lower God King realm. Now he couldn't figure it out. If such a character was someone from the Linghu family, why would they come to their hidden fog sect? A spy? Was the Linghu family so bold as to send such a genius to be a spy? Moreover, Duan Lingtian didn't seem like a spy at all. If he was a spy, he could have pretended to be Elder Thunder's disciple. That would have made it easier for him to be a spy for the Linghu family. I don't think so. Elder Cloud shook his head. According to Sect Master, that Duan Lingtian once had a close relationship with a young girl, and according to Murong Suifeng, that young girl's God Emperor powerhouse shouldn't be any weaker than the four of us. In the Linghu family, apart from that mysterious second miss, there isn't a second female powerhouse whose strength can compare to ours. Moreover, the Murong family doesn't have a young girl of that age with such a noble status. Elder Cloud nodded his head at Elder Cloud's analysis. That young girl can't be someone from the Linghu family. As for Duan Lingtian, we can't be sure if he has a great background. We only know that he and the young girl are very close, as if they are siblings. The Hidden Fog sect Master Qian Yin said in a deep voice, I will find Murong Suifeng to continue following up on this matter, but now that Duan Lingtian has gone to the Linghu family, it will be extremely difficult to dig out his background. He killed my disciple. Unless he has a background that can make me retreat, even the Linghu family won't be able to protect him. Elder Thunder's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. At this moment, Elder Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as well. We still have to find an opportunity to capture Duan Lingtian and imprison him. He'll tell us himself if he has any background or not. If he doesn't have a background, then we'll just kill him to comfort Xiongfeng's soul in heaven. Whether it was Elder Feng or Elder Lei, they couldn't be as calm and collected as Elder Cloud, Elder Wu, or Qian Yin. After all, the one who died this time was their disciple. Old Lei. Elder Feng looked at Elder Lei and said indifferently, If you want to avenge your disciple Long Shao, how about the two of us take turns going to Linghu City every once in a while? Elder Lei's eyes lit up. You mean we will go to Linghu City and find an opportunity to capture that Duan Lingtian? That's right. Elder Feng nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I don't believe he can hide in the Linghu family's mansion forever. I also don't believe that the Linghu family's divine emperor can stay by his side and protect him forever. Lingtian War Sovereign. Chapter 3744. Is there any meaning in doing this? Elder Yun shook his head when he heard Elder Feng's words. You've captured Duan Lingtian because you can't stop him from sending messages. Once he sends a message to the Linghu clan, won't they know it's you who captured him? At that time, the Linghu family will definitely come knocking on our door. Elder Yun said, If they come looking for him, do we have to return him to them? Elder Wind didn't comment. We just need to ignore them. Duan Lingtian can't see them and they can't save him. Do you think they can use our Hidden Fog sect disciples to threaten us? If they really dare to touch our Hidden Fog sect disciples, I don't mind paying a visit to the Linghu family. Elder Wind coldly sneered. That's right. Elder Thunder nodded. Moreover, we can renege on our debt and say we never saw Duan Lingtian. As for why Duan Lingtian said we captured him, perhaps he was threatened by someone? Perhaps he wants to slander us and incite conflict between our Hidden Fog sect and the Linghu family? Hearing Elder Zephyr's words, whether it was Elder Yun, Elder Wu, or the Hidden Fog sect's sect Master Qian Yin, they all felt their obsession. It was clear they couldn't stop them. At this moment, Elder Wu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Elder Feng and Elder Lei and said, I have to remind both of you, if you don't have absolute confidence, don't think about killing Duan Lingtian. It's fine if this news doesn't spread out, but once it does, if there really is a colossus behind Duan Lingtian, it won't just be you who will suffer a loss, but the entire Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, even if you have the confidence to kill him without exposing yourselves, you can't act rashly, otherwise, as long as you aren't an idiot, anyone will suspect you. As Elder Wu spoke to hear, his tone became heavier. If you want to act soon, find a chance to capture Duan Lingtian. But you absolutely cannot kill him. Old Wu, you aren't the only one who is worried about the Hidden Fog sect. Old Feng and I are too. Elder Lei glanced at Elder Wu and said, Otherwise, do you think we wouldn't have attacked him today? The one who was killed by him was the disciple we doted on the most. Furthermore, didn't you hear me say that I would capture Duan Lingtian and not kill him? If I were to make a move, as long as that Duan Lingtian leaves the Linghu family mansion and doesn't have a God King by his side, I'm confident that I can kill him without anyone discovering that I'm the one who killed him. As he spoke, Elder Lei's tone was filled with pride and confidence. It's decided then. Seeing the elders arguing, Qian Yin, the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. We'll do as Elder Lei says and capture Duan Lingtian, not kill him. If we can confirm that Duan Lingtian has no other background besides the Linghu family, we'll kill him to comfort the souls of Elder Feng and Elder Lei's two disciples in heaven. "Granduncle, where's Duan Lingtian?" Tang Wuyan was waiting outside the core disciples' cultivation area with the other inner sect disciples. When he saw the group of inner sect elders come out, he immediately looked for his granduncle, Tang Chun. Tang Chun looked at the worried Tang Wuyan and said, "Don't worry, Duan Lingtian is fine." "Then where is he?" Tang Wuyan asked. "He was taken away by the Linghu family." Tang Chun said. "The Linghu family?" Tang Wuyan was stunned. How did he get involved with the Linghu family again? Could it be that the sect master and the others asked the Linghu family to kill Duan Lingtian? Tang Wuyan's expression changed again as she guessed. Tang Chun was speechless. "Girl, didn't I tell you that Duan Lingtian is fine? What are you thinking?" The Linghu family took Duan Lingtian away to save Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even if Duan Lingtian didn't die now, he would definitely be imprisoned until his elders came to save him. Now that the Linghu family took him away, there's no need to trouble his elders. Tang Chun was almost certain that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. It wasn't just because of the young girl who appeared at the Zhou family's auction in Wind City, but also because of the talent and comprehension that Duan Lingtian had displayed. In his opinion, it was very normal for a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian to have an extraordinary background. Why would the Linghu family suddenly appear there? Tang Wuyan had too many questions in her mind. After Tang Chun told her the ins and outs of the matter, she finally understood. It was the Linghu family's elders Heng and Huan who took him away. But why would they say that Duan Lingtian is a member of the Linghu family? When did Duan Lingtian join the Linghu family? Tang Wuyan frowned. Tang Chun didn't say anything when he heard Tang Wuyan's words. He only had one guess in his mind, and it was inconvenient to tell Tang Wuyan about it. Could it be Linghu Chuyin? However, when Tang Wuyan spoke again, he was taken aback because Tang Wuyan had the same idea as him. After the Heng and Huan elders took Duan Lingtian away, he had been racking his brains to think of the connection between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu family. First of all, since Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect through Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, it meant that he didn't have any connection with the Linghu family. Otherwise, he could have just gone directly to the Linghu family. With his talent and comprehension, the Linghu family couldn't give him less than what the Hidden Fog sect could give him. Then, if he really wanted to talk about the connection between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu family, it seemed that the only thing that happened in Junlin City was the incident that happened last time. Duan Lingtian publicly courted the Linghu family's #1 beauty, Linghu Chuyin. This time, he came back to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. I'm afraid he planned it all out long ago. As for his escape route, he has already calculated it all. And his confidence comes from the Linghu family's Heng and Huan elders. Him joining the Linghu family should be related to Linghu Chuyin. Of course, his willingness to join the Linghu family shouldn't be just because of Linghu Chuyin, but also because he wants to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. If he is still a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, even if he doesn't die after killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, he will be imprisoned and wait for the elders of the faction behind him to come and save him. These were all Tang Chun's thoughts. Girl, forget about him. He is not suitable for you. When Tang Chun came back to his senses and saw the desolate expression on Tang Wuyan's face, he sighed and advised, "You and he are not people of the same world." When Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect with the Linghu family's Heng and Huan elders, he was naturally in a carefree mood. Whether it was Shangguan Xiongfeng or Long Xiao, they were both like mountains that pressed down on his chest, often suffocating him. But now they were both killed by him, so his mood was naturally smoothed out. Little fellow, you are truly ruthless. Not only did you kill that old madman's disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng, but you also killed that Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei's disciple, Long Xiao. Within the Divine Emperor-level flying ship, Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'm afraid your name will be recorded in the annals of the Hidden Fog sect. You will be known as unprecedented, unsurpassed. Killing one is the same as killing two." Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. Moreover, is there a difference between killing one and killing two? Duan Lingtian's principle of conduct had always been that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. But if others offended him, he would return the favor tenfold or 100-fold. In the past, Shangguan Xiongfeng had stolen 2 revival good fortune pills from him for no apparent reason, causing him to walk the path of becoming a divine king. But that was fine. But today, Shangguan Xiongfeng had exposed his past actions. Shangguan Xiongfeng flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill him. The moment Shangguan Xiongfeng attacked, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced him to death in his heart. As for Long Xiao, last time, when Duan Lingtian perfunctorily dealt with Long Xiao, he knew that he had offended him. And today, as soon as he returned, Long Xiao came knocking on his door, wanting to kill him. To him, this sort of person was a great hidden danger. You want to kill me? I'm sorry, but in order to protect myself, I can only make the first move. You are decisive. Little fellow, your future is limitless. As Linghu Huan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he didn't know how to respond for a long time. Finally, he lifted his fat right hand and gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. They don't dare to kill you. Suddenly, Linghu Hung, who had been silent all this while, looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke. That's right. At this time, Linghu Huan also remembered something. He revealed a curious expression and asked, Duan Lingtian, according to my understanding of the hidden fog sect's elders Wind and Thunder, they aren't good people. If it were an ordinary hidden fog sect disciple, no matter how high their talent or perception was, they would have killed their sect's disciple to avenge their disciple. But they didn't kill you. Why? The curiosity in Linghu Huan's eyes became increasingly strong. Whether it was Linghu Huan or Linghu Hung, although they had been hiding in the dark since early on, they could only watch from afar. It was difficult for them to hear what was happening at the scene. Thus, they only saw that the hidden fog sect's elders Wind and Thunder didn't kill Duan Lingtian. They didn't hear the whispers of the hidden fog sect's elders and disciples. They didn't know that elders Wind and Thunder feared Duan Lingtian's background, and thus didn't dare to kill Duan Lingtian. Even later, when the hidden fog sect's elder Wind attacked Duan Lingtian, he did so in an extremely gentle manner. Let alone killing him, it was more like he didn't want to injure Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to capture Duan Lingtian. However, at that time, Linghu Huan couldn't help but appear. I'm afraid that my little sister will cause trouble for them after she dies. Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly in the face of Elder Hung and Elder Huan's curiosity. At the same time, the young girl named Duan Xiaoyu, he met in Skywind City, appeared in his mind once more. Who exactly was she? Not only did she have an older brother who looked like him, but she was also very friendly, as if she really treated him as her older brother. Chapter 3745. Duan Lingtian thought of Duan Xiaoyu and wondered about her background. Whether it was Linghu Hung or Linghu Huan, they were both stunned by Duan Lingtian's response. I'm afraid that my little sister will cause trouble for them after they kill me. They understood what Duan Lingtian meant. Duan Lingtian's meaning was that the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei didn't dare to kill him because they were afraid that his little sister would take revenge for him. From this, they understood the main point. The little sister Duan Lingtian spoke of wasn't an ordinary person. What a joke! How could someone who could make the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feel fear and not even dare to take revenge on the people who killed their disciple right under their noses be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, who is your little sister? When Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian again, his fat face was solemn and serious. To be able to make the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feel fear and forcefully suppress the hatred of their disciple. If it were him, he would also feel fear. Faced with Linghu Huan's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled. Elder Huan, you will know in the future. It wasn't hard for Linghu Huan to understand that Duan Lingtian was evading the question. But he didn't point it out and didn't ask again. He could see that Duan Lingtian didn't plan on speaking. If he continued to ask, he would just be asking for a snub. However, whether it was Linghu Huan or Linghu Hung, when they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were very different from before. In the past, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a junior with astonishing talent and perception. But now they realized that Duan Lingtian had a background that they didn't know about. Moreover, that background was something that even the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feared. Junior apprentice brother Duan. When Duan Lingtian and Linghu Huan stopped talking and sat cross-legged on the side of the ship with their eyes closed to rest, a transmission entered his ears. The person who sent the message was none other than Wu Feng, who had entered the divine palace and divine treasury left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. After returning to the hidden fog sect, he had already met with Wu Feng. However, as he questioned the hidden fog sect's sect master Qian Yin in front of the hidden fog sect disciples, Qian Yin didn't seem to want too many people to join in on the fun. He bluntly ordered the group of inner sect disciples to leave. At that time, Wu Feng stepped down. Therefore, Wu Feng wasn't too clear about what happened next. Only when Wu Feng knew that everyone had left did he send a message to Duan Lingtian. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Duan Lingtian replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Wu Feng. Are you okay?" Wu Feng, on the other hand, was a little dumbfounded. "Junior brother Duan, Elder Feng and Elder Lei let you go just like that?" In Wu Feng's opinion, Duan Lingtian was almost certain to die this time, after killing a disciple of Elder Feng and Elder Lei, and one that they doted on the most. It would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian was still alive. "Do you think that's possible?" Hearing Wu Feng's message, Duan Lingtian smiled and asked in reply, "Then, where are you now?" Wu Feng asked, "Did they imprison you and then set a time to execute you?" "Junior brother Duan, how about I talk to Elder Tang Chun and see if he can contact Elder Shui Haichuan. If Elder Shui Haichuan is willing to accept you as a disciple, he can definitely protect you," Wu Feng said. "No need." Feeling Wu Feng's concern, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. "Senior brother Wu Feng, after seeing you this time, your condition seems much better. It seems that Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul didn't affect you too much. My cultivation has recently made some progress. I am only a step away from the Middle God King realm." Wu Feng said, "Junior brother Duan, let's talk about you. Where are you now? Is it convenient for me to find you?" "I left the hidden fog sect." Duan Lingtian said, "You left the hidden fog sect? Where are you going? Are Elder Feng and Elder Lei willing to let you go?" "They want to make things difficult for me. But when I return this time, I won't be going alone. There are 2 other people coming with me. With them here, Elder Feng and Elder Lei can only watch as they take me away." "Who are they that even Elder Feng and Elder Lei fear?" "The Linghu family's Elder Heng and Elder Huan." "That's right, senior apprentice brother Wu Feng. I have already declared in front of everyone today that I will leave the hidden fog sect. After leaving the hidden fog sect, I will join the Linghu family. Then, through the Linghu family, I will enter the Tianlong clan." "The Linghu family?" Wu Feng was silent for a moment. Then, he asked again, "Junior brother Duan, have you confirmed that Linghu Chuyin is your wife?" In his opinion, this could only be the reason why Duan Lingtian suddenly joined the Linghu family. "I haven't seen her yet, so I can't confirm it." Duan Lingtian transmitted, "I joined the Linghu family because I wanted to confirm this matter. But it was also because the hidden fog sect can't tolerate me. When you rejected Elder Lei, you shouldn't have done it in public. You should have done it in private. That way, Long Shao might not hate you." Wu Feng sighed. He naturally knew that when Duan Lingtian said the hidden fog sect couldn't tolerate him, it was because Long Shao was against Duan Lingtian. Even Shangguan Xiongfeng was against Duan Lingtian because of Long Shao. If he didn't have a conflict with Long Shao, Duan Lingtian's life in the hidden fog sect would have been smooth sailing. Then, through the hidden fog sect, he could have entered the Tianlong clan. The hidden fog sect will regret it one day. Wu Feng thought about how Duan Lingtian would enter the Tianlong clan through the Linghu family in the future. He would become a member of the Linghu family within the Tianjin clan and compete with the hidden fog sect. It's all in the past. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, we'll meet in the Tianlong clan in the future. But you have to hurry. Otherwise, by the time you reach the Tianlong clan, I might have already left the Tianlong clan. As Duan Lingtian spoke with Wu Feng, he thought of the two friends he made at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Ding Yen and Ho Qingning. However, Ho Qingning had contacted him last time and said that Ding Yen had left without saying goodbye. Now, in Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, the only person who could be considered his friend was Ho Qingning. Whoosh! With the speed of the Divine Emperor-level flying ship, they soon returned to Linghu City. The Linghu family. After Linghu Huan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left with his twin brother, Linghu Heng. After all, their mission could be considered complete. As soon as the two left, Duan Lingtian saw the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Linghu Renjie's gaze was clearly a bit complicated. Before Duan Lingtian returned, he had already received a message from Duan Lingtian. He learned of all the things that happened when Duan Lingtian went to the Hidden Fog sect. Among them, the most important was Duan Lingtian's mysterious background, or it could be said that she was the mysterious little sister that Duan Lingtian spoke of. Duan Lingtian, welcome to the Linghu family. Although his mood was complicated, in front of Duan Lingtian, Linghu Renjie acted as if nothing had happened. He was quite enthusiastic and didn't treat Duan Lingtian as a junior at all. The reason I was able to safely escape from the Hidden Fog sect is all thanks to the patriarch. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked Linghu Renjie. If it weren't for the Linghu family's Heng and Huan elders following him to the Hidden Fog sect, even if he hadn't died, he would have been imprisoned. And once he was imprisoned, he could only wait for death. In truth, he didn't have any background. Even when he met Duan Xiaoyu in the past, they had only met by chance. They hadn't even exchanged soul beads, so he couldn't contact Duan Xiaoyu for help. Once the Hidden Fog sect waited for a long time and no one came to save him, they would conclude that he had no background and then kill him. This can be considered the first thing the family will do for you in the future. There will be many things the family will need to rely on you for. Linghu Renjie smiled. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse. Duan Lingtian responded with a serious expression. I believe you. Linghu Renjie smiled and nodded. Then, he called out to Duan Lingtian and personally led Duan Lingtian to the residence arranged for him. It was an independent mansion within the Linghu family mansion. The mansion was spacious and there were many maids and servants arranged inside. There was even a butler. Could be said that everything was taken care of. For the next period of time, you can peacefully cultivate in the family. If there is anything you need, you can look for the butler. If the butler can't solve it, you can look for me and I will arrange it for you. Linghu Renjie said to Duan Lingtian. As for entering the Tianlong clan, with your talent and perception, our Linghu family can recommend you to enter right now. But I don't approve of this. While Duan Lingtian was still feeling puzzled, Linghu Renjie said with a burning gaze, 26 years later, the Heavenly Dragon sect will be recruiting disciples from the outside world once every 100 years. At that time, those who are under the age of 10,000 will be able to participate in the Heavenly Dragon sect's entrance examination. As long as you can smoothly pass the entrance examination, you will have the qualifications to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. At that time, the top 100 people will be able to obtain rewards from the Tianlong clan. Those in the top 10 will have even more generous rewards. Only the top 3 and the first place will have even more generous rewards. The Hidden Dragon Grand Competition is only open to new disciples of the Tianlong clan who pass the entrance examination once every 100 years. Only the Tianlong clan's new disciples can participate. If you join now, 26 years from now, at the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, you can only be a spectator. When he spoke up to here, Linghu Renjie paused for a moment before continuing. During the last Hidden Dragon competition, every single person that was ranked in the top 10 obtained an Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. And I've received news that, in this time's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, every one of the top 10 people will also receive an Emperor Ascension Elixir. This is only one of the rewards for the top 10 people. There are other rewards, and the higher the ranking, the more generous they are. Emperor Ascension Elixir. As soon as he heard Linghu Renjie mention the Emperor Ascension Elixir, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and even his breathing subconsciously became sluggish. It's precisely because of this that I think you can consider waiting until then to enter the Tianlong clan. Linghu Renjie said, "Of course, if you still want to enter now, I'll respect your decision." Chapter 3746. Although the Divine King realm didn't have a heaven-defying elixir like the fortune elixir that the Divine Spirit realm took, there were still some elixirs that every Divine King would fight to get. The Emperor Ascension elixir was definitely one of the best elixirs. After all, the Emperor Ascension elixir wouldn't increase the cultivation of a Divine King. Even so, Divine Kings would still fight to get it. Why? Because the Emperor Ascension elixir could directly eliminate the bottleneck of a higher Divine King breaking through to a lower Divine Emperor. Even if the cultivation technique was only at the Divine King level, as long as the cultivation reached a certain level, the bottleneck could be ignored and the bottleneck could be broken through. To put it bluntly, the Emperor Ascension elixir was equivalent to a passport to the Divine Emperor realm. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the Emperor Ascension elixir was extremely difficult to refine. Even some Emperor God-level forces might not be able to produce one in 100 years. The Tianlong clan had produced 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in the Hidden Dragon competition that was held once every 100 years. The Tianlong clan actually has a divine alchemist who could refine 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in 100 years? Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Renjie and asked in surprise. Linghu Renjie smiled and said, "The Tianlong clan's old clan leader was extremely obsessed with alchemy when he was still the Tianlong clan's clan leader. Later, when he stepped down and became the Grand Elder of the Tianlong clan, he no longer had to deal with the trivial matters of the Tianlong clan and had more time to study the art of alchemy. 1,000 years ago, he had a great breakthrough in alchemy. Not only did his success rate of refining Emperor-grade divine elixirs is astonishing, but he even refined an Emperor-grade divine elixir. After that, he became famous in Tungling province. Even the top Emperor God-level forces in Tungling province sent people to invite him over many times and made all kinds of promises. The Emperor Ascension elixir is also an Emperor-grade divine elixir. For ordinary divine alchemists in Tungling province, the success rate is pathetically low. But for him, it's not difficult." Hearing Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that there was such a reason. The reason why he was puzzled was because even though the Sky Dragon sect was a God Emperor level force, it was a force without a single God Emperor expert in the current generation. It was just that a God Emperor expert had appeared before. In Tungling province, there were many God level forces like the Tianlong clan. Was the Tianlong clan level forces like the Tianlong clan's level forces like the Tianlong clan? T's level forces was. Moreover, it was also a God-level sect in Tungling province. Under normal circumstances, a God Emperor-level force like the Sky Dragon sect, which didn't have any God Emperor experts, wouldn't have any good God Pill Masters. A divine alchemist who could refine 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in 100 years would be highly sought after by the top God-level forces in Tungling province. If I'm a divine alchemist now, the top God-level forces in Tungling province would definitely want me. No matter which God-level force wants me, they'll definitely treat me well. I'll also be able to obtain a better cultivation environment and resources. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he thought about this. When he was in the mundane realm, he was skilled in the Tao of alchemy. When he ascended to the Devata realms, he began to refine pills. However, as he was busy with his cultivation and had many things to do, he gradually put it aside. As for how to refine pills in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian did not know much about it. Perhaps he could learn more about it and start a side business? If he wasn't careful, he might really be able to take a shortcut and head to those more powerful forces with a deeper foundation. Duan Lingtian, think about it and tell me what you think. No matter what you choose, I'll respect your decision. Linghu Renjie said with a smile. Moreover, I believe with your innate talent and comprehension, you'll be able to enter the Divine Emperor stage even without the Emperor Ascension elixir. Moreover, even if you join the Tianlong clan now, you'll still have a chance to obtain the Emperor Ascension elixir through other channels in the Tianlong clan. It's just a matter of time, Ling Hu Renjie said. Sect leader, I think it's better for me to wait for another 20 years before I participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition held by the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian made his decision in front of Ling Hu Renjie. Have you made up your mind? Ling Hu Renjie asked as he heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. In fact, from his personal point of view, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would not be reckless. With such a good opportunity to obtain the Emperor Ascension Elixir, it was best not to miss it. As for whether Duan Lingtian would be able to enter the top 10 in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, he did not doubt it at all. Not to mention that in 20 years, Duan Lingtian's strength would increase by another level. Even if Duan Lingtian participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, there was no doubt that he would enter the top 10. It had to be known that the 2 top 5 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect had died under Duan Lingtian's strength. If Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, they might not have had a chance to enter the top 10. However, if Shangguan Xiongfeng wanted to enter the top 30 and Long Xiao wanted to enter the top 50, it would not have been a problem. However, these 2 people had been killed by Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. Although there were suspicions that Duan Lingtian had relied on the advantage of the divine weapon, he had not used his full strength at that time. If Duan Lingtian had grasped the sword Dao, even if it was only a middle-grade divine sword, it would have been enough for him to display an even more powerful attack. I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he took out the high-grade divine sword he had used to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao from his storage ring and returned it to Ling Hu Renjie. Sect leader, it was thanks to your divine sword that we were able to kill them this time. Ling Hu Renjie took back the divine sword and shook his head with a smile. I lent you this divine sword in hopes that you would not expose your sword Dao. Even without this divine sword, your sword Dao would have been enough to easily kill them. If it were an ordinary divine weapon, Ling Hu Renjie would have definitely given it to Duan Lingtian. However, this was a high-grade divine weapon. Even their Ling Hu family only had a few, so it was naturally inconvenient for him to give it to Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know that Duan Lingtian did not lack high-grade divine weapons at all. There was even a high-grade divine weapon hidden within Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, it was a high-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Dragon Grand competition that is held every 100 years by the Tianlong clan. I have confidence in you. There is no doubt that you will enter the top 10. If you can enter the top 3, you might be able to obtain a high-grade divine weapon. After Ling Hu Renjie put away the high-grade divine sword in his hand, he said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, You won't feel any pressure from being in the top 10, but it won't be that easy to be in the top 3. With the strength you have displayed so far, even if you use your sword Dao, it is almost impossible for you to enter the top 3. In the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, one cannot use divine weapons or other external forces. Moreover, even if you can use divine weapons, I can lend you a high-grade divine weapon. Others can similarly borrow high-grade divine weapons from others. Therefore, you still have to work harder in your cultivation from now on and strive to enter the realm of Middle Divine King. You must not place too much importance on the improvement that divine weapons can bring you. That would instead fall into a disadvantageous position. As Ling Hu Renjie finished speaking, he had already intentionally reminded Duan Lingtian. He was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would always think of relying on divine weapons and thus affect his cultivation. Patriarch, don't worry. I understand this principle. However, there was no need for Ling Hu Renjie to say these principles. Duan Lingtian also understood in his heart. He was not some flower in a greenhouse. He had risen all the way from the mundane realm to here through his own efforts, one step at a time. Ling Hu Renjie nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian, Since you have made your choice, then in the next 20 years, our Ling Hu family will do our best to help you enter the realm of Middle Divine King. As for the laws of space, I will also think of a way for you. As Duan Lingtian expressed his thanks, Ling Hu Renjie floated away. Young master. After Ling Hu Renjie left, the elderly butler walked forward and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. My name is Wang Fu. I am the butler that the patriarch has arranged for you. In the next 20 years, I will be in charge of your meals and lodging. Then I will have to trouble Uncle Fu in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled at Wang Fu. Then, he nodded to the servants behind Wang Fu. Finally, he called out to Wang Fu and had him lead him to his room. As the master of this mansion, Duan Lingtian's room took up almost half of the entire building. In addition to a large bed, there were many tables and pearls on the tables. Young master, these are the floating image pearls that the patriarch has prepared for you. Without exception, they have all recorded the battle between experts who are proficient in the laws of space and above. When Duan Lingtian entered the room and his gaze was attracted by the pearls on the table, Wang Fu's voice sounded in a timely manner. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his originally calm gaze trembled slightly. His heart was filled with gratitude. The patriarch is very considerate. With a sigh, Duan Lingtian took out Linghu Renjia's soul pearl and transmitted his thanks. These floating image pearls are the collection of our Linghu family. I hope that they will be useful to you. Speaking of which, these things are far inferior to the divine fruits that allow one to comprehend the laws of space after consumption, as well as the law steels carved by experts who have comprehended the laws of space to a certain extent. Linghu Renjia transmitted. Our Linghu family does have 2 law rooms that contain the laws of space. However, they are only ordinary law rooms. Given your comprehension of the laws of space, they will not be of any use to you. Given your current attainments in the laws of space, most of the law rooms in Tungling province that are owned by god emperors will not be of any use to you. Next, I will keep an eye out for the divine fruits of the laws of space and law steels left behind by experts who have fused 4 or more profundities of the laws of space. Chapter 3747. Since the Devata realms had their own secret chambers, it was only natural for the realms of gods to have them as well. Not long after arriving at the Mystic Handle land in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian learned that there were secret chambers of laws in the realms of gods. Moreover, the secret chambers were divided into several grades. The secret chambers of laws were formed by formations. Moreover, the formations were not difficult to set up. They were very basic formations. However, most of the secret chambers of laws had to be built on a divine stone mine. A certain amount of divine stones was required to use the secret chambers. The grade of the divine stone mine also determined the grade of the secret chamber. Naturally, there was another type of secret chamber that did not need to be built on a divine stone mine. Could be set up with divine stones. This sort of law chamber was also the lowest level law chamber. For example, the secret chamber of laws in the Tidal Temple's main temple that Duan Lingtian had visited before he came to the realms of gods was one of these secret chambers. However, these secret chambers could only help a person comprehend all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage. Moreover, it required a lot of divine stones. Even an ordinary godly king-level faction could only allow their core members to use this sort of law chamber to increase their comprehension of laws. Only God-King forces with a strong foundation could allow most of their core members to enter these secret chambers. The secret chambers of laws that allowed one to comprehend the fusion of 2 profundities of a law could only be built on divine stone mines controlled by God-Emperor forces. Moreover, the price to pay was not small. Every time one stayed in the secret chambers, a certain amount of divine stones would be consumed. Therefore, in a God-Emperor force, very few people were allowed to enter the secret chambers to comprehend the profundities of a law. Those who were allowed to enter were those who were specially rewarded by the God-Emperor force. As for the core members of a God-Emperor force, they did not need to use these secret chambers. For example, the secret chambers of laws in the Linghu family, such as the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, and many other core members of the Linghu family were not allowed to use them. Whether it was the elders of the Linghu family or the disciples of the Linghu family, they had to obtain permission from the Linghu family before they could use the secret chambers. If one barged in without permission, they would be sentenced to death. And from what Linghu Renjia had said, as long as Duan Lingtian needed the Linghu family's law chamber, the Linghu family could give it to Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Thank you, sect leader. Through Linghu Renjia's tone, Duan Lingtian could tell that Linghu Renjie wasn't just joking. Young master, if there's anything you need, just send me a message through my soul orb. I'll do it for you as soon as possible. After housekeeper Wang Fu gave his soul orb to Duan Lingtian, he respectfully left the room. Young master, I won't disturb you any further. After Wang Fu left, he closed the door behind him. As for Duan Lingtian, he didn't cultivate. Instead, he casually picked up the closest floating image pearl and poured his divine power into it. Immediately, a clear image appeared in front of him. Within the floating image pearl was a vast plain. Two figures were fighting, and one of them was skilled in the space laws. Moreover, this person's attainments in the space laws weren't low. He had comprehended the fusion of many different space laws' three profound meanings. Moreover, there were some fusion of three profound meanings that Duan Lingtian hadn't fused. Thus, Duan Lingtian watched with great interest. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Linghu family with the Hong and Huan patriarchs, a piece of news spread through the Hidden Fog sect, alarming all the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Core disciple Duan Lingtian had left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family. As soon as this news spread out, it caused a great sensation. After all, it hadn't been too long since Duan Lingtian was taken away by the Linghu family's Hong and Huan patriarchs. There weren't many people who knew about this yet. After this news spread, the entire Hidden Fog sect couldn't help but curse. That Duan Lingtian is actually so ungrateful? I heard that after Duan Lingtian killed fellow core disciples senior apprentice brother Shangguan Xiongfeng and senior apprentice brother Long Xiao, because of his talent and perception, Elder Feng and Elder Lei cherished him and couldn't bear to kill him. But they never imagined that not only was he ungrateful, but he even betrayed the sect and joined the Linghu family. That Duan Lingtian is too hateful. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability, otherwise I would have helped the sect eliminate this ungrateful brat. From top to bottom, the entire Hidden Fog sect was cursing Duan Lingtian for being ungrateful. And the reason why they were cursing Duan Lingtian was because someone was secretly adding fuel to the fire. Moreover, it was the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Chen Yin, who had personally issued the order. As the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, he could only watch helplessly as the person who had killed two core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect came out unscathed and left the Hidden Fog sect to join another divine emperor-level influence. How could Chen Yin not be angry? However, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. It was only now that he vented it out in such a manner. The public news was that Duan Lingtian had left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family. But behind the scenes, Duan Lingtian had been slandered. By doing this, even if Duan Lingtian had some great background in the future and wanted to settle accounts with him, he wouldn't be blamed on Chen Yin. Duan Lingtian actually left the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family. This matter must be reported immediately. After the spies the 10,000 Demon sect placed in the Hidden Fog sect learned of this news, they immediately sent a message back to the 10,000 Demon sect. For a time, the 10,000 Demon sect elders in charge of contacting them also received the news. Moreover, they immediately went to find the sect master of the 10,000 Demon sect, Lan Qing, and told him the news. After Lan Qing learned of this news, he was also stunned. Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family? However, after regaining his composure, he went to the cultivation area of the 10,000 Demon sect's highest elder, Kuang Tianjing, and told the news to his martial uncle who had just returned from the Tianlong clan. Kuang Tianjing was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, a middle divine emperor. The reason he returned this time was because of the death of his disciple, Chu Han. Until now, he suspected that the death of his disciple, Chu Han, was related to the Hidden Fog sect's disciples, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. He already knew that Wu Feng had returned to the Hidden Fog sect. He had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to return so that he could find them and catch them all in one fell swoop. Today, he finally received news that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect. But soon after, his eyes brightened a little. But, because of the following words of the 10,000 Demon sect's sect master, they dimmed. Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family? Kuang Tianjing's complexion wasn't too good. Because if this was the case, things would become complicated. He had to go to the Hidden Fog sect and also the Linghu family. But the Hidden Fog sect's two elders Feng and Lei didn't kill Duan Lingtian after he killed their disciples? Moreover, Duan Lingtian already had a grudge with the disciples of two elders Feng and Lei, and he left the Hidden Fog sect in order to avoid them and didn't return? When he returned this time, Long Xiao went to find him and he directly killed him? This Duan Lingtian must have returned to the Hidden Fog sect prepared. After speculating for a while, Kuang Tianzheng was almost certain of this. Perhaps the Linghu family followed him back to the Hidden Fog sect. To be able to bring someone back to the Hidden Fog sect with Duan Lingtian right under the noses of elders Feng and Lei who had just lost their beloved disciple. It's either the Linghu clan's second young miss or the Hang and Huan elders. Between them, the chances of the Linghu family's second miss going back with him are higher. After all, Duan Lingtian once pursued her daughter, Linghu Chuyin, in Monarch Descent City. Although she publicly stated that her daughter wouldn't marry, no one dares to say that she wouldn't change her mind because of Duan Lingtian's talent and perception. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, whether it was the 10,000 Demon Sect's sect master Lan Qing or the 10,000 Demon Sect's highest elder Du Zhan, both of them nodded. They felt that this deduction was reasonable and convincing. Of course, the reason why Kuang Tianjing made such a guess was because he didn't know enough about the Linghu family's second Mississippi. He also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had never pursued Linghu Chuyin. However, his general guess was correct. Junior apprentice brother. After taking a deep breath, Kuang Tianjing looked at Du Zhan and said in a deep voice, "Help me make a trip to the Hidden Fog sect and bring that Wu Feng back. Wait for me to deal with him when I return. Tell the Hidden Fog sect that he is someone that I, Kuang Tianjing, want. I don't think they will stop a mere inner sect disciple. As for me, I will make a trip to the Linghu family. The Linghu family will definitely treat Duan Lingtian as a treasure. If I don't go there myself, they won't hand over Duan Lingtian." As Du Zhan responded, Kuang Tianjing's figure flashed and he disappeared from Du Zhan and Lan Qing's sight. He was clearly heading straight for the Linghu family. Seeing this, Du Zhan didn't hesitate. He left the 10,000 Demon sect and headed for the Hidden Fog sect. Whoosh! Kuang Tianjing used a Divine Emperor-level flying ship to rush over. He consumed a large number of divine stones and traveled at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Linghu City where the Linghu family was located. Who? A Divine Emperor-level flying ship appeared outside the Linghu family's mansion. This naturally alarmed the Linghu family members patrolling the perimeter of the Linghu family. "Your Excellency is?" Seeing the person who flew out of the Divine Emperor-level flying ship, the leader of the Linghu family's patrol team didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Someone who could own a Divine Emperor-level flying ship was definitely not an ordinary person. Even their Linghu family only had two Divine Emperor-level flying ships. One was controlled by the Linghu family's patriarch and the other was an elder. A Divine Emperor-level flying ship was extremely precious. At the same time, it also symbolized one's status. Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, facing the Linghu family's patrol elder's question. The old man who flew out of the flying ship indifferently stated his identity. Chapter 3748. The Linghu family's patrol elder had already guessed that Kuang Tianzheng wasn't an ordinary person when he saw him arrive on a deity emperor-class spaceship. But when Kuang Tianzheng revealed his identity, he couldn't help but be shocked. Tianlong clan? That was the God Emperor-class clan that the Linghu family was indirectly attached to, and the person in front of him was actually the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder? Greetings, Lord Kuang Tianjing. The Linghu family's patrol elder led a group of Linghu family's patrol disciples behind him to salute Kuang Tianzheng respectfully. He didn't suspect that the person in front of him was an imposter. No one dared to impersonate the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder because it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, the person in front of him had already used a deity emperor-class spaceship to prove his extraordinary identity. "Lord Kuang Tianjing, why have you come to our Linghu family?" The patrol elder asked curiously. I'm looking for your Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie. Kuang Tianzhang said indifferently. Kuang Tianzhang was the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder. His status was so high that even Linghu Renjie, the patriarch of the Linghu family, came out to greet him as soon as he heard that he had come. The minimum requirement to become an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan was a mid-level god emperor. Moreover, not every mid-level god emperor had the strength to become an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Such an existence was considered respectable even in the Tianlong clan, let alone in the Linghu family. Therefore, Linghu Renjie was very enthusiastic. Elder Tianjing, please come in. After Linghu Renjie came out, he didn't ask why Kuang Tianzhang was looking for him. He immediately invited him into the Linghu family's residence. The patrol elder didn't know who Kuang Tianzhang was, but he knew very well. He was an inner sect elder of the Thousand Demons sect in the Tianlong clan. Before he joined the Tianlong clan, he was a member of the Thousand Demons sect. Although he wasn't an enemy of the Linghu family, he was still a competitor in the Tianlong clan. Even so, he still didn't dare to be negligent. No matter what, he was a mid-level god emperor of the Linghu family. No! Linghu Renjie's residence. He looked directly at Linghu Renjie and said, Patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie's residence, Linghu Renjie's is here. Obviously, Kuang Tian was ready to get straight to the point. What is it? Linghu Renjie looked at Kuang Tianzhang in confusion. To be honest, he was also very surprised by Kuang Tianjing's arrival. He didn't know why the other party had come, but he knew that the other party couldn't have come to the Linghu family for no reason. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. I'm here to borrow a person from patriarch of the Linghu family. Kuang Tianjing said to Linghu Renjie with a smile. Borrow a person? Linghu Renjie was stunned, then said with a wry smile, Elder Tianjing, if you have something to say, just say it. I want to take Duan Lingtian with me. Kuang Tianjing looked at Linghu Renjie's eyes and said bluntly, Duan Lingtian. If Kuang Tianjing had mentioned someone else's name, Linghu Renjie wouldn't have had much of a reaction. But now, Kuang Tianjing had mentioned Duan Lingtian's name. Duan Lingtian hadn't been in the Linghu family for long. It could be said that he hadn't even warmed up his seat yet. He had just arrived, and now this Kuang Tianjing was asking for him? Was he asking for the Hidden Fog sect? However, Linghu Renjie thought it was impossible. The Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect had been enemies for a long time. Even within the Tianlong clan, the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect were sworn enemies. It could be said that as long as there was a chance, they would fight to the death with each other. In this situation, as an elder of the Tianlong clan from the 10,000 Demon sect, it was impossible for Kuang Tianzhang to help the Hidden Fog sect. Elder Kuang Tianjing, may I ask why? After Linghu Renjie's expression froze, he asked Kuang Tianzhang curiously. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a message to Duan Lingtian. He also asked, Duan Lingtian, why would the 10,000 Demon sect's Tianlong clan elder Kuang Tianjing suddenly look for me and say that he wants to borrow you? After receiving Linghu Renjie's message, Duan Lingtian guessed Kuang Tianjing's intentions. This was because he knew who Kuang Tianzhang was. He was Chu Han's honorable master, the one he had killed in the divine manner left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. He was also Du Qianjuan's grandfather and the senior apprentice brother of the 10,000 Demon sect's highest elder. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian didn't plan on hiding this matter from Linghu Renjie. After all, if he did, Linghu Renjie wouldn't take this matter seriously and would directly hand him over. Although Kuang Tianzhang wasn't sure if he was the one who killed Chu Han, who knew if Kuang Tianzhang wouldn't kill him with the thought of killing 1,000 by mistake is better than letting one. Therefore, Duan Lingtian told Linghu Renjie that he had killed Chu Han. What? You killed Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han? As far as I know, Chu Han was his youngest disciple. Moreover, it is said that he viewed Chu Han as his own grandson. Linghu Renjie was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant. Not only did he kill the disciple of the hidden fog sect's Old Feng and Old Lei, but before that, he had even killed the most beloved disciple of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. This Kuang Tianzheng wasn't someone that the hidden fog sect's Old Feng and Old Lei could compare with. He was a middle divine emperor. If he attacked alone, even if the hidden fog sect's 4 strongest highest elders attacked together, they still might not be his match. Even if the several elders of the Linghu family, including Old Hong and Old Feng and himself, were added together, they would at most be able to fight to a draw with Kuang Tianzheng. There was no other way. In that situation, either he died or we died, Duan Ling Tian said. But after hearing Duan Ling Tian say this, Linghu Renjie didn't ask any more questions. This was because he could understand. If he were in that situation, he would also kill Chu Han. You just stay here. I'll deal with him. As Linghu Renjie finished communicating with Duan Ling Tian, Kuang Tianzheng hesitated for a moment. Then, he finally answered Kuang Tianzheng's question. I came to ask Patriarch Linghu for Duan Ling Tian because he might be related to the death of my disciple, Chu Han. I looked for him because I wanted to know from him if he knew how my disciple died. Although this was what Kuang Tianzheng said, an imperceptible cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. When he learned that Duan Ling Tian had killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, Kuang Tianzheng was almost certain. His disciple, Chu Han, was most likely killed by Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, he had come this time with the intention of killing Duan Ling Tian. As long as the Linghu family handed over Chu Han, he would leave the Linghu family with his men and kill Chu Han. If Linghu Renjie hadn't heard this from Duan Ling Tian, he might not have noticed the cold light in the depths of Kuang Tianzheng's eyes. But now, he clearly saw the cold light in Kuang Tianzheng's eyes. Elder Tianzheng, if you want to know, why don't I help you ask Duan Ling Tian? Linghu Renjie smiled faintly. Without waiting for Kuang Tianzheng's refusal, he pretended to be absent-minded, as if he were transmitting a message. At this time, he pretended not to hear anything Kuang Tianzheng said. After a while, Linghu Renjie came back to his senses and said to Kuang Tianzheng, Elder Tianzheng, I asked Duan Ling Tian, and he said he didn't know your disciple. Elder Tianzheng, are you mistaken? Patriarch Linghu, you should call him out and talk to him face to face. As Kuang Tianzheng spoke, he glanced at the Linghu family's residence. There was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. The Linghu family had once produced an extremely monstrous array master. He had arranged a guardian array around the Linghu family, and by relying on the power of the array formation, he had killed 3 lower god emperors who had joined forces to attack them. Moreover, they hadn't been ordinary lower god emperors. It was said that once the Linghu family's guardian array formation was activated, even a middle god emperor would be severely wounded, could even injure a higher god emperor. If it weren't for this, he would have already rushed into the Linghu family and forcefully captured Duan Ling Tian. It had to be known that this was how he had planned to go to the Hidden Fog sect and capture Duan Ling Tian. Even if the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect were enemies, he didn't have any misgivings. This was because with his strength, he could disregard the several grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. At the same time, the Hidden Fog sect's guardian array formation wasn't enough to stop him. The Hidden Fog sect had never produced an existence skilled in array formations. In fact, array formations were their weakness. Even the 10,000 Demon sect's guardian array formation was stronger than the Hidden Fog sect's. Elder Tianzheng, it hasn't been convenient for Duan Ling Tian to leave recently. Linghu Renjie faintly smiled and said, I presume you know what happened to him in the Hidden Fog sect? I am worried that there are people from the Hidden Fog sect lurking outside our Linghu family's mansion. They might ambush him at any moment. Just as Kuang Tianzheng was about to proudly say something, Linghu Renjie continued, Moreover, before my second sister left, he made a heart demon blood oath in front of her. He said that before the Tianlong clan held the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, he would not take a single step out of the Linghu family. So he can't come out. Elder Tianzheng, if you really want to see him, how about following me into the mansion? Linghu Renjie asked with a smile. As Linghu Renjie's voice fell, Kuang Tianjing's complexion immediately turned ugly. He naturally didn't believe Linghu Renjia's words. But what could he say? Could he say that Linghu Renjia had hurriedly made a heart demon blood oath and said that he wasn't lying to him? Although Linghu Renjia was only a lower divine emperor and he could easily kill him, behind Linghu Renjia was the Linghu family. He was part of the Tianlong clan's Linghu family. In the Tianlong clan, one of the best members of the Linghu family was Linghu Renjia's grandfather. That grandfather's status in the Tianlong clan was even higher than his own. Then I'll have to bother you. Although Kuang Tianjing dreaded the Linghu family's protective array formation, he still wanted to see Duan Lingtian. Even if he couldn't kill him today, he still wanted to confirm some things. Of course, in his heart, regardless of whether or not his disciple Chu Han's death was related to Duan Lingtian, he didn't plan on letting Duan Lingtian go. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng. As Kuang Tianjing followed Linghu Renjia into the Linghu family's mansion, Duan Lingtian had already sent a message to Wu Feng in the distant Hidden Fog sect. A moment ago, he was relieved to see that Wu Feng's soul bead was intact. Chapter 3749. Junior Apprentice Brother Duan? After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Wu Feng was a bit surprised. However, when Duan Lingtian told Wu Feng that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, had come looking for him, Wu Feng's complexion changed. Since they found me, they must have found you as well. I estimate that senior apprentice brother Wu Feng called me by my surname, so they guessed that the person with you was me. I have the protection of the Linghu family head, so there shouldn't be any problems. But, senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, the Hidden Fog sect might not be able to protect you. Before coming to the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian had heard Wu Feng mention many things about the Linghu family. Wu Feng had also compared the Linghu family with the Hidden Fog sect. Both had their own merits. However, in terms of sect protecting array formations, the Linghu family was stronger and much stronger. The Hidden Fog sect couldn't stop a middle divine emperor, let alone a middle divine emperor. Even the last time Duan Lingtian left with the Linghu family's old men Hang and Huan, the Hidden Fog sect couldn't stop them. For instance, Wu Feng was only an inner sect disciple. In front of an inner sect elder like Kuang Tianjing of the Tianlong clan, it was hard to say whether or not the Hidden Fog sect would protect him. With the Hidden Fog sect's half-baked sect protecting array formations, even if they wanted to protect him, they wouldn't be able to. So, if possible, senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, I advise you to leave the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian advised Wu Feng as he said, how about you come to the Linghu family? I can ask the Linghu family head to recommend you. He had always been grateful to Wu Feng. After all, if it weren't for Wu Feng bringing him to the divine abode left behind by divine emperor Qin Wu, he wouldn't have obtained anything. Junior apprentice brother Duan, I appreciate your good intentions. And on Wu Feng's side, there was soon a response. I will immediately leave the Hidden Fog sect. But after this, I cannot go to the Linghu family. I am a native of the Profound Handle land, and I have my own family. I plan to return to my family and lead them to move. If that Tianlong clan inner sect elder can't find me, he'll definitely follow the clues and find my clan. I have to take the first step and move with my clan. In the future, junior brother Duan, if you need my help, feel free to send me a message. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. After Wu Feng finished his transmission, there was no response. Clearly, he was busy. Duan Lingtian. Just as he ended his communication with Wu Feng, Duan Lingtian received another message. It was from the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Duan Lingtian, Kuang Tianjing insisted on seeing you. I brought him into the family mansion. Come to the main hall for a moment. Don't worry, I will control our Linghu family's great sect protecting array to protect you. Even if that Kuang Tianjing attacks you, he won't be able to kill you. As Linghu Renjia finished speaking, he deliberately comforted Duan Lingtian. Come here. Just give him a perfunctory reply. Linghu Renjia added. All right. Duan Lingtian responded. Then he left the room, leaving the mansion that Linghu Renjie had arranged for him. Then he went straight to the main hall. In the main hall, Linghu Renjie stood there. And not too far in front of Linghu Renjie was an old man. This old man had a medium build, white hair, and a ruddy complexion. He looked extremely ordinary, but Duan Lingtian knew that this was restraint. Moreover, this sort of restraint was rare for ordinary people. Only when one's cultivation reached a certain level could they achieve this. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian greeted Linghu Renjie as he walked into the main hall. In the blink of an eye, he was near Linghu Renjie and the old man in front of him. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie returned the greeting with a smile. Then, he took a few steps forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. He stood between Duan Lingtian and the old man. Then, with his back facing the old man, he introduced, "This is the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Elder Kuang Tunjing. Elder Kuang Tianjing used to be a disciple of the Thousand Demons sect. Later, he joined the Tianlong clan and rose through the ranks. He is a prominent figure of the Thousand Demons sect in the Tianlong clan." After Linghu Renjie finished his introduction, he turned to look at Kuang Tianjing. "Elder Tianjing, I don't think I need to introduce Duan Lingtian, right?" At the same time, Duan Lingtian nodded at the old man as a form of greeting. Duan Lingtian. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He asked in a deep voice, "I heard my junior apprentice brother Du Zhan's grandson Du Qianjun say that before my disciple Chu Han died, the last people he came into contact with were you and that hidden fog sect disciple Wu Feng?" Duan Lingtian heard this. Although he knew what was going on, his face was still filled with confusion. "Elder Tianjing, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? Your disciple Chu Han? I've never heard of him, nor do I know him. Did you mistake him for someone else?" The confusion on Duan Lingtian's face caused Kuang Tianjing to frown. If it weren't for the fact that he was 100% sure that the person beside Wu Feng was Duan Lingtian, then he might have been fooled by Duan Lingtian. He knew that it was impossible to see any clues from Duan Lingtian's expression. Duan Lingtian was clearly an expert in this field. "Duan Lingtian, my disciple Chu Han, you were the one who killed him, right?" Kuang Tianjing asked once more. Moreover, this was the most sensitive question. Even Linghu Renjie's expression changed drastically. Immediately, his right hand shook the void. Immediately, a layer of light appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing. The Linghu family's protective array formation formed a defensive barrier in front of Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjie, separating them from Kuang Tianjing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an absolute sense of security as he looked at the translucent light barrier in front of him. He had heard about the Linghu clan's Great Protective Array from Wu Feng. He knew how strong the Great Protective Array was. It could kill low-level divine emperors with the power of the Great Protective Array. Ordinary low-level divine emperors couldn't even break through the Great Protective Array. A mid-level divine emperor couldn't break through the Great Protective Array. Ordinary high-level divine emperors couldn't break through it. "Linghu family head, you're too careful." Kuang Tianjing looked deeply at Linghu Renjie and said in a low voice. Although Kuang Tianjing looked calm on the surface, his heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He was angry at Linghu Renjie for being so careful and helpless against the protective array formation in front of him. Just now, as soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to kill Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect Linghu Renjie to react so quickly. When his consciousness probingly landed on the formation canopy in front of him, he discovered that, with his strength, it would be impossible for him to completely break through the formation canopy. Therefore, he didn't make a move in the end. "Elder Tianjing, you told me that you only came to ask Duan Lingtian a few questions." Linghu Renjie looked at Kuang Tianjing, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing in his eyes. His tone also became much lower. "I believe in your sincerity. That's why I allowed you to see Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, but because I thought of my disciple Chu Han who died in vain, I couldn't help but be a bit agitated." Kuang Tianjing restrained the divine power he was accumulating. Although he was apologizing, his tone was frivolous and casual, without the slightest bit of sincerity. Then, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, it's best if you have nothing to do with the death of my disciple Chu Han. Otherwise, whether it is the Hidden Fog sect or the Linghu family behind you, none of them will be able to protect you. After leaving behind these ruthless words, Kuang Tunjing turned and left. When he turned and left, one could feel the divine power on his body's surface again, like a surging flame that was constantly roaming on the surface of his body. I heard that you plan to participate in our Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. In 20 years, we will meet again at that time. These were the last words Kuang Tianjing said before he walked out of the main hall and flew away. However, from beginning to end, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. He was not affected by Kuang Tianjing's ruthless words at all. To him, Kuang Tianjing was just a small stumbling block on his path to the profound Handle land. If he couldn't even cross this small stumbling block, how could he talk about rescuing his wife Kerr 300 years later? Of course, if Linghu Chuyin was Kerr, he also needed to have enough strength to obtain the recognition of the Xia family behind Kerr. Perhaps Kerr didn't care about this. However, as a man, he cared a lot about this. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie couldn't help but bitterly smile. Now, not only have you offended the Hidden Fog sect's elders Feng and Lei, but even this Kuang Tianjing wants to kill you. Before you go to the Tianlong clan, you have to be careful. It's best if you don't take half a step away from our Linghu family's residence. After saying this, Linghu Renjie's bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a solemn and dignified expression. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood this principle, so he naturally wouldn't foolishly send himself to his death. He had already thought about it. If he were elders Feng and Lei, he definitely wouldn't be willing. He would definitely come to Linghu City and wait for an opportunity to attack him. Of course, the possibility of elders Feng and Lei directly killing him was very low, unless they completely ignored the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, before they confirmed whether or not he had an amazing background, they absolutely wouldn't kill him. Just like in the Hidden Fog sect, elders Feng and Lei didn't attack him because they were afraid of the amazing background behind him. Otherwise, they would have killed him as soon as they saw him. As for that Kuang Tianjing, he clearly didn't have so many misgivings. As long as Kuang Tianjing found an opportunity, he would likely kill him directly. With Kuang Tianjing's attitude just now, it was clear that he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. I never thought that before I even entered the Tianlong clan. I would make such an enemy? Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. However, even without such an enemy, the Hidden Fog sect of the Tianlong clan would still view me as a thorn in their side. Within the Tianlong clan, those from the Linghu family, the Hidden Fog sect, and the 10,000 Demon sect had all gathered together. They were all on the same side as their previous families and sections. What? Wu Feng ran away? Not long after leaving the Linghu family and returning to the 10,000 Demon sect, Kuang Tianjing received a message from Du Zhan. He was so angry that his face flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his intestines turned green with regret. Damn it! It must have been that Duan Lingtian who leaked the information. Chapter 3750. Before Kuang Tianjing left, he went to the Linghu family and had his junior apprentice brother Du Zhan go to the Hidden Fog sect. Because he was so eager to take revenge for his disciple Mo Han, he didn't think too much about many things. Or it could be said that at that time, all he thought about was how Duan Lingtian had killed the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. Whether it was Shangguan Xiongfeng or Long Xiao, they were top 5 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Kuang Tianjing had more or less heard of them. He knew that they were middle god kings and their strength surpassed many high god kings. But Duan Lingtian had just become a lower god king and yet he was able to kill them. With Duan Lingtian's methods, even if he hadn't broken through to the god king realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill his disciple Chu Han. Thus, when he left the 10,000 Demon sect and went to the Linghu family, all his thoughts were on Duan Lingtian. He didn't even think about how he was able to travel at the speed of a lower god emperor on a god emperor level flying ship. Compared to his junior apprentice brother Du Zhan, who was a lower god emperor, he was much faster. In fact, when he arrived at the Linghu family and Duan Lingtian saw him, his junior apprentice brother Du Zhan hadn't even arrived at the Hidden Fog sect. Senior apprentice brother, I was too slow. After Du Zhan returned to the 10,000 demon sect, his face was filled with regret. It has nothing to do with you. Although Kuang Tianzheng was enraged, he didn't lose his reason. He waved his hand and said, I didn't calculate the time well and gave that Duan Lingtian a chance to inform Wu Feng. However, although Wu Feng ran away, we can confirm that the Wu Yishan and the so-called junior apprentice brother Duan that Chen Jun spoke of are the two of them. Duan Lingtian's strength is much stronger than what we knew. To be able to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's Old Man Wind and Thunder with a lower God King cultivation, that means he can jump 2 cultivation boundaries to fight and kill enemies. With his abilities, before he became a lower Divine King, he could have easily killed my disciple, Chu Han. Chu Han was most likely killed by him. As he spoke, Kuang Tianzheng took a deep breath and calmed down a little. However, there's no rush for now. According to what that Linghu Renjie said, that Duan Lingtian plans to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition that our Tianlong clan will hold in 20 years, and the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition is only open to new disciples who have just passed the test and entered the sect. Since he will enter the Tianlong clan sooner or later, then I will wait for him in the Tianlong clan. I won't wait for him to grow up. Once he reaches the Tianlong clan, I'll make arrangements to kill him. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, there's no chance to kill him in the Linghu family? Du Zhan asked. Then he added, that Duan Lingtian's talent and perception are too monstrous. I feel that if we can kill him as soon as possible, it's better to do so. Although he had never seen the Duan Lingtian before, he had heard of him. It was enough for him to know just how monstrous and heaven-defying the other party was. I do want to kill him, Kuang Tianjing said in a low voice, but that Linghu Renjie protected him to the death. In fact, when I wanted to kill him, that Linghu Renjie even activated the Linghu family's protective array. A defensive barrier fell from the sky, separating me from that Duan Lingtian. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, he gnashed his teeth. That Linghu Renjie is clearly relying on the fact that his grandfather is the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. That's why he dares to act so presumptuously in front of me. White Dragon Elder. Hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, Du Zhan couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. The Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder was almost equal to their Myriad Demon sect. There was also the Hidden Fog sect's core elder. They were all outstanding middle-level divine emperors, and their status in the Tianlong clan was also very high. As for their Myriad Demon sect, of all the people who had entered the Tianlong clan, the one who had done the best was the White Dragon Elder. Currently, their Myriad Demon sect had a senior who was the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. It was extremely difficult for them to advance any further. Junior brother. Kuang Tianjing looked at Du Zhan and changed the topic. Previously, I heard from Lan Qing that Duan Lingtian came from a Devata realm and doesn't have any background in the Mystic Starland. However, Wu Feng has a clan behind him. Based on the current situation, it's meaningless for me to stay here. I'll return to the sect and continue arranging the marriages of my disciples. Wu Feng's clan has most likely been moved away by him. However, it's best if you go and take a look. If he didn't manage to move his clan in time, you can use his clan to threaten him and kill him. Kuang Tianjing said. Don't worry, senior brother. Du Zhan said confidently. Even if he moved his clan away, I'll do my best to find them. If I capture him, I'll personally send him to the Tianlong clan for senior brother to deal with. Upon hearing Du Zhan's words, Kuang Tianjing nodded and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior brother. The marriage between my second disciple and vice sect leader Shui's daughter should be held within 3 years. At that time, I'll send you and Lan Qing an invitation in advance. At that time, you can bring Pejun and Shen Jun along. As soon as Kuang Tianjing finished speaking, he left. After Kuang Tianjing left, Du Zhan was still in a state of excitement. Vice Sect Leader Shui. He's the Vice Sect Leader of the Tianlong clan. His position is so high that Elder Bai Long can't compare to him. It seems like our myriad demon sect's strength has increased greatly in the Tianlong clan. We'll be able to suppress the hidden fog sect in one fell swoop. After a long while, Du Zhan finally calmed down. At the same time, he went to look for Lan Qing, the sect leader of the myriad demon sect, to ask him about Wu Feng's clan. The Linghu family. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Linghu family, the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie, took great care of him. As long as it was within Linghu Renjie's power, he would grant Duan Lingtian's request. Under these circumstances, not only did Duan Lingtian recognize Linghu Renjie as a person, but he also recognized Linghu Renjie as the leader of the Linghu family. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian stayed in his residence to cultivate. However, even with the help of various divine pills and spirit fruits, his progress was still slow. He felt that it was extremely difficult to increase his cultivation in the Divine King realm. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian, who was bored, continued to study the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. At the same time, he began to read books. The books were readily available in the Linghu family's library. Linghu Renjie had given Duan Lingtian a high level of clearance. As long as it was not a secret of the Linghu family, he could borrow it. There are so many things to pay attention to when refining divine pills. Duan Lingtian's main focus was on the pill refinement methods of divine alchemists in the realms of gods. What he had learned so far was only superficial. For example, when refining pills, divine pill masters had to rely on the law of fire to fuse their divine energy into the flames. Moreover, they had to control the intensity of the flames. This was similar to the alchemy methods in the Devata realms. However, as Duan Lingtian continued to read, he learned more. As it turned out, controlling the flames was only a part of the refining method. The other part relied on the law of wood. A divine alchemist with peerless talent in alchemy can even use the law of life to extract a trace of life energy from the divine tree of life in the realms of gods and infuse it into his divine pills to further purify them and increase the success rate and quality of his divine pills. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he read this. The divine tree of life? Naturally, he knew there was a divine tree of life in the realms of gods. However, he did not expect to be able to extract a trace of life energy from the divine tree of life in the realms of gods. Most importantly, he had the divine tree of life in his little world. He could have as much life energy as he wanted. In the realms of gods, one has to rely on the law of fire to gain basic mastery in alchemy, the law of wood to advance, and the law of life to perfect mastery. Powerful alchemists are usually skilled in controlling flames and using the law of wood to refine pills. Then, they can use the law of life to extract life energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy to refine the pills. Duan Lingtian discovered after reading about the law of alchemy. He had the basic qualifications to become a top divine pill master in the realms of gods. Moreover, his qualifications were far superior to other divine pill masters. He could be said to be blessed by heaven. Naturally, the stronger the law of fire and the more profundities one can fuse, the better. However, in alchemy, one can't use the law of fire's fused profundities. Moreover, if one uses the fused profundities, the temperature of the cauldron would become unstable and cause the refinement to fail. Of course, there are also some divine alchemists who use the law of fire to heat the cauldron before concocting pills, allowing the cauldron to heat up faster. It's the same for the law of wood. All one has to do is master all profundities to the mastery stage. It's the same for the law of life. In other words, if I want to become a qualified divine pill master in the realms of gods, I don't have to waste my time comprehending these three laws. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Currently, I'm qualified to master the law of fire. As for the law of life, I've mastered all the profundities to the initial stage. As for the law of wood, I've also comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage. When he was still in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage when he was in the Tidal Temple's secret chamber. As for the law of life and the law of wood, he did not really comprehend them. He had to rely on the divine tree of life and the clear heaven's divine wood to comprehend them. It seems like I'll have to use the Linghu family's secret chamber. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian contacted the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, and told him he wanted to use the Linghu family's secret chamber. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie responded quickly. With your current attainments in the law of space, the Linghu family's secret chamber won't be of any help to you. You'll only be wasting your time if you enter the secret chamber. As soon as Linghu Renjie finished speaking, Duan Lingtian knew Linghu Renjie had misunderstood him. Clan leader, you've misunderstood. I don't intend to enter the secret chamber to comprehend the law of space. I want to enter the secret chamber to comprehend the law of life and the law of wood. Chapter 37:51. Comprehend the laws of life and the laws of wood? When Linghu Renjie heard Duan Lingtian's words, he couldn't help but ask, Duan Lingtian, are you planning to learn alchemy? Alchemy requires a certain foundation. Moreover, even if you have a foundation, there are still many aspects that you need to pay attention to. If you need any divine pills, I'll help you find them. You don't need to learn alchemy by yourself. If you have the time, you might as well cultivate. Linghu Renjie advised kindly. While Duan Lingtian appreciated Linghu Renjie's kind advice, he sighed and said, Patriarch, my cultivation has entered a plateau and I need to rest. However, even if I stop cultivating, my mind will still be filled with cultivation. This situation is not good for my cultivation. I want to find something else to focus on and distract myself. In short, it's fine as long as you know what to do. Linghu Renjie said, I'll ask Wang Fu to come over later and receive the token to enter the law secret room from me. Wang Fu will then take you to the law secret room. Wang Fu was the steward of the mansion where Duan Lingtian was currently living. He was Duan Lingtian's personal steward. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Whether it was Linghu Renjie or Wang Fu, they were both very efficient. Only about a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Fu's voice from outside. Young master, I've already received the token to enter the law secret room from Patriarch. Whenever you want to go to the law secret room, you can call me at any time. Let's do it now. Almost as soon as Wang Fu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already pushed open the door and walked out. He was now eager to comprehend the laws of life and the laws of wood. His goal was to comprehend all the profundities of the laws of life and the laws of wood to the great accomplishment stage. As for fusing profundities, he wasn't interested. At least, he wasn't interested for the time being. Currently, he was most proficient in the law of space, and when facing an enemy, he could only use one law, so he wasn't in a hurry to use the other laws. Young master, please follow me. Under Wang Fu's guidance, Duan Lingtian made his way through the Linghu family mansion before finally arriving at a spacious area within the Linghu family mansion. In this open space, at first glance, one could see many people standing in groups of 3 to 5, looking around vigilantly. Young master, this is where our Linghu family's law room is located. The law room is underground. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Wang Fu entered, several people nearby came forward. They only let them pass when they saw the token that Wang Fu took out. After showing the token several times, Wang Fu led Duan Lingtian to a corner of the open space, behind a stone platform. There was also a flight of stairs leading underground. As Duan Lingtian followed Wang Fu down the stairs, he could see that the walls on both sides of the stairs were engraved with incomparably complex patterns and patterns. Even on the stairs, there were quite a few patterns and patterns. Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his consciousness, and it wasn't difficult to discover that the walls and stairs were covered with formations. The formations seemed to be on the verge of being activated at any time. After descending the stairs, Duan Lingtian was presented with a long passageway, and on both sides of the passageway were small cubicles. However, even the small cubicles were each more than 100 square meters in size. Elder. Wang Fu walked in front and handed the token in his hand to an old man who came forward to greet him. The old man glanced at the token and extended his consciousness into it. A humanoid figure appeared in a timely manner. It was Linghu Renjie, Patriarch. The old man greeted Linghu Renjie. Fourth Elder, you're on duty today. Linghu Renjie's humanoid figure smiled faintly. Yes. The old man responded. As for his identity, it was also revealed when Linghu Renjie spoke. He was the Linghu family's fourth elder. The Linghu family was divided into inner clan and outer clan. Outer clan elders corresponded to the Hidden Fog sect's outer sect elders. Inner clan elders corresponded to the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elders. Core elders were about the same. As the Linghu family's fourth elder, this old man was one of the Linghu family's core elders. He was an outstanding figure amongst the Linghu family's upper god kings. Duan Lingtian wants to enter the law chamber. He can stay as long as he wants. Don't rush him, Linghu Renjie said to the old man. As his voice fell, Linghu Renjie's humanoid figure completely vanished. As for the light that rose from the token, it was also completely restrained. Duan Lingtian. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian's attention was also drawn to the appearance of Linghu Renjie's humanoid figure. It wasn't until he heard the old man's voice that he regained his composure. Duan Lingtian, I am the Linghu family's fourth elder, Linghu Hua. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, stunned for a moment. Then he revealed a brilliant smile. I've long heard of your great name. You haven't even reached 3,000 years of age, and yet you've become a lower god king. Moreover, you've killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Although those 2 core disciples were only middle god kings, they were stronger than ordinary upper god kings. As soon as Linghu Hua spoke, he mentioned that Duan Lingtian had killed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. It was clear that this matter had already spread. Fourth elder overpraises me. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, you don't need to be modest in front of me. Linghu Hua smiled. Speaking of which, I can be considered the patriarch's cousin. There are many things that others don't know, but I do. However, I still have to tell you something. Joining the Linghu family is absolutely your best choice. What the Hidden Fog sect can give you, the Linghu family can also give you. What the Hidden Fog sect can't give you, the Linghu family can still give you. Linghu Hua said, take this law chamber for example. You've seen it for yourself. Besides you, no one else has come here. This is because very few people come here. Every time the law chamber is used, it consumes a great deal of the divine stones in our Linghu family's divine stone mine. The consumption is enormous. Even the direct descendants can't come here whenever they want. As for the other juniors of our Linghu family, they all need to meet certain conditions before they have the chance to enter. Moreover, the time they can stay is limited. As for you, Duan Lingtian, the Patriarch's order is that you can stay in the law chamber for as long as you want. There's no need to rush you. As Linghu Hua spoke, his gaze became particularly complex. Even now, as he recalled Linghu Renjie's words just now, Linghu Hua was shocked and filled with disbelief. This was the first time he had heard the Patriarch give such an order. I feel it. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He would always remember the care that Linghu Renjie gave him. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay this kindness. Go. Choose the law chamber you want to enter. Although there are no words at the entrance of each law chamber, it won't be difficult for you to discover what laws those law chambers correspond to. As soon as Linghu Hua finished speaking, Duan Lingtian found the law chamber of life and slowly walked in. He planned to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage before he entered the law chamber of wood to comprehend the law of wood. When Wang Fu saw Duan Lingtian entering the law chamber, he turned around and left. The law chamber was an important place in the Linghu family. Unrelated people were not allowed to stay for long. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had seen a law chamber, so he was familiar with it. Back when Duan Lingtian was still in the Devata realm, he had spent 3 months in the law chamber of the Tidal Temple to comprehend all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Of course, that was also because he had extraordinary attainments in those two laws to begin with. This time, he had comprehended a law that he was not good at in the past. For this reason, it took Duan Lingtian 4 months to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life and the law of wood to the mastery stage. At this point, he had achieved all his goals. Fourth Elder. After Duan Lingtian left the law chamber, he looked for Linghu Hua, the fourth elder of the Linghu family, who was still on duty in the law chamber. There's no law chamber of the law of time in the law chamber of the Linghu family? Before Duan Lingtian entered the law chamber of life, he had sensed various laws at the entrance of each law chamber. Apart from the 5 elemental laws, there was also the law of wind, the law of ice, and the law of thunder. There was also the law of darkness, the law of light, and the law of destruction. As for the 4 supreme laws, apart from the law of time, there was also the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. However, there was no law of time. At that time, his first thought was that he was not confident enough in his senses, so he did not think too much about it and entered the law chamber of life directly. When he came out of the law chamber of life and entered the law chamber of wood, he carefully probed around but still did not find the law chamber of time. Now that he had come out of the law chamber of wood, he could not help but ask Linghu Hua, the fourth elder of the Linghu family. Before coming to the law chamber of the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian had not thought about the law of time. After coming here, he thought about how he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage in the land of inheritance that his master had obtained from the ultimate powerhouse. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to comprehend the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of time in the law chamber of the Linghu family. However, he could not find the law chamber of time even though he wanted to do so. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Hua was slightly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. However, when he regained his senses, he could not help but chuckle. Don't you know that only supreme powerhouses are capable of creating a secret chamber that contains the law of time? As long as it's not an ultimate powerhouse, no matter how good they are at setting up formations or even if they're a high-level supreme god, they can't set up the law of time. This is a public iron law in all the planes of gods. Chapter 3752. Only a supreme powerhouse could set it up? After listening to Linghu Hua's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the secret chamber that contained the law of time he entered in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was the place where his master, Feng Qingyang, obtained the inheritance from a supreme powerhouse. It was left behind by a supreme powerhouse. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian at this moment. He was still thinking about improving his comprehension of the law of time in the Linghu family's secret chamber. Apart from the law of space, the law of time was the law of time that Duan Lingtian valued the most. The law of space was not weaker than any other law except for the law of time. As for the law of time, it was known as the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. It was the strongest of the 4 supreme laws, not to mention when compared to the other laws. Are you asking this because you still want to comprehend the law of time in our Linghu family's secret chamber? Linghu Hua shook his head. If the secret chamber in our Linghu family can allow one to comprehend the law of time, I'm afraid even the clan leader and the clan elders would want to enter it. Unfortunately, only a supreme powerhouse can set up a secret chamber that contains the law of time. In the Devata realms, only godly venerable rank forces that have a close relationship with a supreme powerhouse have a secret chamber that contains the law of time. Otherwise, it would be in the cultivation place of a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, the inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse might also have a secret chamber that contains the law of time, Linghu Hua said. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile awkwardly. At the same time, Linghu Hua continued to say, as one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time is the most mysterious and the most difficult to comprehend. Take our Linghu family as an example. In the history of our Linghu family, no one has ever comprehended all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage, let alone comprehending the fused profundities from the law of time. It's not that no one wants to focus on the temporal laws, but unless they never step into the divine king realm in their entire lives, There is no time for them to waste. In the planes of gods, apart from those who are naturally gifted with the law of time or those who are extremely lucky to obtain divine fruits or time tablets, it's very difficult for them to stay true to themselves and focus on the law of time. Many people will discover that the time spent comprehending the laws of time can also be used to comprehend other laws, resulting in twice the result with half the effort. After hearing Ling Hu Hua's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding. At the same time, he knew how lucky he was to be able to enter a secret chamber that contained the law of time left behind by a supreme expert. It was a privilege that most people in the realms of gods rarely had. As for what Ling Hu Hua said, he could understand. After all, in the realms of gods, one had to become a god king or they would not have much time to waste. Everyone was racing against time. Once they lost, they would be killed by the heavenly tribulation that existences above the level of God King would face once every 1,000 years, and their bodies and Tao would vanish. If one did not break through and become a God King, their soul would remain at the level of a god. It would not benefit them in comprehending the law of time. Although a stronger soul would not give them an advantage in comprehending the law of time, it would definitely be more advantageous than before. Young Master. A voice rang from the staircase. It was none other than Wang Fu, whom Duan Lingtian had summoned earlier when he learned that there was no secret chamber of time in the Ling Hu family's secret chamber. Since Wang Fu had the token to enter and exit the secret chamber, he would need Wang Fu to lead the way. Fourth Elder, thank you for clearing my doubts. Since I've achieved my goal, I'll take my leave first. Since Wang Fu had arrived, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Ling Hu Hua. All right. Ling Hu Hua smiled and nodded. He watched as Duan Lingtian brought Wang Fu away. A faint smile appeared on his face. Since the clan leader has recruited this young man into our Ling Hu family, it can be said that the Ling Hu family has picked up a treasure. Ling Hu Hua, naturally, knew that Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the law of life and the law of wood during the short time he had spent in the secret chamber. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the two profundities to the mastery stage before leaving the secret chamber. It seemed like he did not intend to continue using the secret chamber of the Ling Hu family. It was obvious he did not want to take advantage of the Ling Hu family. Such a person was worthy of recognition. He was not an ungrateful person. Moreover, his innate talent and comprehension ability were astounding. To the Ling Hu family, having a revered elder with a different surname was only beneficial. After Duan Lingtian left the secret chamber with Wang Fu, he returned to his room and took out a divine pill cauldron from his spatial ring. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Devata realms, he had obtained many divine artifacts in the ruins of the realms of gods, including 2 divine artifact pill cauldrons. In the realms of gods, divine pill cauldrons were not graded. It was even to the extent that powerhouses with high cultivations needed to suppress their divine power when refining pills. Otherwise, once the divine power fused with the law of fire became too rampant, it would destroy the herbs needed to refine pills and even the pills that had yet to take shape. In the realms of gods, pill refinement relied on experience, innate talent, and the ability to sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy. Many divine alchemists were experienced and talented. However, since they could not sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy, let alone extract the life energy to aid in pill refinement, their success rate was not high. Moreover, even if they succeeded, the quality of the pills would not be high. As for some divine pills that had no difference in quality, such as the Emperor Connecting Divine Pill that the Heavenly Dragon sect took out last time and this time in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, it was impossible to refine it without the purification of life force during the refining process. Even if the life energy was used to refine the pills, it was not guaranteed that the pills would be refined successfully. It also depended on whether the life energy came in time and the quantity was sufficient. Take the Tianlong clan's divine alchemist, for example. He was able to refine more than 10 Emperor Ascension divine pills in 100 years. In terms of skill, he could be ranked second in the entire realms of gods. He was a divine alchemist that any Emperor God forces would kill to recruit. Such a divine alchemist was capable of refining Emperor-grade divine pills. Even if the success rate was not high, it was still possible. For a divine alchemist who did not have the ability to refine emperor-grade divine pills, it would be a waste no matter how many materials were given to him. Let's try refining the Jia Yi and Bing San divine pills first. Duanling Tian recalled the 3 divine pills he had obtained at the Heavenly Wind City's Zhou clan's auction after he arrived at the Profound Handle land. It was precisely those 3 divine pills that helped his cultivation base to improve in a short period of time. At that time, he had snatched the 3 divine pills from the 4th master of the Zhong clan in Heavenly Wind City. The spatial ring that Chu Han had left behind had a few sets of the herbs needed to refine the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills. In fact, there were many herbs needed to refine the divine pills. Is Chu Han a divine alchemist as well? Duanling Tian guessed. In fact, Chu Han was a divine alchemist. The reason why Kuang Tianzhang, an inner sect elder of the Sky Dragon sect, chose Chu Han was not only because of Chu Han's martial talent, but also because of Chu Han's talent in alchemy. Although Chu Han had not broken through to the God King realm, he could refine spirit-grade divine pills. He could even refine ordinary king-grade divine pills. Divine pills of the same grade were divided into different grades. For example, the Emperor Ascension divine pill that could help a higher God King to break through to the lesser God Emperor realm was an Emperor-grade divine pill. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Emperor-grade divine pill. For this reason, the Emperor Ascension divine pill was one of the top Emperor-grade divine pills that could be used by God Kings. It could be said that it was a divine pill that every God King dreamed of. The old sect master of the Sky Dragon sect was able to refine Emperor-grade divine pills. He was already considered an Emperor-grade divine pill master. Of course, there's also a difference in strength between Emperor-grade divine pill masters. The weaker ones can barely refine Emperor-grade divine pills, but their success rate is pitifully low and their waste of materials is shocking. A strong Emperor-grade divine pill master has a stable success rate when refining Emperor-grade divine pills. They can refine ordinary Emperor-grade divine pills with ease, and the success rate of refining Emperor-grade divine pills is astonishing. If I'm not wrong, the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan is considered a strong Emperor-grade divine pill master. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure out that the Tianlong clan was able to produce so many Emperor Ascension divine pills in 100 years. In the realms of gods, the highest level of divine pill masters were venerable-grade divine pill masters. Below them were Emperor-grade divine pill masters, Royal-grade divine pill masters, King-grade divine pill masters, and Spirit-grade divine pill masters. For example, Chu Han, who was killed by Duanling Tian, could be considered a King-grade divine pill master because he could refine King-grade divine pills. Let's practice first. In the realms of gods, most of the recipes for divine pills were no secret. After all, even if the recipes were leaked, not everyone could refine them. This was especially true for some pill formulas. Although the required medicinal ingredients were recorded, if the key points of the technique were not written, even the divine alchemist who had the ability to refine the divine pills recorded in the formula would often fail due to the lack of technique. The higher the grade of the divine pill, the more particular the recipe was. Naturally, for spirit-grade divine pills like the Jia Yibing divine pill, the recipe had been improved many times over the long history of the realms of gods. Even the technique recorded in the recipe had been improved continuously. Therefore, any spirit-grade divine pill master with some skill would be able to refine it. Although there was a ready-made recipe, it was still difficult to put it into practice. Every step could not be wrong. Just like now, Duanling Tian's first attempt at refining the Jia Yibing divine pill had failed. In the process of refining the Jia Yibing divine pill with the law of wood, the cauldron exploded and the incomplete Jia Yibing divine pill was turned into useless dregs. I actually failed? Duanling Tian felt a little disappointed when he saw the dregs pouring out of the cauldron. Am I not talented in this area? Am I not suitable to be a divine pill master? If other divine pill masters heard Duanling Tian's words, they would definitely beat him to death. It was Duanling Tian's first time refining a divine pill. Moreover, the Jia Yibing divine pill was one of the top spirit-grade divine pills. Divine pill masters who could refine the Jia Yibing divine pill were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the realms of gods. Chapter 3753. From Duan Lingtian's point of view, the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill was only a spirit-level divine pill. Moreover, the recipe that he had memorized in the Linghu family's library was a refined version. Every step was very detailed, and even the strength of the technique was standardized. It was too much of a blow for him to fail under such circumstances. Let's try again. Just nice, there's still one more set of ingredients to refine the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill. If I fail again, I'll stop studying pill refinement for the time being. Maybe I'm really not cut out to be a divine pill master. With a nervous heart, Duan Lingtian began refining the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill again. This time he was even more serious than before. Every step was done according to the description of the pill formula in his memory. Not a single mistake was made. Soon it was time to refine. After failing once, Duan Lingtian was even more careful. Then he successfully passed the refining stage. Normally, after refining, he could condense the pill. After all, it was only a spirit-level divine pill. Divine pill masters who refined this kind of divine pill basically did not have the ability to extract the life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to further refine the divine pill. Moreover, even if a spirit-level divine pill was not purified, the success rate was very high. It was not like a divine pill above the emperor level, which could not be formed without purification. Should I refine it? However, Duan Lingtian now wanted to refine the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill that was about to condense. According to the recipe, a divine pill master who has the ability to refine the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill will have a 100% success rate once the refinement is successful. If the refinement fails, this cauldron of Jia Yibing 3 divine pill will be wasted. If I don't refine it and condense it directly, the success rate will be more than 60%. If I condense it directly now, whether or not it will be formed completely depends on the will of the heavens. Should I try refining it? It was not easy to get to this step. He had not made any mistakes before and was about to condense the pill. Duan Lingtian did not want to leave all this to the will of the heavens. Moreover, he did not need to extract the life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could just get it from the divine tree of life in his small world. To be precise, he just needed to let the life force in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that filled his small world. The small world in his body was completely under his control. With a single thought, the condensed life force gushed out from the small world in his body and entered the divine artifact pill cauldron before him. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped pouring in his divine power of life, because it was enough. He had even channeled the power of life to the limit that the Jia Yibing San divine pill could absorb. If there was an emperor-grade divine pill master or above, seeing Duan Lingtian obtain so much life force from refining pills, they would definitely be dumbfounded. If they saw Duan Lingtian injecting so much life force into the cauldron used to concoct spirit-grade divine pills, they would definitely scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. One had to know that even the most outstanding emperor-grade divine pill alchemist wouldn't be able to extract even a tenth of what Duan Lingtian was injecting into his pill cauldron. Extravagant. It was too extravagant. Of course, the current Duan Lingtian didn't have any concept of this. He only knew that the first divine pill he had concocted was about to take shape. Moreover, it would definitely take shape. There was no need to worry about failure. It's done. As Duan Lingtian's consciousness trembled, he casually patted the divine artifact pill cauldron in front of him. Immediately, the lid of the pill cauldron folded up and 3 divine pills flew out at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for this, casually grabbed the 3 divine pills in his hand. The 3 divine pills shone brightly, just like the Jia Yibing San divine pills that Duan Lingtian had obtained before. However, the Jia Yibing San divine pills that he had obtained at the Zhou family's auction in Tianfeng City didn't smell as good as the ones he had concocted now. Moreover, there was a thick layer of light around the 3 divine pills. There are patterns on them? Soon after, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian clearly saw the obvious pill inscriptions on the first, second, and third divine pills in his hand. Moreover, the pill inscriptions were in the form of ancient words. Coincidentally, Duan Lingtian had read these ancient words when he was in the Devata realms. Jia, Yi, Bing. The pill veins on the 3 divine pills were formed from ancient characters. Pill patterns? Didn't they say that only supreme divine pills would have pill patterns on them? Why would the Jia Yi Bing San divine pills that I concocted for the first time have pill patterns on them? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, a thunderous roar rang in the sky above his residence. Uncle Fu, what's going on? At the same time, in the front courtyard of Duan Lingtian's residence, a few maids were looking up at the sky as they asked Wang Fu, who was standing nearby with a confused expression on their faces. Wang Fu was also confused as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. This looks like a heavenly tribulation, but none of us are undergoing a heavenly tribulation here. None of you are even God kings. I just passed my heavenly tribulation 300 years ago. As for young master's heavenly tribulation, I think he has already passed it. Wang Fu was still in a daze when the sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the roof of one of the rooms in the residence. Uncle Fu, look, what's that? It seems like it came from young master's room. A few maids with sharp eyes said to Wang Fu one after another. Before Wang Fu could react, a loud bang rang in the air as a figure shot up into the sky above the room. Young master? Wang Fu could not help but fly up into the air when he saw the figure in front of him. His instincts told him this had something to do with his young master. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At some point in time, numerous figures had already gathered over from all directions. These people, without exception, were all elders and disciples of the Linghu family. What's going on? That residence seems to belong to Duan Lingtian, the new revered elder of the Linghu family. Revered elder Duan seems to have become a lesser god king some time ago. He should have passed his first heavenly tribulation a long time ago. Don't tell me it belongs to the steward beside him? I know the steward beside revered elder Duan. He passed his heavenly tribulation 300 years ago. That's strange. Before long, many figures had gathered in the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence. Without Duan Lingtian's permission, they did not dare to enter the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence. They could only watch from afar. Patriarch, Patriarch, Patriarch. A corner of the crowd automatically opened up a path for a figure to step through the air. It was none other than the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Behind Linghu Renjia was a white-haired old man. At this moment, his eyes were shining as he looked at the dark clouds that were brewing above the residence. The lightning in the dark clouds was not purple. Instead, it was reddish-brown. It looked extremely strange. Revered Elder Wu, this tribulation cloud seems a little off. It doesn't look like the tribulation cloud of a god king. Linghu Renjia looked at the tribulation cloud above the residence and said to the old man behind him, Patriarch, this is not the tribulation cloud of a human tribulation. It's the tribulation cloud of an elixir tribulation. The old man behind Linghu Renjia corrected Linghu Renjia after hearing Linghu Renjia's words. This is the heavenly tribulation caused by an ultimate divine pill. An ultimate divine pill. When the old man said this, Linghu Renjia could not help but gasp. An ultimate divine pill. Although he was not a divine pill master, he knew what the words ultimate divine pill meant. It meant the pinnacle of a certain type of divine pill, the ultimate. The same type of divine pill could be refined by different divine pill masters. There would be differences in quality. Even if they were of the same grade, there would still be differences in quality. There was a limit to every type of divine pill. At that limit, there would be no more breakthroughs. This type of divine pill was also called an ultimate divine pill. Boom! Rumble! While Linghu Renjia was still in shock, the tribulation cloud above the residence finally struck down tribulation lightning. Bolts of lightning as thick as a baby's arm fell from the sky and struck the 3 little light spots in the void. In the next moment, a burst of light circulated above the 3 specks of light, and then they actually completely absorbed the lightning. Then, the second bolt of tribulation lightning fell. This time, it was much thicker than the previous one. However, it was still absorbed by the three little light spots. At the same time, the tribulation cloud dispersed and the sky returned to normal. It's the pill tribulation. Oh my God! Is this the legendary pill tribulation of an ultimate divine pill? This pill tribulation has a total of 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. This is the pill tribulation of an ultimate divine pill. Those 3 little light spots look like Jia Bing San divine pills? Among the onlookers from the Linghu family, there was no lack of experienced and knowledgeable people. At this time, they also came back to their senses one after another. Each and every one of them stared at the 3 divine pellets that had fallen into the purple-clothed youth's hand. An ultimate divine pill. In the past, they had only heard of it but had never seen it before. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just put away the Jia Bing San divine pills when a familiar voice entered his ears. He instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, walking over with an old man in tow. Head of the family. After greeting Linghu Renjia, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see the group of onlookers in the sky outside his mansion. He had only just realized that there were so many people here. Just now, his attention was focused on the pill tribulation of the divine pills. He was afraid that the pill tribulation would destroy the Jia Bing San divine pills that he had just refined. If an ultimate divine pill could not withstand the pill tribulation and was destroyed by the pill tribulation, it could only be considered a flawed and imperfect ultimate divine pill. Only an ultimate divine pill that could withstand the pill tribulation could be considered a true ultimate divine pill. Of course, even an ultimate divine pill that could attract the pill tribulation and then be destroyed by the pill tribulation was not something that anyone could refine. Duan Lingtian, which senior refined the Jia Bing San divine pills that you just put away? This was the first sentence Linghu Renjia asked as he approached. He was really too curious. At the same time, he looked left and right in an attempt to find the person who had refined the pills. He naturally did not dare to hope that such a heaven-defying person would stay in the Linghu family, but as long as he was lucky enough to meet him, it would be a blessing that he had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Chapter 3754. Even if it was only a spirit-grade divine pill, it was impossible for a divine pill master to refine a spirit-grade divine pill without the ability to extract life force from the world energy. Moreover, even if a divine pill master had the ability to extract life force from the world energy, not everyone could refine a spirit-grade divine pill, even if it was only a spirit-grade divine pill. Only those divine pill masters who could extract a certain amount of life force from the heaven and earth spiritual chi to refine pills could refine extreme spirit-grade divine pills. As for higher grades of spirit-grade divine pills, they required even more life force to support them. However, even if it was a spirit-grade divine pill master, one had to be at least an Emperor-grade divine pill master to be able to refine a spirit-grade divine pill master. A God-Emperor-grade force like the Linghu family would not be able to keep such a person because such a person would be an honored guest even in a God-Emperor-grade force like the Tianlong clan. Which senior? Hearing Linghu Renjia's question, Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's the 3 divine pills that you just put away. Which senior refined them? Linghu Renjia saw that Duan Lingtian was stunned, as if he did not hear his question clearly, so he quickly repeated his question. You mean these 3 divine pills? This time, Duan Lingtian heard him clearly and took out the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills from his storage ring. After the baptism of the pill tribulation, the halo around the 3 divine pills seemed to have an additional strand of brownish-red lightning circling them. Moreover, there seemed to be brownish-red lightning energy flowing on the pill patterns on their surface, making them look extraordinary. That's right. Linghu Renjia nodded and said, normally speaking, a pill tribulation will be triggered after a peak-grade divine pill is refined. Didn't you go to the law chamber to comprehend the law of wood and law of life because you wanted to learn how to refine pills some time ago? After you came out today, you probably went to find a senior divine pill master and asked him to teach you how to refine pills, right? What about that senior? As Linghu Renjia asked, his tone couldn't help but become urgent. Duan Lingtian had heard the news from the Linghu family's 4th elder the moment he came out of the law chamber. There's no senior. Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the 3 elixir pills in his hand. I just made these Jia Yi Bing San elixir pills myself. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Linghu Renjie was stunned. Even the old man behind him and the nearby hungry Wang Fu were stunned. Even Wang Fu, after seeing the pill tribulation of the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pill, subconsciously thought that it was a divine pill refined by someone else. But now, after hearing the young master he served, he remembered that apart from bringing this young master into the law chamber, he was basically in this mansion all the time. If someone came in or out, he would definitely know. However, no outsiders had ever entered or exited. Young master, he's actually a divine pill master who can refine an ultimate divine pill? Wang Fu was shocked. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with reverence. At the same time, Linghu Renjie finally regained his senses. He stared at Duan Lingtian, dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian, you're not joking, are you? I'm not. Duan Lingtian shook his head seriously. I'm telling the truth. But when Linghu Renjie spoke again, he couldn't help but stutter. What Duan Lingtian had just said was too shocking. But didn't you just comprehend the laws of life and the laws of wood and learn how to refine pills? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Today was my first attempt at refining a divine pill. However, I've refined 2 cauldrons of Jia Yi and Bing San divine pills. However, I failed in the first cauldron because I didn't refine the ingredients properly. At that time, I wondered if it was because I didn't have the talent to refine pills. After all, the formula for the Jia Yi and Bing San divine pills clearly stated the steps and details of the pill refinement. I shouldn't have messed it up. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjie studied Duan Lingtian a few times. When he was certain Duan Lingtian was not playing dumb, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Was it not normal for one to fail in their first attempt at refining pills? As far as Linghu Renjie knew, even if a divine pill master who had ascended to the realms of gods had a high level of attainment in pill refinement, he would be considered talented if he could succeed in refining spirit-grade divine pills in the realms of gods once out of 10 attempts. However, Duan Lingtian said he was not talented in pill refinement after failing in his first attempt at refining pills. At this moment, apart from Linghu Renjie, even the old man behind him could not help but feel his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Duan Lingtian did not notice the twitching of the 2 old men's mouths as he continued to speak. However, it just so happened that I had a set of ingredients to refine the Jia Yi and Bing San divine pills, so I tried to refine them a second time. At that time, I thought to myself that if I failed again, I would never touch a cauldron again. Finally, the second time, under my careful efforts, I finally succeeded. However, I didn't expect I would be able to refine a supreme-grade divine pill and even face a pill tribulation. Fortunately, it passed the pill tribulation. If it didn't, I would have suspected that I'm not suitable for pill refinement. After all, if it didn't pass the pill tribulation, it would have been destroyed. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression was still serious. However, when Linghu Renjie saw this, he felt an urge to beat him up. At this moment, the onlookers had also heard Duan Lingtian's words from beginning to end. When they heard this, they had the urge to rush up to Duan Lingtian and give him a good beating. Do you guys think this revered elder Duan really doesn't understand the logic behind this, or is he purposely trying to piss people off? I think he's trying to piss people off. This is so infuriating. I can barely be considered a king-grade pill refinement master. However, when I was refining pills, I wasted more than 20 cauldron divine pills before I successfully refined a divine pill. He's only done it twice, and he's saying he doesn't have the talent for pill refinement? I also think he's trying to piss people off. Moreover, he's showing off. However, I don't have any evidence. Why do I feel like this revered elder Duan deserves a beating? I really want to beat him up. I feel the same way. I think so too. The onlookers, elders, and disciples of the Linghu family looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility. When Duan Lingtian heard their discussion, realization dawned on him. It seemed like his second attempt at refining a divine pill was a sign of his innate talent. It did not mean he had failed to refine a divine pill or that he did not have the talent for pill refinement. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt much better. Fortunately, he did not give up just because of his first failure. Fortunately, he had tried a second time. Otherwise, he would have lost a genius like him in the realms of gods. Moreover, he would have missed the opportunity to become a divine pill refinement master. Fortunately, revered Elder Duan. At this moment, the old man behind Linghu Renjie spoke up. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief and asked, "Why you? Is this really your first time refining a divine pill?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Linghu Renjie in confusion and asked, "Clan leader? This is?" Linghu Renjie finally regained his senses. He quickly introduced the old man to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian. This is the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, revered Elder Lin Yen. Revered Elder Lin is a good friend of mine. We've gone through thick and thin together in the past." Linghu Renjie introduced. Revered Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian hurriedly greeted the old man when he heard Lin Yan's greeting. As for Lin Yan, his face and ears turned red when he heard Linghu Renjie's introduction. After greeting Duan Lingtian politely, he glared at Linghu Renjie and said, "Linghu Renjie, you're here to embarrass me, aren't you? What kind of chief alchemist am I in front of a divine pill refinement master like revered Elder Duan who can refine a supreme-grade divine pill?" When Lin Yan reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of bitterness and self-deprecation in his tone. Linghu Renjie smiled bitterly. "Old man, didn't you hear Duan Lingtian say today is his first time refining a divine pill?" "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded as well. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yan. "Revered Elder Lin, I refine the pills according to the pill formulas recorded in the Linghu clan's library today. The pill formula I used has your name on it. You must be the one who compiled it, right? Revered Elder Lin, I've just started learning how to refine pills. There are still many things I don't understand. I hope you can guide me in the future." Duan Lingtian's enthusiasm did not seem fake at all. It made Lin Yan feel bitter in his heart. What kind of genius was this? How could he refine a supreme-grade divine pill on his first day? Lin Yan took a deep breath before he shook his head and said, "Revered Elder Duan, I don't dare to guide you. Let's learn from each other." What a joke! Duan Lingtian was someone who could refine a supreme-grade divine pill. Even if it was only a spirit-grade divine pill, it was not something Lin Yan could refine. "Revered Elder Lin, you're too humble. You're the chief alchemist of the Linghu clan. How can I compare to you?" Duan Lingtian said. Now, if not for Duan Lingtian's sincere tone and innocent eyes, Lin Yan might not have been able to hold himself back and beat him up. This was too infuriating. How could anyone be so infuriating? Lin Yan took a few deep breaths before he regained his senses. He asked curiously, "Revered Elder Duan, even if it's a spirit-grade divine pill, it needs to be purified with life force during the refining process in order to make it into a supreme-grade divine pill. You're able to extract life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on your first day of refining pills?" Lin Yan changed the topic. He was worried that if he continued to listen to Duan Lingtian, he would be so angry that he would not be able to hold himself back from beating Duan Lingtian up. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Yes. Isn't it very simple? I followed some small techniques recorded in the Linghu clan's library. I merged my divine power with the Edict of Life and sensed the life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, I extracted the life force and used it to refine pills." Duan Lingtian said solemnly, "I remember there's your signature next to the memory jade token as well. It must be the memory jade token you left behind." "Revered Elder Lin, you're really amazing. The technique you left behind allowed me to extract life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in just one day." Chapter 3755. What? Lin Yan was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the serious expression on Duan Lingtian's face. You You're extracting the life energy according to the technique I recorded in the library? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Without waiting for Lin Yan's reply, Duan Lingtian's divine energy flashed as the law of life merged with his divine energy. Then, under Lin Yan's horrified gaze, Duan Lingtian extracted a wisp of life energy from the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although it was not as much as the life energy he extracted from his little world, it was still a considerable amount. At the very least, Lin Yan was stunned. It was as if he had been scared silly. This was what Duan Lingtian discovered when he used the life energy from his little world. He discovered that after using the life force, even if it was not the life force of his miniature world, he could still clearly sense it and draw it away at will. Naturally, the amount and density of the life energy he extracted from the little world was far inferior to the life energy in his little world. This was because Duan Lingtian had a divine tree of life in his little world. He could extract the life energy from the air around the divine tree of life. It was the purest and densest life energy. It was only natural that he would be able to refine pills with half the effort. However, Duan Lingtian did not tell Lin Yan that he was holding back when he extracted the life energy from the air. If he unleashed his full strength, he was confident he could extract all the life energy from the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his surroundings. Due to the divine tree of life in his body, his little world was filled with rich life energy. In terms of sensitivity to the life energy emitted by the divine tree of life, apart from the supreme experts, only someone like Duan Lingtian who had a divine tree of life in his little world would be able to detect it. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy. Not only that, but he could also absorb it. In this regard, most divine alchemists in the realms of gods were no match for Duan Lingtian. When Linghu Renjie looked at Lin Yan finally recovered from his daze. He smiled bitterly and sighed. What you used was indeed a small technique that I used to extract the spirit energy of heaven and earth. However, even I could only extract a small amount of life force from the spirit energy of heaven and earth with this small technique. The amount of life force you're extracting right now is much greater than the amount I'm extracting. This little trick was indeed his. He also stayed with the Linghu family. However, even if many people knew his little trick, they still couldn't extract the life force from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This was because anyone who wanted to extract the life force needed to sense the life force in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. His little trick was to allow a person to extract as much life force as possible from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that they sensed. It's no wonder you're able to refine supreme spirit-grade divine pills. With this amount of life force, any spirit-grade divine pill would be able to be refined into a supreme spirit-grade divine pill. Putting everything else aside, your ability to extract the life force from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is already comparable to a top emperor-grade divine alchemist. In fact, it's comparable to an ordinary emperor-grade divine alchemist. Only Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjie, who were standing close to him, could hear the last part of his sentence. Even Wang Fu, who was standing nearby, could not hear him. Most of the onlookers were watching from afar. Naturally, the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Wang Fu was more than enough for the onlookers to find out what they wanted to know. Heavens! Revered Elder Duan learned this from revered Elder Ling Yan? Is this considered as the student surpassing the master? I heard from revered Elder Ling Yan that Duan Lingtian extracted more life force from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth than he did. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the young revered Elder Duan from the Linghu family is already an emperor-grade divine alchemist when he just learned how to refine pills? I can only say that he's at the level of an emperor-grade divine alchemist when it comes to extracting life force. In fact, he's even more skilled than most emperor-grade divine alchemists. But isn't this the most difficult step in refining a divine pill? That's right. Practice makes perfect with the other steps. Only this step requires one to be able to sense the life force from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It's also because of this that divine alchemists who are skilled in the law of life have a unique advantage in this aspect. Duan Lingtian could not help but chuckle inwardly when he heard the discussions of the onlookers. It was true that divine alchemists who were skilled in the law of life had an advantage in extracting life force from spiritual weapons. However, that was all there was to it. Duan Lingtian might not be skilled in the law of life, but because of the divine tree of life in his little world, he was far more sensitive to the life force from the heaven and earth spiritual chi than anyone else. Perhaps only those who had realms of gods as little worlds in their bodies would be able to match him in this aspect. This was because every realm of gods had a divine tree of life. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had heard from the world-cleansing divine water in his body that every realm of gods required a divine tree of life to support it. Without a divine tree of life, his little world would not be able to develop into a realm of gods. At that time, Duan Lingtian had wondered where the divine tree of life had come from. Then, he thought about his own situation. Although he was not a supreme expert, he had a divine tree of life in his little world. Would he be able to develop his little world with the help of the divine tree of life in the future? At that time, if he became a supreme expert, would he be able to kill a supreme expert from a realm of gods and replace that realm of gods with his little world to become a new realm of gods? At that time, one of the realms of gods would belong to Duan Lingtian. After all, it was his little world. Let's disperse. Linghu Renjie looked at the onlookers and said in a clear voice. After listening to Ling Yan's words in a hushed tone, he had many questions to ask Duan Lingtian and many things he wanted to say. With so many onlookers around, it was obviously inconvenient. After all, Linghu Renjie was the clan leader of the Linghu family. Although the onlookers were reluctant to leave, they still dispersed. During this time, Duan Lingtian received many voice transmissions. Duan Lingtian, I'm Yuan Yu, the clan leader of the Linghu family. My mansion is 2 blocks north of yours. If you have time, feel free to come and find me for tea or wine. Duan Lingtian, I'm Duan Lingtian, The voice transmissions were all directed at Duan Lingtian. It was clear that Duan Lingtian's ability to refine a supreme divine pill had made them realize Duan Lingtian's potential. After all, Duan Lingtian came to the Linghu family with the reputation of being a monstrous genius. However, he had the potential to become an emperor-grade divine pill master even though he had just started learning how to refine pills. Such an all-rounder talent would definitely soar to the sky in the future. If they did not take this opportunity to befriend him, they would not have the chance to do so in the future. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian found the person who sent the voice transmissions and exchanged pleasantries with him. However, in the end, he did not respond at all. In the end, he did not reply at all. After a few moments, the crowd around Duan Lingtian's mansion dispersed. The originally noisy environment had completely returned to its original tranquility at this moment. Within the courtyard, Wang Fu led the others away, and Duan Lingtian, Linghu Renjie, and Lin Yan sat around the wooden table in the pergola within the courtyard. Revered Elder Duan, you have a foundation in pill refinement, right? For example, before coming to the realms of gods, did you refine celestial pills in the Devata realms? Lin Yan asked as soon as he sat down. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When I was in the Devata realms, I started to refine celestial pills, but I didn't really do much after that. However, before I ascended to the Devata realms, I did have some achievements in pill refinement when I was still in the mundane realms. If Duan Lingtian's peers who came from the mundane realms heard his words, they would definitely roll their eyes at him. In the mundane realms, if Duan Lingtian said he was second in pill refinement, who would dare to say they were first? As expected, Lin Yan sighed in relief. I was just thinking about how you managed to refine the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills on your second try. It's impossible that you're able to refine the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills on your second try. It's normal if you have a foundation in pill refinement. After all, the refinement of divine pills in the realms of gods isn't as complicated as the refinement of celestial pills in the Devata realms. The most important part is the purification process. Lin Yan stared at Duan Lingtian intently as he said, Revered Elder Duan, based on your performance today, I'm sure you have the potential to become an Emperor-grade divine pill master, or even a Supremacy-grade divine pill master. A Supremacy-grade divine pill master. Duan Lingtian was not surprised. But Linghu Renjie was shocked when he heard Lin Yan's words. One had to know that even the old ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon sect was only an ordinary Emperor-grade divine alchemist who was coveted by several peak Emperor-grade divine alchemists in the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. However, Ling Yan said Duanling Tian had the potential to become a revered grade divine alchemist, an Emperor-grade divine alchemist. Linghu Renjie knew his old friend very well. He was not one to speak without thinking. In other words, Lin Yan had high hopes for Duanling Tian. "You're too kind, revered Elder Lin." Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. "I'm only a beginner now. I still have a long way to go before I can refine divine pills. I hope you'll be able to guide me in the future, revered Elder Lin." Duanling Tian was not trying to keep a low profile. He just felt he was lacking a lot in the Tao of alchemy in the realms of gods. Let's not talk about anything else. Take the king-grade divine pill formulas that he found in the Linghu family's library as an example. There were many things he could not understand. Theoretically, he could not understand those things. Only the pill formulas of spirit-level divine pills could be understood by him based on his past alchemy experience, because compared to the pill formulas of king-level divine pills, it was much simpler. Heavens! Is that Duanling Tian an all-around talent? Not only does he have monstrous talent and perception, but he also became a lower god king at such a young age. Moreover, he has the strength to defeat an ordinary upper god king, and he is also a divine alchemist. He can even refine an ultimate divine pill? What kind of genius did the Hidden Fog sect miss out on? The Linghu family has really picked up a treasure this time. The Hidden Fog sect is probably regretting this so much that their intestines are turning green. If I were a member of the Hidden Fog sect, I would want to bang my head against a wall and die. Before Duanling Tian came to the Linghu family, the fame he had created in the Hidden Fog sect had already spread far and wide. He wasn't even 3,000 years old, but with a divine spirit realm cultivation, he had become the first divine spirit realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. He was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hidden Fog sect's former core disciple, Shui Haichuan. Later, when news of Duanling Tian killing the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao spread out, it caused an even greater sensation. If one said that the two inner sect disciples that Duanling Tian killed on the Hidden Fog sect's extreme martial arena weren't well known outside, then Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao were core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. But Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao were core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect that everyone knew of. Moreover, they knew that their strength ranked in the top 5 of the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples. However, these two middle god kings were existences that could defeat the majority of the Hidden Fog sect's upper god king realm inner sect elders. Yet, they were killed by Duanling Tian, who had just broken through to the lower god king realm. When this news spread to Linghu City, the entire city was stirred up. Many people even doubted the veracity of this news. However, as Duanling Tian came to Linghu City and joined the Linghu family, those people who doubted the veracity of this news no longer dared to doubt it. The facts were placed in front of them. If this news wasn't true, then why would Duanling Tian leave the Hidden Fog sect and join the Linghu family? As for the news of Duanling Tian betraying the Hidden Fog sect, this news filled the Hidden Fog sect's disciples with righteous indignation. As for those outside, they didn't think much of it. They even thought that Duanling Tian's choice was the best choice. Otherwise, would he have continued to stay in the Hidden Fog sect and waited for Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei to find him for revenge? Duanling Tian's name had spread through Linghu City for a long time. It wasn't until recently that the rumors stopped a little, but at this time, the Linghu family sent out news that caused Duanling Tian's name to become the focus of everyone's attention once more. He refined the limit divine pill. Elder Thunder sighed. In an instant, he seemed to age a great deal. He looked at Shi Tongming and said, "Tongming, go to the Linghu family in my place and look for that Duanling Tian. Tell him that my disciple Long Xiao provoked him and he killed Long Xiao." Long Shao brought this upon himself, and I will not pursue the matter any further. From now on, the debt between us is settled. Elder Lei had compromised. Whether it was because of the monstrous talent Duan Lingtian displayed or the unknown background of Duan Lingtian, Elder Thunder retreated. The reason he appeared in Linghu City was to find a chance to capture Duan Lingtian and bring him back to the Hidden Fog sect. All of this was because of the death of his disciple Long Shao. But now he let it go. He had a strong premonition that if he continued to be enemies with Duan Lingtian, not only would he and his other disciples be implicated, but even the Hidden Fog sect might be implicated. Chapter 3757. Long Shao was only one of Elder Lei's many disciples. Although he was one of his favorite disciples, to Elder Lei, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, losing this disciple wouldn't affect him too much. And the reason he wanted to take revenge for Long Shao was because of their relationship as master and disciple. But it was more for his face. His Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei's disciple had been killed and he couldn't take revenge? If news of this were to spread out, it would be shameful. And now, the more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more terrified he became. He no longer wanted to be enemies with the Duan Lingtian. Even if it was shameful, he would accept it. The unknown was always the most terrifying. Yes, honorable master. Hearing Elder Lei's words, Shi Tongming's eyes brightened. At the same time, he secretly relaxed. He was also worried that his honorable master would continue to oppose the Duan Lingtian. If that happened, he didn't know when he would be targeted by the Duan Lingtian. Even his senior apprentice brother Long Shao, who was much stronger than him, had died at the hands of the Duan Lingtian. If he were targeted by the Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't have a good ending. I will wait here for you to return. Once you return, we will return to the sect. Elder Lei said. Yes. Shi Tongming respectfully responded once more. Then, he left the restaurant and went straight to the Linghu family. I am looking for your Linghu family's exalted Duan Lingtian. My name is Shi Tongming. I am a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei. I have no ill intentions. After being stopped by a patrolling disciple of the Linghu family, Shi Tongming quickly spoke. When he said that he was a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, he could see that the patrolling disciple of the Linghu family had an unfriendly look in his eyes. Wait here, I will report to Exalted Duan. When the patrolling disciple of the Linghu family mentioned Exalted Duan, his eyes revealed a look of respect. Exalted Duan was publicly recognized as the #1 genius of the Linghu family's younger generation. In addition to his achievements in alchemy, all the younger disciples of the Linghu family viewed him as an idol, and this patrolling disciple was one of them. Shi Tongming? As for Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle of refining a king-level divine pill, when he heard the report from the housekeeper, Wang Fu, outside the door, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he directly said, Uncle Fu, tell that brother to bring him over. Yes, young master. Under Wang Fu's instructions, the patrolling disciple returned to the Linghu family's residence and personally brought Shi Tongming to Duan Lingtian's residence. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also walked out of the room and saw Shi Tongming in the courtyard. We meet again. Seeing Shi Tongming again, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. The last time he saw Shi Tongming was after he killed the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng. At that time, Shi Tongming had come on behalf of his honorable master, wanting to accept him as a disciple. But he had been rejected. However, Shi Tongming was not angry. After receiving his reply, he left. At that time, Shi Tongming was a core disciple. Although he was polite when facing Duan Lingtian, the invisible arrogance he exuded was clearly visible. And now, after Shi Tongming saw him, he bowed and respectfully said, Foreign Elder Duan, is there something you need from me? Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Tongming and bluntly asked. Shi Tongming nodded. Foreign Elder Duan, my honorable master asked me to come. He is in Linghu City. Elder Lei came to Linghu City. Duan Lingtian smiled, not at all surprised. Why did Elder Lei ask you to look for me? Could it be that he wants you to lure me out so that he can capture me and bring me back to the Hidden Fog sect? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shi Tongming immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Honorable Master came to Linghu City because he wanted to find a chance to capture you and bring you back to the Hidden Fog sect. He and Elder Feng agreed that they would each take turns coming to Linghu City for a year. Recently, he has been in Linghu City. But, speaking to hear, Shi Tongming paused for a moment before continuing. Today, after learning that you refined the Limit Divine Pill, Honorable Master thought for a moment and finally came to a decision. He asked me to tell you that Long Shao provoked you first and was killed by you. He deserved it. From now on, he will no longer think of taking revenge for Long Shao. You and him are even. Shi Tongming's words left Duan Lingtian a bit surprised. He never thought that after news of him refining the Limit Divine Pill spread out, it would cause the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei to have such thoughts. Elder Lei couldn't be deliberately lowering my guard so that he can attack me, right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shi Tongming and asked with a smile. And Shi Tongming's response to Duan Lingtian was to directly swear a heart demon blood oath in front of Duan Lingtian. He said that Elder Lei didn't want to be enemies with Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he couldn't see through Elder Lei's lies. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Go back and tell Elder Lei. I have no enmity with him to begin with. It was his disciple, Long Shao, who provoked me first. Now that Long Shao is dead, it can be considered retribution. In the future, as long as Elder Lei doesn't become enemies with me, I won't regard him as an enemy. And the reason Shi Tongming came here was to hear these words from Duan Lingtian. After hearing these words, he revealed a smile. He bowed and cupped his hands together. Then I thank Exalted Duan on behalf of my honorable master. Exalted Duan, my goal has been achieved. I will take my leave first. Shi Tongming left the Linghu family and returned to the restaurant to meet up with Elder Lei. Then Elder Lei brought him out of Linghu City and returned to the Hidden Fog sect. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Lei immediately sought out the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Chen Yin. He told Chen Yin everything he heard in Linghu City as well as his final decision. I don't recommend becoming enemies with Duan Lingtian. Even if we disregard his background, with his personal ability, his rise is just around the corner. In a few more years, he might be able to deal with our Hidden Fog sect by himself. You should know what it means to be a divine alchemist who can refine the limit of divine pills. Elder Lei said in a low voice. Chen Yin's expression changed when he heard this. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded and said, You're right to be concerned. Since you're willing to let go of Long Zhao's hatred, why can't I let go? From now on, the Hidden Fog sect will no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian. Chen Yin also made his decision. There is one more thing. As Elder Lei spoke, he looked deeply at Chen Yin. Regarding the Hidden Fog sect's disciples believing Duan Lingtian to be ungrateful, I hope you can refute these rumors. Sometimes, when you plant your own seed, you have to eat the fruit you bear. Chen Yin couldn't help but bitterly smile at Elder Lei's words. So you know everything. Do you think I don't understand your personality? After Elder Lei spoke these words, he turned and prepared to leave. But as Chen Yin saw Elder Lei step away and leave, he quickly said to him, As for Elder Feng, please help me pass on a message. He might not listen to me. I know. Elder Lei lightly responded. I will go find him now. And when Elder Lei found Elder Feng and told him everything he heard in Linghu City, Elder Feng fell silent. Then, Elder Lei said that he didn't want to be enemies with Duan Lingtian, and that the Hidden Fog sect also didn't have any plans to be enemies with Duan Lingtian. I understand. Elder Feng nodded. From start to finish, his expression was calm, without any joy or sorrow. Old Feng. Elder Lei sighed. Look on the bright side. Live a few more years and be killed by heavenly tribulation. That is our final destination. Do you want to be killed in advance? Although my words are a bit groundless, it isn't completely impossible. Elder Lei advised. I know. Elder Feng's lips finally curved up in a smile. Seeing this, Elder Lei felt relieved and left. However, after Elder Lei left, the smile on Elder Feng's face turned into a cold smile in an instant. His originally calm eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light. Long Shao isn't related to you by blood, so you can naturally forget about it. But Xiong Feng is my grandson. He is also the only bloodline I have left. The enmity of killing my grandson is absolutely irreconcilable. Elder Feng took a deep breath. After that instant of eruption, he restrained his emotions once more. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. That Duan Lingtian was in Skywind City. After Elder Feng regained his composure, he left the Hidden Fog sect like a wild crane and soon arrived at Skywind City. Skywind City was a small city near the Hidden Fog sect. The most powerful force here was the Hidden Fog Academy under the Hidden Fog sect. And now, Elder Feng had come to Skywind City without going to the Hidden Fog Academy. He didn't even alarm anyone there. It was as if he was an outsider who had come to Skywind City. After staying in Heavenly Wind City for a month, he left and returned to the Hidden Fog sect. During this month, although he didn't go to the Hidden Mist Academy and didn't alert anyone there, he still secretly inquired about a lot of things. Duan Lingtian has two close friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian said. One is called Ding Yen. He has already left the Hidden Fog Academy. The other is called Ho Qingning. He is the young sect master of a God King level sect. I'll wait for a while and try to use that Ho Qingning to threaten that Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family. When that time comes, I'll find someone to kill that Duan Lingtian. With a plan in mind, Elder Feng returned to the Hidden Fog sect and calmed down. Whether it was the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin or Elder Lei, they naturally believed that Elder Feng had already let go of his hatred for Duan Lingtian. And in the following period of time, Qian Yin ordered people to refute the rumors within the Hidden Fog sect. They said that Duan Lingtian hadn't betrayed the Hidden Fog sect, and that Duan Lingtian had killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao because they had tried to kill him first. He had only killed them in self-defense. The sect ruled that he wasn't guilty. In addition, the Hidden Fog sect also wished him well in the Linghu family. Qian Yin shook his head. We don't know his identity? Wu Fengyin was stunned. Then, he asked in confusion. Since we haven't confirmed that his identity isn't to be trifled with, Elder Feng and Elder Lei won't pursue this matter? That shouldn't be possible, right? In Wu Fengyin's opinion, those two weren't easy to deal with. They were existences that wouldn't act until they saw a rabbit. It wouldn't be easy for them to compromise. In any case, you'll find out in the future. It doesn't matter if I tell you in advance. Qian Yin's eyes flashed. This decision was made by Elder Lei from the very beginning. Elder Lei went to Linghu City and has been waiting there all this time. He was waiting for Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family mansion so that he could catch him off guard and bring him back to our Hidden Fog sect. If he really has a background, we will naturally let him go. If he doesn't, we will kill him to avenge Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Speaking of this, Qian Yin paused for a moment before continuing. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Some time ago, Elder Lei, after Qian Yin spoke of the news that their Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei heard in Linghu City, Wu Fengyin was naturally shocked. That Duan Lingtian refined a peak divine pill? Although he wasn't a divine alchemist, he still knew what a peak divine pill was and what it meant. Besides his heaven-defying talent and perception, he even has such attainments in alchemy? Is he even human? Wu Fengyin found this inconceivable. And now, he finally understood why Elder Lei didn't pursue the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Long Shao, even if he wasn't sure if Duan Lingtian had some great background behind him. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have any background, just from what he had shown so far, it was enough to see that he had a boundless future. For such a character, unless one really offended him and had no choice but to eliminate him by the roots, no one would be willing to become enemies with him as long as there was a chance. Putting himself in Elder Lei's shoes, he might have made the same decision if he stood in Elder Lei's shoes. Sect Master is right. Perhaps he doesn't care about me at all. Wu Fengyin bitterly smiled. He felt that he was overthinking things, that Duan Lingtian had killed his disciple and Elder Lei's disciple. But since he didn't plan to bother with Elder Lei, how could he remember him, Wu Fengyin? Duan Lingtian only heard about the Hidden Fog sect 2 months later. The Hidden Fog sect no longer viewed him as a traitor. Moreover, they publicly blessed him as a member of the Linghu family. The change in attitude was like the difference between heaven and earth. I never thought that just refining a peak spirit-level divine pill would cause Elder Lei and even the Hidden Fog sect to cower in fear. This was something Duan Lingtian never imagined. However, when this Elder Feng left the Hidden Fog sect and headed to Skywind City, he had changed his clothes. His entire body was shrouded in black robes and a hood. Unless one was extremely close, it was impossible to see his appearance. After entering Skywind City, he went straight to the Hidden Fog Academy. But no one in the huge Hidden Fog Academy noticed him entering. "Who are you?" The door to his personal dormitory was suddenly kicked open. The 10-star student, Ho Qingning, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the black-robed person in front of him, his expression changed. Chapter 3759. Who are you? Almost as soon as Ho Qingning's expression changed, he saw the black-robed man who had broken through the door in front of him, waving his hand casually. A terrifying force swept over and bound his entire body. Want free, the whole version please. Baidu search product equals book equals network. His restless divine power was instantly suppressed and calmed down. It was as if a raging sea was suddenly stopped by a needle. The powerful force that enveloped him not only suppressed his divine power, but also made it difficult for him to breathe. He opened his mouth to ask for help, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Even his eyelids were forcefully closed by the pressure. Who? A slight wind blew past his ears. Ho Qingning knew that he had been taken out of the dormitory, and possibly even out of the Hidden Fog Academy. At this moment, he felt a chill all over his body. Who was this person? Was he an enemy of the 10,000 Leaves sect? But when did the 10,000 Leaves sect have such a powerful enemy? Even the strongest person in the 10,000 Leaves sect, his uncle, didn't have the ability to take him out of the dormitory without alerting the dean of the Hidden Fog sect. It had to be known that the 10-star academy dormitory he lived in was the one closest to the Hidden Fog sect's dean and teachers. Usually, no matter what happened there, it wouldn't escape the eyes of the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Even if the teachers couldn't find it, the dean would. After all, the dean was a divine emperor powerhouse. Who is he? Our 10,000 Leaves sect would never provoke such a powerful existence. A high divine king? Or a divine emperor powerhouse? At this moment, Ho Qingning's heart was filled with apprehension. At the same time, his mind began to work quickly. Such a powerhouse could kill me as easily as killing a chicken. But he didn't kill me. Instead, he took me away. In other words, he might not want to kill me. Or, in his eyes, I have no value. Now, Ho Qingning was both anxious and confused. He didn't know what had happened and why this powerhouse took him away from the Hidden Fog Academy. Who did he offend? Or rather, had the 10,000 Leaves sect offended someone? He couldn't figure it out at all. Bang! Just as Ho Qingning was still at a loss, he suddenly heard a loud noise, and then he felt a sharp pain in his back. It was obvious that he had knocked over something. When his body landed on the ground, he realized that the powerful force that had enveloped him had faded away. The divine power in his body was no longer suppressed, and he could finally open his eyes. However, even though his divine power was no longer suppressed, Ho Qingning did not have the courage to use his divine power. This was because his opponent was much stronger than him. Perhaps, the other party only needed a finger to crush him to death. However, Ho Qingning still opened his eyes. He wanted to see who had kidnapped him. Was it someone he had inadvertently offended, or was it someone the 10,000 Leaves sect had offended? Senior, may I know, why have you brought me here? The moment he opened his eyes, Ho Qingning found that he had been brought to a wasteland. At this moment, he was sitting with his back against a tree. Just now, the black-robed man in front of him had obviously thrown him onto the tree trunk. At this moment, Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed man whose back was facing him. His face was filled with confusion and confusion. "Do you see the city in front?" However, the black-robed man did not reply to Ho Qingning. He looked ahead and asked in a hoarse voice. Although the voice was hoarse, Ho Qingning could tell that it was an old man's voice. However, Ho Qingning could not help but follow the other party's gaze. With just one glance, he was stunned. "This is 10,000 Leaves City?" 10,000 Leaves City was not unfamiliar to Ho Qingning. In fact, he was very familiar with it because he had grown up in 10,000 Leaves City. 10,000 Leaves City was completely controlled by the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him. Although it was not as big as Tianfeng City, it was still a bustling city. From Tianfeng City to 10,000 Leaves City. Suddenly, Ho Qingning felt his scalp go numb because he thought of the distance between Tianfeng City and 10,000 Leaves City. To be able to bring him here at such a fast speed. Even a powerful higher divine king would not be able to do that, unless it was a divine emperor expert. A divine emperor expert? When Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed man again, his heart twitched. It was hard to imagine why such an existence would target him and kidnap him from the Hidden Fog Academy. Moreover, he was bringing him back to 10,000 Leaves City. He did not think that the other party was kind enough to bring him home. The other party must have a reason for bringing him here. "Senior?" Ho Qingning asked in a trembling voice. You brought me here. Is there a reason? I and the 10,000 Leaves sect should not offend you, senior?" At this moment, Ho Qingning's heart was as anxious as it could be. With the strength of this expert in front of him, killing him or even destroying the 10,000 Leaves sect would be as easy as blowing off dust. "You and the 10,000 Leaves sect have not offended me." The black-robed man's back was facing Ho Qingning as he spoke slowly. Then, "Senior, this is..." Hearing this, Ho Qingning breathed a sigh of relief and could not resist the temptation. "You are friends with Duan Lingtian?" Ho Qingning, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, heard the black-robed man's words and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him had come for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. To be able to meet Duan Lingtian and become friends with him was something that Ho Qingning had always been proud of. Even after Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family, the entire Hidden Fog sect scolded Duan Lingtian for being ungrateful, and the entire Hidden Fog Academy questioned Duan Lingtian's character. Even so, Ho Qingning's confidence in Duan Lingtian never wavered. Although he hadn't known Duan Lingtian for long, he knew that Duan Lingtian was not an ungrateful person. Moreover, Ho Qingning's family background was extraordinary, so he was well aware of some matters within the sect. Duan Lingtian had killed Shangguan Shengfeng and Long Shao, the two grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Elder Feng and Elder Lei would never let this matter go. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to smoothly go to the Linghu family was definitely because Elder Feng and Elder Lei didn't stop him. Afterwards, the Hidden Fog sect released news that Sect Master Qian Yin personally refuted the rumors. He said that Duan Lingtian was not an ungrateful person, and that the Hidden Fog sect blessed Duan Lingtian with a bright future in the Linghu family. At that time, Ho Qingning knew that the grudges between Duan Lingtian and the Hidden Fog sect had come to an end. At the very least, the Hidden Fog sect would no longer openly be enemies with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is awesome. At that time, this was his only thought. At the same time, he was also puzzled. He didn't know why the Hidden Fog sect suddenly changed their attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It wasn't until several months later that he received news from Linghu City that he was completely enlightened. Duan Lingtian had refined a peak-grade divine pill. Although it was only a peak-grade spirit-level divine pill, his alchemy skills were something that even the divine alchemists of a divine emperor-level influence like the Hidden Fog sect couldn't compare with. At the very least, One needs to be an outstanding emperor-level divine alchemist to be able to refine a peak-grade spirit-level divine pill. Ho Qingning was well aware of this point. It was also because of this that he understood why the Hidden Fog sect had backed down. They didn't want to drift further and further away from Duan Lingtian and even become enemies with him. To put it bluntly, the Hidden Fog sect was terrified. When he learned of this, he was happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. This was because after Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family, he had been worried about Duan Lingtian. He originally wanted to send a message to Duan Lingtian to ask about his current situation. But as he thought of Duan Lingtian's current achievements and status, and as he looked at himself, he finally dispelled the idea of sending a message. If he sent a message, he would only be able to chat a bit. He, Ho Qingning, wouldn't be able to help much. Unknowingly, the friend he once felt wasn't too far away from had already left him in the dust, leaving him in the dust. He can't be considered a friend. Facing the black-robed man's question, Ho Qingning was vigilant. He shook his head and said, "Before he went to the Hidden Fog sect, he was also a 10-star student of my Hidden Fog Academy. I just got along well with him." "Is that so?" The black-robed man's tone suddenly changed, becoming a bit unfriendly. "Then, do you have his soul bead?" "I don't." Ho Qingning shook his head. Now that he could see that this black-robed man was targeting Duan Lingtian, he naturally had to be cautious. This black-robed man clearly wanted him to be an accomplice in dealing with Duan Lingtian. "I'll give you one more chance." The black-robed man spoke again, his voice cold and gloomy. "This time, if you don't answer truthfully, in a quarter of an hour, I will let you see the head of your father, the 10,000 Leaves sect master." As soon as the black-robed man said this, Ho Qingning's complexion changed. He never imagined that this divine emperor powerhouse would be so despicable as to use his father to threaten him. He didn't doubt this black-robed man's strength. This black-robed man had the ability to kill his father and even exterminate the entire 10,000 Leaves sect. "Speak," the black-robed man urged. Yes. In the end, no matter how unwilling Ho Qingning was in his heart, he still spoke the truth. At some unknown time, his fists were tightly clenched together. He felt incomparably guilty. "Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry, I can't help it." "Very good." The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "Now, follow me to Linghu City. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee that I won't touch a single hair on your 10,000 Leaves sect. But if you don't cooperate, I don't mind exterminating your entire 10,000 Leaves sect." As he spoke, the black-robed man's tone suddenly turned cold, giving people the feeling that they had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 3760. Duan Lingtian had been very anxious and conflicted lately. It had been 2 years since he was able to officially refine a king-level divine pill. He had always wanted to try refining a king-level divine pill, but he didn't want to do so as long as he didn't leave the Linghu clan. He was afraid that he would encounter some trouble later on. Ordinary troubles were one thing, but he was afraid of encountering crazy, loose cultivators and bandits who would directly attack and kidnap him. Even the Linghu family couldn't resist some of these people. But for now, he was fine. True experts wouldn't bother with him, and the Linghu family had the ability to defend against those who weren't that strong. They could protect him. Logically speaking, now that I can even refine royal-grade divine pills, with my ability to sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spiritual energy, I should be able to extract it. It shouldn't be a problem for me to refine king-grade divine pills. Over the past 2 years, I've been using ordinary king-grade divine pills to aid my cultivation, but my cultivation progress has been minimal. Moreover, I've been using the same type of divine pill for a long time, so it's inevitable that I'll develop a resistance to it. If I can concoct a few king-grade divine pills that can aid in cultivation and turn them into ultimate-grade divine pills, it will be a great help to my cultivation. Over the past 2 years, even the Linghu family's chief divine pill master, Lin Yan, had frequently visited Duan Lingtian to see if Duan Lingtian could refine a supreme king-grade divine pill. However, Duan Lingtian had always held back. So Lin Yan had always returned disappointed. Recently, he hadn't even come to see Duan Lingtian. According to his original words, Consecrator Duan, I'm asking too much of you. The peak spirit grade divine pill is something that many emperor grade divine pill refiners can refine. However, even an emperor grade divine pill master might not be able to refine a supreme king grade divine pill. Take the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan for example. He's someone that all the top emperor grade forces in Tungling province want to invite, but I've never heard of him being able to refine a supreme king grade divine pill. Every time, Lin Yan was afraid that Duan Lingtian would be discouraged, so he patiently comforted Duan Lingtian. Little did he know that Duan Lingtian had been holding back all along. Let's wait for a few more months. Normally speaking, the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianzheng, can't stay in Linghu City forever. If I were him, I would have lost my patience long ago. Now, Duan Lingtian desperately needed a peak-level king-grade divine pellet to aid his cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how hard he worked, his progress would be limited. Of course, in the eyes of others, that little bit of progress was already considered extremely fast. However, in his opinion, it was extremely slow. This was because he couldn't possibly take the normal path like a normal person. He had to take a shortcut, otherwise, there was no way he could bring Kerr back from the world of divine remains. Even if Linghu Chuin was Kerr, he still had to obtain the approval of the family behind Kerr. Even if Kerr didn't care, this was something that he had to do. All in all, there was not much time left for him. In just over 300 years, if he took the normal path, he might not even be able to enter the Celestial Lord realm, let alone the Celestial Emperor realm or the Godly Venerable realm. The Xia clan of the world of divine remains is a Godly Venerable realm clan. Duan Lingtian did not know about this in the past. However, after coming to the Linghu family and spending some time in the Linghu family's library, he read about the records of the top forces in the various planes of gods in an ancient book in the library. As early as Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Linghu family, the head of the Linghu family had told him that he had to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's whereabouts at all times. He couldn't allow Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family mansion alone for fear of danger. He had always kept this in mind and even ordered the elders on duty to pay attention to this point. However, for over 2 years, Exalted Elder Duan had allowed them to be at ease. He had never left the Linghu family mansion. Until today. Exalted Elder Duan teleported away from the Linghu family? When the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, received the message, he was sitting on a flying ship heading towards the Tianlong temple. He was almost there. Linghu Renjia spoke of his plans. Now, since Duan Lingtian was still fine even after leaving the Linghu family's mansion, it meant that he had left in secret and no one was watching him. Of course, it was also possible that no one was watching Duan Lingtian. However, just in case, he still planned to contact Linghu Huan and have Linghu Huan meet Duan Lingtian outside Linghu City in advance when Duan Lingtian returned. Hurry up and ask him where he is. Tell him to wait for me there. My brother and I will go find him. What a troublesome little bastard. Linghu Huan simply sent a message. I'll ask him. When Linghu Renjia sent another message to Duan Lingtian and explained the situation, Duan Lingtian's first reaction was to refuse. Patriarch, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can return safely. There's really no need to trouble Grand Elders Hung and Huan. What a joke. He had left his home in order to deceive others and find a secluded place to refine his limit king-level divine pill. That way, even if the pill tribulation appeared, no one would know. If the Hung and Huan elders followed him, wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? Although it wasn't that he didn't trust them, he still felt that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. At the very least, he didn't plan to let anyone else know about this. However, his refusal didn't have much of an effect in the end. Linghu Renjia had his own bottom line. When you return, just before you reach Linghu City, Send me a message and I'll have the 2 grand elders come out to pick you up. Don't come back alone. You might have been careless when you went out, so no one noticed you. There's still a certain amount of risk when you come back. Duan Lingtian thought about Linghu Renjia's bottom line for a moment. It wouldn't affect what he was going to do this time, so he agreed. It could be said that he had accepted Linghu Renjia's favor. Be careful. Send me a message if anything happens. Linghu Renjia reminded him one last time before putting away the message. Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled, but his heart felt even warmer. This was the first time someone cared about him like this since he came to the Mystic Handle land. Perhaps he could add another sentence. Besides the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciple, Tang Wuyan. In the past 2 years, Wu Feng had sent him messages from time to time. Most of the time, Wu Feng talked to him about what the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder, Elder Tang Chun, said. From Elder Tang Chun's chatter, Wu Feng heard a lot about how Tang Wuyan cared about him before and after he left. When he left the Hidden Fog sect and was deemed a traitor by the sect, Tang Wuyan was so angry that she shut herself in. It wasn't until the Hidden Fog sect's sect master personally issued an order to refute the rumors that Tang Wuyan walked out of her room under Tang Chun's comfort. She had lost a lot of weight. I can't see her again in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. Another ultimate divine pill had come from his hands. Moreover, it was an ultimate king-grade divine pill this time. However, Duan Lingtian's smile didn't last long before it collapsed. This was because the ultimate Earth King divine pill could not even withstand the first pill tribulation and was blasted into powder. Chapter 3762. Crippled. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded as he watched the ultimate Earth King divine pill being destroyed by the tribulation. However, his face was immediately filled with confusion. When the tribulation clouds dispersed, he started to refine the Earth King divine pill again. This time he was even more careful, afraid that the pill would be destroyed again. This time it was still the ultimate Earth King divine pill. However, it was still destroyed when the tribulation descended. Then a third time, it was still destroyed by the tribulation. What's going on? What went wrong? After racking his brains, Duan Lingtian felt that there was no problem with his alchemy steps and techniques. Normally speaking, it was impossible for the Earth King divine pill to not be able to withstand the tribulation. Ask revered Elder Lin Yen. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, Lin Yen, and asked directly, Revered Elder Lin Yen, I've refined a few ultimate spirit-level divine pills outside, but they all failed to pass the tribulation. What's going on? There can't be a mistake in the alchemy process and steps. Duan Lingtian added as he reached the end of his sentence. You left the Linghu family mansion? After knowing that Duan Lingtian was outside, Lin Yen was worried about his safety. As a good friend of Linghu Renjia, he had long heard about Duan Lingtian's current situation from Linghu Renjia. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian say that he was safe, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he expressed his opinion. I'm very clear about your alchemy skills. There shouldn't be a mistake in refining the king-level divine pill. And you said it yourself, there's no problem with the alchemy process and steps. Could there be some external reason? Lin Yen guessed. What external reason? Duan Lingtian asked. The so-called external factors are whether or not the divine artifact pill cauldron is in good condition, and whether or not there will be any problems. Then, it's nothing more than your state of mind, whether or not you can calm down to concoct pills. If your state of mind is different, there may be a trace of distraction that you don't even notice which will affect your concoction. Of course, it's impossible to have a big impact, but there are still subtle effects. That kind of effect is often something that you can't even notice yourself. However, just because you can't detect it doesn't mean that the pill tribulation can't detect it either. Lin Yen reminded him, think about it carefully. Is there something wrong with the cauldron? Or is it because of your state of mind? Upon hearing Lin Yan's reminder, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. However, he was still a little unwilling to give up as he inspected the divine artifact pill cauldron before him. However, after a round of inspection, the pill cauldron was safe and sound. It seems that there is indeed a problem with my mental state. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and sighed. Just now, when he thought of Tang Wuyan, his wife, and his lover, he subconsciously thought of the two of them. However, he suppressed the thought after a flash of inspiration. After all, he wanted to avoid this matter. Previously, when they were still in the mundane realm, before Yun Qingyan, Ker's cousin from her past life, appeared, Duan Lingtian and Ker had been searching for his parents, wife, and children. Halfway through their search, Yun Qingyan had appeared and used a spatial celestial weapon to imprison his parents, wife, and children. Yun Qingyan had found his parents, wife, and children first. At that time, 2 people were missing from the group of people Yun Qingyan had imprisoned: Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao. Following that, Duan Lingtian refined a few other king-grade divine pills that were helpful to his cultivation. All of them were refined to the limit Earth King divine pill, and he successfully passed the pill tribulation. Fortunately, he was the only one who saw his heaven-defying performance. Otherwise, everyone in Tungling province would have been shocked. A limit king-grade divine pill. Other than those outstanding emperor-grade divine pill masters, it was basically impossible to refine such a divine pill in an environment rich in heaven and earth spirit qi. Just like Duan Lingtian's current environment, not to mention the outstanding emperor-grade divine pill masters, even if a venerable grade divine pill master came, it would be useless. It was impossible for them to refine a limit king grade divine pill. They couldn't even refine a limit spirit grade divine pill. This was because the heaven and earth spirit qi here was too thin, and the heaven and earth spirit qi contained more life force that could be extracted by divine pill masters in places with more abundant heaven and earth spirit qi. The reason why Duan Lingtian was able to refine a limit king grade divine pill here was because of the life force that originated from the tree of life in his small world. Otherwise, no matter how astonishing his perception of the life force in the heaven and earth spirit qi was, it would be difficult for him to extract enough life force. There was only a little bit in total. Even if he extracted all of it, it wouldn't be enough. As for the emperor-grade divine pill, let's forget about it for now. For a moment, Duan Lingtian even had the thought of refining a limit king-grade divine pill, but he quickly dismissed the idea. This was because he couldn't even refine an ordinary emperor-grade divine pill with 100% success rate. There were still some flaws in the refining process. Even if he didn't lack life force, it would be difficult to refine a limit king-grade divine pill. I'll refine a few more limit king-grade divine pills. The medicinal efficacy of a limit king-grade divine pill is far beyond that of an ordinary divine pill. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian felt that a limit king-grade divine pill could assist his current cultivation. The medicinal efficacy of a limit king-grade divine pill was not something an ordinary divine pill could compare to. If they were to really compare, it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. Take the limit king grade Jia E and Bing grade 3 divine pill that Duan Lingtian had refined previously. If it was an ordinary Jia E and Bing grade 3 divine pill, it would be very difficult for a lesser deity to directly ascend to become an intermediate deity just by relying on the medicinal efficacy of the king grade 3 divine pill. However, the limit king grade Jia E and Bing grade 3 divine pill that Duan Lingtian had refined allowed a disciple who had only cultivated the Linghu family's godly emperor level cultivation method to break through to become a higher deity from the realm of an intermediate deity. Moreover, there was still a lot of medicinal efficacy left for him to continue cultivating. One must know that an intermediate deity who consumed an ordinary Jia E and Bing grade 3 divine pill would not be able to break through to become a higher deity just by relying on the medicinal efficacy of the pill, unless they cultivated a godly emperor-level cultivation method. Even if a lesser deity who had just become an intermediate deity consumed the pill, they would need to cultivate at least an emperor-level cultivation method to break through to become an intermediate deity just by relying on the medicinal efficacy. A godly emperor-level cultivation method? It did not show the astonishing medicinal efficacy of an ordinary Jia E and Bing grade 3 divine pill. However, the Limit King Grade Jia E and Bing Grade 3 Divine Pill that Duan Lingtian had refined allowed a person who had only just become an intermediate deity to break through to become a higher deity. According to the disciple of the Linghu family, almost half of the medicinal efficacy had not been digested after the breakthrough. This showed how heaven-defying the medicinal efficacy of the Limit King Grade Divine Pill was. After I'm done refining the Limit King Grade Divine Pill that I need, I'll refine a few more Emperor-level Divine Pills. I'll give them to the Patriarch when he returns. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he immersed himself in pill refinement again. After all, there were only 18 realms of gods in this world. Both the Divine Offering Land and the Mystic Gangland were among them. Among the 18 realms of gods, there was a realm of gods called the Heavenly Clear Land. The two women that Duan Lingtian had been searching for in the Saint Province realm, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, were among them. As for why they were here, it had something to do with an old friend of theirs. That old friend was also Duan Lingtian's old friend, Jingru. She was the housekeeper that Duan Lingtian had recruited in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's royal city before he left the 10 great dynasties in the Saint Province realm. Later on, Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufang, returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom and brought Li Ro with him. Apart from Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, Jingru was also brought along. However, when Duan Lingtian reunited with his parents, Lin Lan, and Princess Bai Yao, he did not see Jingru. It was as though Jingru had vanished from the face of the earth. He could not find her anywhere. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much pain he must be in. Lin Lan muttered in a low voice with a worried expression on her face. Bai Yao's beautiful face tensed up when she heard Lin Lan's words. The worry in her eyes deepened. Under the black-robed man's reminder, Ho Qingning said according to his words. Okay. Duan Lingtian replied, then sent a message to the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia, and told him what he had encountered. Someone threatened your friend and asked your friend to lure you out? After Linghu Renjia learned of this matter, his expression changed. After asking about the ins and outs of the matter, Linghu Renjia said in a deep voice, 10,000 Leaves sect, I've heard of it before. The 10,000 Leaves sect is located between the God Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect, and the Murong family, the Murong family. It just so happens that the patriarch of the Murong family has some friendship with me, so I asked him to invite the strongest elders of the Murong family to the 10,000 Leaves sect to take a look at the situation. Many thanks, patriarch. After receiving Linghu Renjia's message, Duan Lingtian repeatedly expressed his thanks. At the same time, he thought that the favor Linghu Renjia owed the Murong family could be repaid with ultimate god pills. Patriarch, you can promise the Murong family to give them a batch of ultimate god pills. I'm sure they know how important these pills are to their juniors. You can tell them about the effects of our Linghu family's juniors taking the ultimate god pills. Duan Lingtian said. Are you confident that you can refine more Jia Bing San divine pills? Linghu Renjia asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. It's only because I've been busy refining king-grade divine pills and royal-grade divine pills. Otherwise, I would have refined a lot of extreme first, second, and third divine pills for the clan leader and the juniors in the clan. Ah, good. With this trump card, I'm sure that Murong Yunlu fellow will work hard for us. Linghu Renjia laughed. I'll contact him right away. Murong Yunlu was the current patriarch of the Murong family. He and Linghu Renjia were both patriarchs of God Emperor level families, and the two had a good relationship. Good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Murong family, a God Emperor level family? At this moment, he thought of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who was also the Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, Murong Suifeng. Could that Dean Murong also be related to the Murong family? Of course, this was only Duan Lingtian's first guess. Soon, Linghu Renjia sent a message. I spoke to Murong Yunlu and he agreed now. He has personally left for the 10,000 Leaves sect. There are also 2 Murong family elders accompanying him. Their strength is not below any of the 4 grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. As for how many extreme Jia Yibing San divine pills I want, I've already told him clearly. We'll see how much effort they put in when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. I won't give him the chance to ask for too much. Linghu Renjie said. Thank you, Patriarch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally let out a sigh of relief. Ho Qingning had risked his life to warn him. Not only had he put his own life on the line, but he had also put the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him in danger. He naturally couldn't allow anything to happen to Ho Qingning and the 10,000 Leaves sect. But, Linghu Renjie said with some worry, if the person threatening your friend was sent by Kuang Tianjing, and there's more than one person, the one following your friend now must be the strongest one. If it's just the elders of our Linghu family, I'm still worried. How about this? I'll have the elders contact their friends. As long as they can reach Linghu City within 2 days, they can come over. When the time comes, we'll see how much effort they've put in. We'll use the ultimate Jia Yi and Bing 3 divine pills to return the favor. It doesn't matter if there are any juniors. Even if they can't use the Jia Yi and Bing 3 divine pills, they'll definitely be interested. Linghu Renjie said. Chapter 3765. After hearing about Linghu Renjie's arrangements, Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved. In the next 2 days, while Duan Lingtian calmly refined the Emperor-grade divine pills, he couldn't help but sigh. First of all, he didn't expect to become a divine alchemist so soon. Second, he didn't expect that the most important step to becoming a divine alchemist was to extract life energy. For someone like him who had the divine tree of life in his body, this was a piece of cake. Under such circumstances, as soon as he came into contact with the Tao of divine pills, he refined the ultimate Jia Yibing divine pill on his second try. According to Linghu Renjie, the clan leader of the Linghu family, the limit Jia Yibing divine pill he refined was something even god emperors would be interested in. This time, he could even use the limit Jia Yibing divine pill to repay the favor. Initially, Duan Lingtian was worried that the Linghu family would owe those experts a favor. If that happened, he would owe the Linghu family even more. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Being a divine alchemist is a good job in the plains of gods. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could hear his exclamation. If anyone else heard it, they would definitely roll their eyes at him. Do you think every divine alchemist can refine a limit spirit grade divine pill as easily as you? 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to send a message to Ho Qingning. Are you done with your work? Have you decided on a place to eat? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The best restaurants in Linghu City were owned by the Linghu family. If Ho Qingning wasn't held hostage, he would have invited him to one of the restaurants owned by the Linghu family. Now that he suspected that Ho Qingning was being held hostage, he was certain that Ho Qingning wouldn't choose those restaurants. Duan Lingtian sent a message, but there was no reply from Ho Qingning. For a moment, he was even more certain that Ho Qingning was being held hostage. My soul orbs are probably in the hands of whoever is holding him hostage. Normally, a soul orb's transmission was done through one's mind. However, it was also possible to speak and transmit the message. Furthermore, the content of the message could also be transmitted outwards. It was just like the hands-free phone on Earth. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Ho Qingning didn't receive his message, but the black-robed man beside Ho Qingning did. The black-robed man immediately took out a soul bead and handed it to Ho Qingning. Tell him to meet me in Spring House's Sky Room 2 in 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Ho Qingning promptly informed Duan Lingtian of the location of the meal through the soul orb. Spring House. After receiving the message, the corners of Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. Just as he had thought, it wasn't one of the restaurants under the Linghu family. Although Duan Ling Tian hadn't left the Ling Hu family since joining them, he often chatted with Ling Hu Yun, the fourth son of Ling Hu Renjia, the head of the Ling Hu family. Ling Hu Yun had already finished reading the story that he had given to Duan Ling Tian. After that, he often asked Duan Ling Tian for other stories. At the same time, because he got along well with Duan Ling Tian, he often talked about anything under the sun with Duan Ling Tian. Because of this, although Duan Ling Tian had never strolled around Linghu City, he knew how many decent restaurants there were in Linghu City. Spring House could only be considered an ordinary restaurant. It was a subsidiary property of a God King class family in Linghu City. That God King class family was a subsidiary of the Linghu family. Spring House, Duan Ling Tian transmitted with a smile. I have already forgotten. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Then, Ling Hu Huan introduced the remaining 6 people to Duan Ling Tian. 2 of them were also divine emperors of the Ling Hu family. One of them was another elder of the Ling Hu family, and the only one in the current generation of the Ling Hu family who was on par with the 2 elders Hung and Huan in terms of seniority. In fact, in the Ling Hu family, if the 2 old men, Hung and Hung, did not join hands and fought one-on-one, his strength would surpass either of Ling Hu Hung or Ling Hu Hung. He was called Ling Hu Zhengxing. Ling Hu Zhengxing didn't look old. He was a middle-aged man wearing a loose green robe. He was tall and sturdy and had a dignified appearance. His eyebrows reached his temples and he looked a little serious. Elder Zhengxing. Duan Ling Tian greeted him respectfully. A rare smile appeared on the other party's serious face. It was a forced smile. However, the other party's eyes were still filled with friendliness. As for the remaining 4 people, they were all external reinforcements that Ling Hu Huan had found. They were the brothers' close friends in their early years. As for their specific origins, Ling Hu Huan didn't say much. He only mentioned their names. However, the 4 of them were all lower-level divine emperors. Spring House. After Duan Ling Tian and the 9 divine emperors confirmed the location, they had agreed to meet with Ho Qingning, Ling Hu Zhengxing led Ling Hu Qingze and the other 5 to the vicinity of the Spring House. The 2 elders Hang and Huan secretly followed Duan Ling Tian to protect Duan Ling Tian. So far, no one knew how many people the other party had. As for Duan Ling Tian, he stopped and waited for over an hour after Ling Hu Zhengxing and the others left. Then, he unhurriedly stepped into the air and entered Linghu City from the eastern side of the city. The eastern gate of Linghu City was actually one of the main gates of the Linghu family's mansion. Duan Ling Tian was able to enter without any hindrance. Then, he passed through the Linghu family's mansion and flew out from another gate. It was as if he had just left the Linghu family's mansion. This little guy is quite cautious. Hiding behind Duan Ling Tian, Ling Hu Huan sent a voice transmission to his twin brother Ling Hu Hung. He's very talented and cautious. His future is limitless. Ling Hu Hung replied. Hearing his twin brother's words, Ling Hu Huan was somewhat surprised. The reason for that was because it was the first time he had heard his twin brother praise someone in such a manner. However, when he thought of Duan Ling Tian's performance, talent and comprehension ability, he felt relieved. As long as Duan Ling Tian did not die prematurely in the future, not to mention the Linghu family, even the Tianlong clan, or the several peak god emperor level forces in Tungling province would find it difficult to tolerate him. His stage should be even wider. Tungling province was too small. Spring Gazing House. The reason why Duan Ling Tian chose to pass through the Linghu family's mansion was because he was worried that there would be people guarding the Linghu family's mansion and watching the people who came out from it. If he directly returned from outside Linghu City and was discovered by the enemy's people, it would inevitably arouse their suspicions. After all, he did not tell Ho Qingning that he was not in the Linghu family. We're here. Under Ling Hu Huan's secret instructions, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the entrance of a restaurant called Spring Gazing House. The door was wide open, and many customers were coming in and out. The lobby inside was almost full, and there were even people sitting in a row of seats at the side of the lobby, waiting for a seat. Business was booming. Dear customer, are you here to eat? As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered, a waiter came up to him and asked, "My friend has booked a private room, number 2 of heaven." Duan Lingtian replied, "Dear customer, may I know your name?" The waiter's tone became much more respectful. The heaven-tier private room was the best private room in Spring Gazing House. The lowest cost of a single meal was equivalent to 10 years of working in Spring Gazing House. "Is it your mansion or the 10,000 leaves sex?" Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, but then asked with a smile, "Ahem, the 10,000 leaves sect." Ho Qingning awkwardly coughed twice. "How about it? Do you want to go take a look?" At this moment, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would refuse, because the black-robed man had set up an inescapable net in that mansion. Once Duan Lingtian entered, even if Duan Lingtian had a god-emperor from the Linghu family secretly protecting him, it would be too late to save him. Next time, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "I'm in a hurry to go back to the Linghu family to refine a few divine pills. One of the patriarchs of the Linghu family asked me to refine them, and it's urgent." "Okay, next time then." Ho Qingning nodded with some disappointment. "Then let's part here. If I have time, I'll go to the Hidden Fog Academy to see you." Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked Ho Qingning. "Okay." Ho Qingning squeezed out a smile and nodded. Then the two separated with their backs facing each other. When the two had just walked a dozen steps, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, a ghostly black figure instantly landed in Duan Lingtian's path. The bricks on the street where the figure landed shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. In the center of the spiderweb where the black figure landed, the whole ground caved in. It was a person shrouded in a hooded black robe. It was impossible to see his face or figure, but his appearance shocked the surrounding people and made them retreat. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the figure were left. "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed figure and his face suddenly changed. At the same time, he asked with fear in his eyes, "Why are you blocking my path?" "The person who will kill you." A hoarse voice sounded, and then the black-robed figure released his divine power. Rolling power swept out like a stormy sea. Then, as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast, it charged madly at Duan Lingtian. Bang! Another loud noise rang in the air. The gigantic beast formed from the divine monarch's energy that was about to land on Duan Lingtian was destroyed by the attack from the sky. Then, two figures, like ghosts, appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and protected Duan Lingtian behind them. Hung Huan elders. The black-robed figure's hoarse voice changed at this moment. Then, before the surrounding people could react, his figure flashed and he was ready to leave. However, at this moment, 7 other forces swept out from the dark and blocked his path of retreat from all directions, leaving him with no way to retreat. This was the ambush from all sides. Then, the masters of the 7 forces, Linghu Zhengxing and the others, appeared one after another. Linghu Zhengxing? The black-robed figure seemed to recognize Linghu Zhengxing. When he saw Linghu Zhengxing, his body trembled violently. Then, he looked at Ho Qingning, who had come to Duan Lingtian's side at some point in time. Under the hood, his face could not be seen clearly, but 2 terrifying rays of light shot out. "Ho Qingning, how dare you warn Duan Lingtian? Aren't you afraid that I will send a message and destroy your entire 10,000 Leaves sect? I believe in Duan Lingtian." Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed figure indifferently and said coldly. The reason why he dared to say this was because he knew that Linghu Renjia, the head of the Linghu family, and Murong Yunlu, the head of the Murong family, were very close. They were like brothers of the opposite sex. The Murong family was not far from 10,000 Leaves City, where the 10,000 Leaves sect was located. This was also one of the main reasons why he took the risk to warn Duan Lingtian. If he warned Duan Lingtian, it would directly cut off the 10,000 Leaves sect's survival. Chapter 3767. Although Ho Qingning hadn't known Duan Ling Tian for a long time, from their previous interactions and what he heard afterwards, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Duan Ling Tian was a cautious person. When Duan Ling Tian was still at the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian had refused his help in the 10-star student trial. Ho Qingning thought that Duan Ling Tian would have met with an accident because of his arrogance, but in the end, Duan Ling Tian had survived. Later, through some rumors, he heard that the various God King level family clans of Skywind City had all sent Death Knights to kill Duan Ling Tian. But, without exception, all of them were either annihilated or only a few were left alive. Whether Duan Ling Tian had relied on his own strength or external forces, it was enough to see how cautious Duan Ling Tian was. Later on, while he was at the Hidden Fog Academy, he heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao in the Hidden Fog sect and had smoothly escaped. He had also smoothly entered the Linghu family. From this, Ho Qingning saw just how cautious Duan Ling Tian was. Who were Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? They were two of the 4 highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They were disciples of Elder Wind and Elder Thunder. If someone dared to kill them in the Hidden Fog sect, it would be difficult for them to survive. But Duan Ling Tian had survived. It seemed reckless, but he had still managed to escape unscathed. If someone said that Duan Ling Tian hadn't made preparations beforehand, Ho Qingning wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was because of this that Ho Qingning had dared to send a message to Duan Ling Tian. He believed that as long as Duan Ling Tian discovered some clues and knew that he was being coerced, he would definitely arrange everything. With Duan Ling Tian's current status in the Linghu family, it was enough for the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, to go to great lengths to help him. I've already asked our Linghu family's patriarch to send a message to the Murong family to help look after the 10,000 Leaves sect. However, he should be alone and has no accomplices. Duan Ling Tian looked at the black-robed man and said indifferently, "The divine emperors of the Murong family have been patrolling around Wanya City for 2 days and have not found anyone suspicious. Thank you." Although he was mentally prepared, Ho Qingning was still very excited when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He repeatedly thanked Duan Ling Tian. And now, the onlookers standing in the distance gradually guessed the sequence of events after hearing the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and the black-robed man. Duan Ling Tian. Is this young man the Duan Ling Tian of the Linghu family? He looks so young. So he's the one who refined the ultimate Jia Yibing divine pill? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Many of the onlookers were in an uproar when they guessed Duan Ling Tian's identity. Many of them also looked at Linghu Huan, Linghu Heng, and Linghu Zhengxing. They're the 3 elders of the Linghu family and the 3 strongest people in the Linghu family. I didn't expect them to appear together in Linghu City today. It's obvious they're here to protect revered Elder Duan Ling Tian. I really didn't expect revered Elder Duan Ling Tian to have such a high position in the Linghu clan after just 2 years. The others seem to be divine emperors as well. That's Linghu Qingzhe. That's Linghu. Duan Ling Tian, Ho Qingning, and the black-robed man stood facing each other. Elders Heng and Heng stood side by side between them. Around the black-robed man were 7 divine emperors, led by Linghu Zhengxing. They were all glaring at the black-robed man. The latter was obviously a trapped beast. If Duan Ling Tian died, the Linghu family wouldn't be able to take out the reward. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had been killed right under their noses. Even if the Linghu family was willing to take out something else for revenge, they wouldn't have the face to take it. Was he going to make a wasted trip this time? Thinking of this, they were filled with hatred for Elder Feng. They attacked Elder Feng's back with killing moves. Waves of terrifying power swept over from the direction they had come from. Even if it was just the aftermath of the power, it was still ferocious and powerful when it slammed against the translucent light shield that rose around the Linghu family mansion. At least, it was not weaker than the attack that Linghu Zhengxing and the others had made previously. Lunatic! Lunatic! Linghu Huan opened his mouth and cursed. It was unknown when, but his fat face was covered with cold sweat. On the other hand, the other godly emperors, including Linghu Zhengxing, did not look too good. Their eyes flashed with the lingering fear of surviving a disaster. A low-level godly emperor's self-destruction of his small world is so terrifying? Duan Lingtian looked at the power that was gradually disappearing in front of him. His pupils shrank sharply. Just like that, I'm afraid half of Linghu City has been destroyed? On the other hand, Ho Qingning, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was so frightened that his face was ghastly pale. Even a high-level godly emperor's self-destruction of his small world is probably this powerful. At this time, Linghu Huan cursed, "That guy is a lunatic. If a low-level godly emperor wants to self-destruct his small world to display this kind of power, he has to at least set up a variety of killing formations in his small world. It requires a large amount of godstones to display this kind of explosive power. The price of doing this is that he has to suffer the pain of having his soul refined. It's worse than a normal person who self-destructs his small world. I've only heard of such lunatics before, but I didn't expect to meet one. Fortunately, we have a godly emperor-level spaceship, so we can escape with the speed of a high-level godly emperor. Otherwise, we would have been seriously injured, if not dead. As for you two little guys, you'll definitely die." As soon as Linghu Hung finished speaking, the smoke and dust before Duan Lingtian's eyes dispersed, and a stretch of ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before his eyes. There were broken walls everywhere, and it was impossible to find a complete peace. However, the Linghu family's mansion did not suffer any damage because the Linghu family's protective formation was activated in time. However, near the Linghu family's mansion, there were still a few blood-red areas. Blood was still flowing, and there were broken footsteps everywhere. Obviously, they were left behind by the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples who were killed by the explosion just now. Duan Lingtian's face instantly became serious. This time, fortunately, he had a godly emperor-level spaceship. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive. At the same time, he also learned from Linghu Huan that the explosion of an ordinary low-level godly emperor's small world wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying destructive force. The reason why the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Feng's self-detonation was able to display such destructive power was because he had laid down a serial killing array in his inner small world. Once he detonated his inner small world, the killing array would also activate. Otherwise, even the explosion of a high-level godly emperor wouldn't be this powerful. Lunatic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also agreed with Linghu Huan's words. What's going on? Heavens! What happened? Linghu City, what kind of attack did it encounter? It turned into such a large stretch of ruins. At some unknown time, a group of Linghu family elders and disciples had appeared. They all looked at the ruins in front of them, dumbfounded. They had also been attracted by the earth-shattering sound that had just come from this side. Elder Zhengxing, what's going on? Lin Yan, the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, also arrived at this time. He nodded at Duan Lingtian and then walked towards Linghu Zhengxing. Chapter 3770. Clan Leader. These Jia Yi Bing San divine pills were refined using the clan's own materials. How many do you need? I'll refine them for you as soon as the materials arrive. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He did not mind Linghu Renjie's casual attitude. In fact, he felt that it was only natural for him to do so. Ever since he joined the Linghu family, he had been indebted to Linghu Renjie for taking care of him. He felt that he owed Linghu Renjie a lot of favors, and he wanted to return the favor before he went to the Tianlong clan. As expected, a hint of gratitude flashed in Linghu Renjie's eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You should focus on your cultivation instead of wasting too much time on the Tao of alchemy. In the realms of gods, strength is the most important thing. Although a venerable grade divine pill master has a high status in the realms of gods, unless he's protected at all times, he'll definitely die if a godly venerable expert attacks him. Unless he's a godly venerable himself. However, it's extremely difficult to enter the godly venerable realm. In all the realms of gods, there are less than 100 people who are both godly venerable and venerable grade divine pill masters. After all, there were a total of 18 realms of gods. In all 18 realms of gods, there were less than 100 venerable grade divine pill masters with godly venerable cultivation base. On average, there were only 5 venerable grade divine pill masters with godly venerable cultivation base in each realms of gods. The reason for this was that one could not multitask. If one wanted to achieve something in alchemy, they would have to put in a lot of effort. If one spent time on alchemy, they would have less time to cultivate. There were gains and losses. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he took out a few pill bottles and handed them to Linghu Renjie. Sect leader, I've recently refined these divine pills for you. You've refined them for me? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Linghu Renjie took the pill bottles curiously and looked at the divine pills inside. After a while, Linghu Renjie's breathing quickened. The divine pellets in those bottles were all emperor-level divine pellets that were good for godly emperor's cultivation. If he consumed those divine pellets and consumed all their medicinal efficacy, even if he couldn't break through to the medium-level godly emperor realm, he would be able to reach the level of the elders. Of course, this didn't mean that Linghu Renjie's strength would be on par with the elders of the Linghu family after taking these divine pills. Linghu Renjie was inferior to them in terms of comprehension of laws and profundities. His strength was still lacking. However, his advantage was that he was young. He was younger than the elders. Because of their old age, it was difficult for the elders to advance their cultivation base. It was like ants trying to shake a tree. Their meridians had already solidified. Even if they consumed the emperor-level divine pellets in Linghu Renjie's hand, they still couldn't absorb the medicinal efficacy. At their age, if they wanted to take another step forward, they would have to find an opportunity under the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was a life or death tribulation, but it was also a turning point. If one could make good use of the heavenly tribulation, one's cultivation base would definitely improve. In the plains of gods, there were many experts who were mediocre in terms of talent and comprehension. The reason why their cultivation base was high was because they were good at using the heavenly tribulation. They could always find an opportunity to break through during the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. Linghu Renjie kept the pill bottle as though he had just obtained a precious treasure. He thanked Duan Ling Tian profusely. In the Linghu family, Duan Ling Tian, with the help of the Limit King level divine pill he refined and his own hard work, finally stepped into the final bottleneck between the lower God King and middle God King realms. Although he hadn't broken through yet, his strength had increased a step further. It was worth mentioning that, with the Supreme Godhead and the floating image pearl provided by the Linghu family, which recorded the battles between powerhouses skilled in the law of space, his comprehension of the law of space had also improved greatly. His overall strength couldn't be compared to 10 years ago. The hidden fog sex efficiency is really high. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian rose into the air and looked down at Linghu City. It had been 8 years since then, and Linghu City had returned to its original state. In fact, it looked like a brand new city, and it was even more prosperous than before. The incident 12 years ago made Linghu City famous in Tongling Province. Many people deliberately traveled thousands of miles just to see Linghu City, which had been destroyed by the hidden fog sex elder foam. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall that in his previous life on Earth, the holy lands of internet celebrities were all hyped up, The unforeseen event 12 years ago was undoubtedly a successful attempt by Ling Hu Chang to create hype. Chapter 3771. Within Linghu City, everything was peaceful. However, in these past 12 years, Duan Lingtian hadn't left the Linghu family's mansion. No one knew whether or not the Tianlong clan's inner sect Elder Kuang Tianzheng was lurking outside or not. Of course, this possibility wasn't high. Although the possibility wasn't high, Duan Lingtian didn't plan on taking any risks. Moreover, there wasn't much in Linghu City that could attract him. If he wanted something, he only needed to speak to the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie, and he would immediately send someone to deliver it to him. I have no idea when I'll be able to break through the bottleneck of my cultivation. As he thought of his current cultivation, Duan Lingtian sighed. He sat in the void, overlooking Linghu City. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. It's too difficult. From becoming a divinity to breaking through to the lower God King realm, it didn't take long. But now, I've been stuck at the lower God King realm for over a dozen years. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian's mutterings weren't heard by anyone. Otherwise, they would have been angered by him. Being stuck at the lower God King realm for over a dozen years, was that a long time? Right now, the King-level divine pills and Emperor-level divine pills that can be refined aren't able to help me break through the bottleneck. But there are several Emperor-level divine pills that can help me break through the bottleneck after being refined into the limit of divine pills. But I don't have enough materials for those divine pills. Moreover, with my current ability, I can't refine the limit of Emperor-level divine pills. Forget it. For the next period of time, I'll continue studying alchemy. Perhaps I'll find a turning point and make a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian didn't dwell on his cultivation that hadn't made a breakthrough. He shifted his focus to alchemy. Hidden Fog Sect. Outside the station, a figure in snow-white clothes seemed to appear out of thin air. He stood outside the Hidden Fog Sect station, behind the thick fog. This was a tall young man. He was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His temperament was outstanding. As he stood there, he was like a mountain, towering and unmoving. Suddenly, his brows raised as if he had noticed something. Immediately after, he suddenly raised his right hand and reached into the void beside him. The next moment, whoosh, a figure flew out from behind the white mist. To be precise, it was bound by an invisible force and brought to the white-robed young man. The person who was caught was an old man. When he looked at the young man in white, his eyes were filled with fear. No matter what, he was still a high god king with extraordinary strength. However, before the other party, he was no different from a 3-year-old child, completely unable to retaliate at all. The other party's divine power fell on him like a mountain, suppressing his divine power to the point that he was unable to move in the slightest. Even a lower divine emperor couldn't possibly have such strength, right? Even the 3 highest elders of the Hidden Fog Sect don't have this level of strength. Just who is he? Why would you appear outside the Hidden Fog Sect station? The old man's heart was filled with nervousness and unease. He excelled in the water laws. When he concealed himself, even a lower divine emperor wouldn't be able to discover him unless they swept their divine sense around. However, even if a lower divine emperor swept out with their divine sense, he would still be able to detect a trace of him. But he didn't know if this white-robed young man in front of him used his divine sense to discover him. If he didn't use his divine sense, then one could imagine how terrifying this person was. If he did use his divine sense, then this person's cultivation was at least that of a middle divine emperor. Middle divine emperor. Thinking of this, the old man's heart trembled. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around outside the Hidden Fog Sect? After capturing the old man, the white-robed young man glanced over him and asked in an indifferent tone. The indifferent tone seemed to contain pressure, causing the old man's complexion to change. The old man's eyes flashed several times. Then he said with a guilty conscience, "My lord, I am just passing by. The Hidden Fog Sect shouldn't have this person in front of him." But Who knew if this person in front of him was a powerhouse from the Hidden Fog sect that was stationed in the Heavenly Dragon sect? The strongest person in the Hidden Fog sect was a lower divine emperor, but the powerhouses that the Hidden Fog sect sent to the Heavenly Dragon sect were all middle divine emperors and above. I will give you one more chance. The white-robed young man stared at the old man. His indifferent tone suddenly turned heavy. If you dare to bully me again, I will immediately cut you down. The white-robed young man's tone caused the old man's pupils to shrink. His complexion instantly paled. He could tell that this young man wasn't joking. My lord. The old man panicked. Even if he was a higher divine king, in front of this powerhouse that was like a mountain pressing down on him, he couldn't maintain his calm. He didn't dare to lie. I am here because I want to hide in the shadows and wait for the Hidden Fog sect disciple to come out. Then I will follow him and kill him from afar. Why? The white-robed young man's eyes sharpened. He deeply looked at the old man and asked, "Do you have enmity with the Hidden Fog sect? You actually dared to take the risk of lurking outside the Hidden Fog sect and attack their disciples." A blood feud. The old man seemed to recall something. His face revealed a pained expression and a terrifying hatred burst out from his eyes. My only son and my 2 grandsons went to Linghu City to handle some matters. They just so happened to encounter the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Feng attacking the Linghu family's foreign elder Duan Lingtian. That Elder Feng's attack failed. Facing the siege of 9 divine emperor powerhouses, he chose to detonate the small world within his body. He nearly destroyed the entire Linghu city and caused countless casualties. My son and my 2 grandsons were among them. The old man's tone was incomparably cold. Elder Feng? He detonated the small world within his body. He destroyed Linghu City? The white-robed young man's originally calm and indifferent expression finally changed. Are you sure what you said is true? My lord. The old man bitterly smiled. Everything I said is true. Who in Tungling province doesn't know of this matter? Now, many people from distant lands have come to Linghu City, all to see with their own eyes the city that was once destroyed by the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Feng. However, Linghu City has already been rebuilt by the Hidden Fog sect. It is said that this was an order directly passed down from the Tianlong clan. As the old man spoke to hear, he cautiously looked at the white-robed young man in front of him. My lord, you don't know about this? I just left seclusion. After leaving seclusion, I directly came to the Hidden Fog sect. The white-robed young man lightly said, My lord, you aren't from the Hidden Fog sect? The old man let out a breath of relief. Looking at the current situation, this person didn't seem like someone from the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so clueless. My name is Xue Haichuan. What do you think? The white-robed young man deeply looked at the old man and asked, Xue Haichuan. The moment the white-robed young man's voice fell, the old man's originally calm complexion suddenly changed. His eyes revealed waves of panic and fear. Xue Haichuan, he naturally knew who he was. 10,000 years ago, the Hidden Fog sect relied on a divine spirit realm cultivation to become a core disciple. Afterwards, he went to the Tianlong clan and rapidly rose up. Many years ago, it was said that Xue Haichuan had already become a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he was one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. So far, how many people from the Hidden Fog sect have you killed? A rare smile appeared on Xue Haichuan's face as he asked the old man in front of him. No, I haven't killed. The old man opened his mouth, wanting to deny that he had killed anyone from the Hidden Fog sect. But as he sensed Xue Haichuan's cold gaze, he hurriedly said, I haven't killed many. Really, I haven't killed many. Lord Xue Haichuan, please spare my life. I promise I won't attack the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect in the future. Even if a Hidden Fog sect disciple attacks someone, I will help him. The old man tried his best to survive. However, his struggle for survival was quickly futile. Bang! Xue Haichuan casually pushed out a palm and the old man was sent flying away. After flying 100 meters away, He exploded into a bloody mist that filled the skies. He couldn't be any more dead. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I pity your children and grandchildren for dying in vain, but you shouldn't have attacked the innocent people of the Hidden Fog sect. Xue Haichuan glanced at the direction where the old man died and muttered to himself. Then, his figure flickered and he entered the Hidden Fog sect. Just as Xue Haichuan appeared in the Hidden Fog sect station, a Hidden Fog sect elder leading the patrol team recognized him. He immediately rushed forwards with excitement. Elder Xue Haichuan. It's Elder Xue Haichuan. Heavens! It's actually Elder Xue Haichuan. Behind the Hidden Fog sect's patrol elder, a group of patrol disciples discovered the identity of the white-clothed youth. Their eyes shined with excitement. In the Hidden Fog sect, Xue Haichuan could be called a legendary character. He was also the idol of the Hidden Fog sect's young disciples. In the past, they had only heard of this elder Xue Haichuan. At the same time, they yearned to meet him one day. Now that they finally saw him, how could they not be excited? I never thought that after not returning to the sect for a long time, there would still be people who would recognize me. Xue Haichuan faintly smiled, and just as Xue Haichuan's voice fell, ghost-like figures flew out from the depths of the Hidden Fog sect station. When they found out about Xue Haichuan's identity, the patrolling elders and a group of patrolling disciples immediately sent out messages to spread the news. The nearby Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples all heard the news and rushed over. For the last dozen-some years, the Hidden Fog sect could be said to have been shrouded in dark clouds. In the past, Elder Feng had blown up Linghu City. After 3 months, have them return. Thinking about it, in these 3 months, many Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples that didn't dare to go out will come out. With Lan Qing's order, the 10,000 demon sect inner sect deacons that were attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples all returned. Only the 10,000 demon sect inner sect disciples and 1 or 2 inner sect deacons needed to stay outside for another 3 months. However, this sort of stay made them feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Haha, it's a good thing I'm with Elder Wang. Otherwise, I would have been called back this time. A 10,000 demon sect inner sect deacon laughed as he spoke to the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder beside him. In these 3 months, only a small number of people will go out in the first month. As long as they are safe, there will definitely be a large number of Hidden Fog sect disciples coming out in the next 2 months. After all, they are all bored to death. The 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder said, "So, for the next month we won't make a move. Let's conserve our strength and wait for a month before we attack again. I will contact the other dozen or so elders. Let's agree that we won't make a move for the next month." In this situation, after returning to the Hidden Fog sect from the Tianlong clan, Xue Haichuan followed the inner sect disciples out. But in this month, he didn't have any harvests. In another half a month, my big brother will come out from the old woman on the stairway to heaven. Thinking that his big brother Xue Haishan would soon come out, Xue Haichuan was in a good mood. At the same time, he didn't plan on staying idle for the next half-month. After a month passed, Xue Haichuan, who had been following behind the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples in the dark, suddenly froze. In the next moment, an old man appeared in front of the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples, blocking their path. Behind them were 2 middle-aged men. It's the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Tack. With the old man's order, the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples didn't even have a chance to respond. The middle-aged men behind the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples all attacked. The strength of a middle god king was revealed. In the blink of an eye, the two hidden fog sect disciples were suppressed to the point where they couldn't breathe. Just as the two hidden fog sect disciples' divine strength fused with the laws passed through their bodies, they were directly crushed. The two hidden fog sect disciples were about to die. Bang! With a loud explosion, the attacks of the two middle god kings were blocked by a wall of divine strength that appeared out of thin air. Divine strength seemed to fall from the heavens, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Soon after, a white-clothed youth stepped down from the wall of divine strength. Elder Shui Haichuan. Elder Shui Haichuan. The two hidden fog sect disciples who had just survived respectfully bowed to the newcomer. Even though they knew they had this person protecting them, the other party's attack just now still caused them to break out in a cold sweat. Shui Haichuan. And as the two hidden fog sect disciples heard the white-clothed youth's name, it wasn't just the old man who hadn't attacked, but also the two middle-aged men who attacked. Their complexions changed. Shui Haichuan. 10,000 years ago, he was a genius disciple of the hidden fog sect. After entering the Tianlong clan, his strength soared at an exaggerated speed. Now, he had broken through to become a middle god emperor. He was one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. At this time, whether it was the old man or the two middle-aged men, their complexions paled. They didn't run, because they knew that it was useless even if they did. It was a tall, middle-aged man. His face was firm, his eyebrows were cold, and his eyes were like lightning. Big brother! Before he could regain his senses, a figure had already appeared in front of him in an instant, looking at him with an excited expression. When the middle-aged man regained his composure, he saw the youth in front of him whose temperament had completely changed from 10,000 years ago. His eyes instantly turned red. "Hi! Haichuan." In the next moment, the two brothers hugged each other. It was a long time before they separated. "Big brother, you've been trapped in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years. Now that you've come out, what do you want to do the most? No matter what you want to do, I will help you achieve it." Shui Haichuan looked at Shui Haishan, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. "Let's drink." Shui Haishan laughed, because he was so excited to see his little brother he hadn't seen in 10,000 years. He laughed so hard that tears splashed out. "Good. Let us brothers go drink. We won't return until we're drunk." Shui Haichuan agreed. "Bring another person with you. He is also a disciple of our hidden fog sect. Over 10 years ago in the stairway to heaven, he encountered me. If he hadn't shown mercy, I would have died and I wouldn't have been able to see you again." In Shui Haishan's mind, that elegant purple figure of the past appeared. "Who?" Shui Haichuan's complexion changed. He felt a chill run down his spine. His big brother's words scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. His big brother had nearly died in the stairway to heaven? "His name is Duan Lingtian," Shui Haishan said. "Duan Lingtian." If there was anything he regretted, it would be that he was unable to make any breakthroughs in his cultivation base even after a long time. As he became more familiar with the path of divine pills, he was not far from being able to perfectly refine ordinary emperor-level divine pills. Once he could perfectly refine ordinary emperor-level divine pills, it would mean that he would be able to refine supreme emperor-level divine pills. In the realms of gods, refining supreme emperor-level divine pills was the mark of a top Empyrean divine alchemist. In fact, there were even some venerable grade divine alchemists who found it difficult to refine supreme emperor-level divine pills. Duan Lingtian. One day, Duan Lingtian was in the middle of refining pills when he was suddenly awakened by a message from the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. Clan leader? What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There are 2 guests. One of them is a distinguished guest. I'm waiting for you in the main hall with them. Linghu Renjie replied. Who is it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other guest said that you'll recognize him when you arrive. Linghu Renjie replied. It was obvious that he was helping the other party keep Duan Lingtian in suspense. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. However, he was also curious about the distinguished guest that Linghu Renjie mentioned. Moreover, the other party wanted to meet him. Could it be an elder of the Linghu family in the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate. Due to his curiosity and Linghu Renjie's urgency, Duan Lingtian put down the things in his hands and walked out of his room. He left his mansion and went to the main hall. In the main hall, other than Linghu Renjie, there were 2 other people. One was a handsome young man dressed in a snow-white robe with an outstanding temperament. The other was a tall young man with a resolute face and eyes like lightning. The 2 of them stood side by side. There were some similarities between their eyebrows, and the shape of their faces were also similar. There was no difference in height. This person? After Duan Lingtian walked in, his eyes fell on the tall, middle-aged man in front of him. He felt that this face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Elder Shui Haichuan, this is Duan Lingtian, a guest of the Linghu family. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Linghu Renjie introduce him to the white-clothed young man beside the tall, middle-aged man with a smile. Following Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly shifted from the tall, middle-aged man to the white-clothed young man beside him. Shui Haichuan. He was Shui Haichuan? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the name Shui Haichuan. Not long after he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect, many people said that he was the second Shui Haichuan of the Hidden Fog sect. Later, many people compared him to Shui Haichuan. In fact, after he killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, the surrounding Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples whispered amongst themselves. They felt that Shui Haichuan's achievements at his age were far inferior to his own. In short, before he met Shui Haichuan, he had heard the name Shui Haichuan so many times that his ears were growing calluses. Of course, this was also because Shui Haichuan did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, he might have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and said, I, Shui Haichuan, have heard the name Duan Lingta so many times that my ears are growing calluses. Duan Lingtian. After introducing Duan Lingtian to Shui Haichuan, Linghu Renjie introduced Shui Haichuan to Duan Lingtian. This is one of the 3 youngest White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, Elder Shui Haichuan. Elder Shui Haichuan used to be a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. I'm sure you've heard of him when you were in the Hidden Fog sect. Foreign Elder Duan, I've heard a lot about you. Is this the divine power of a middle celestial king? After the breakthrough, Duan Lingtian could feel that the divine power in his body had transformed. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as when he broke through from a higher celestial king to a lower celestial king, it was still a huge transformation. If I had been a middle celestial king when I killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, even without the superior divine weapon that the clan master lent me, I could have easily killed them with the mediocre divine weapon and the techniques that I revealed at that time. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. Translucent divine power flowed around the surface of his body. As he patted his body casually, strong gusts of wind blew, causing the tightly shut doors and windows in the room to sway and creak. Young master, are you all right? After a while, Butler Wang Fu's voice came from outside and asked Duan Lingtian. I'm fine, Duan Lingtian replied. Because he was in the Linghu family's mansion and because no one would disturb him directly, Duan Lingtian did not set up any formation in his room. With my current cultivation, I might be able to fight for first place in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon competition 10 years from now. As the saying went, a soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss the chance to fight for first place. Moreover, the reward for first place in the Hidden Dragon competition, other than the Emperor Ascension Elixir, would definitely be some other good stuff. Its value would probably not be lower than the Emperor Ascension Elixir. After all, even the 10th place would receive an Emperor Ascension Elixir. Next, I'll continue to raise my cultivation. However, it's not realistic to break through to the realm of a higher Celestial King. I'll try to get as close to breaking through the bottleneck as possible. The difficulty of raising one's cultivation in the lower Celestial King realm was far greater than the difficulty of raising one's cultivation in the Divine Spirit realm. The difficulty of breaking through from the middle Celestial King realm to the upper Celestial King realm was more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the lower Celestial King realm to the middle Celestial King realm. Therefore, Duan Lingtian didn't expect to make another breakthrough before the Hidden Dragon competition. Moreover, he had already taken most of the elixirs that could assist in his cultivation. Even if it was an ultimate king-grade divine elixir, taking it too many times would cause him to develop a resistance to its effects. Now, there weren't many elixirs that he could rely on. He couldn't rely solely on elixirs to raise his cultivation like he did in the past 12 years. At most, he could only use it for 3 years. In the next 10 years, when there aren't any elixirs to use, I'll use the remaining time to study the art of alchemy. I'll strive to refine an ultimate king-grade divine elixir before I go to the Tianlong clan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had a plan for the next 10 years. Tongling Province. In an incomparably vast city, in the front yard of a spacious mansion, a young girl with a beautiful appearance placed her hands on the stone table. She supported her head with her hands, and her eyes were lifeless, as if her soul had left her body. Behind the young girl stood 2 maids, and they were silent. Young Mississippi, as a voice sounded from within the mansion. A graceful figure walked out from within. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize the young girl walking out slowly from the mansion. She was Yu Qiushuan, the girl beside Duan Xiaoyu, whom he had met at the Zhou clan's trading house in Tianfeng City. The young girl sitting in front of the stone table in the courtyard was also Duan Xiaoyu. And Xian, what's the matter? Didn't I say that I don't like to hear about anything other than my brother's news? Hearing Yu Qiushuan's voice, Duan Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said reluctantly, Young miss, I didn't come looking for you for anything else. Yu Qiushuan smiled. As for Duan Xiaoyu, when she heard Yu Qiushuan's words, her eyes lit up. She immediately stood up and rushed to Yu Qiushuan. Aunt Xian, is it news about my brother? Yes. Yu Qiushuan smiled and nodded. Duan Xiaoyu impatiently urged, Aunt Xian, quickly tell me. Facing the anxious Duan Xiaoyu, Yu Qiushuan didn't keep her in suspense. She slowly said, I just received news that young Master Duan has left Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy and went to the Linghu family. Moreover, he has become a consecrator of the Linghu family and is treated as an honored guest by the Linghu family. Linghu family? Duan Xiaoyu frowned. Is that the Divine Emperor family near the Hidden Fog sect that is equally famous as the Hidden Fog sect? Why did my brother go there? He is at Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy. After graduating, shouldn't he go to the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Xiaoyu was puzzled. Young Master Duan did go to the Hidden Fog sect at the beginning. Yu Qiushuan said, after experiencing some things, he went to the Linghu family. Following that, Yu Qiushuan told Duan Xiaoyu in detail about the news she received. She started from Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance at Hidden Fog Academy. Then, she talked about how Duan Lingtian was recommended by the Hidden Fog Academy's dean to enter the Hidden Fog sect in advance. Then, he stood out in the Hidden Fog sect and left the Hidden Fog sect for a period of time. When he returned, he forcefully killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who wanted to kill him. She talked about how Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family and how that Elder Feng from Hidden Fog Academy didn't even injure Duan Lingtian in the slightest when he detonated his inner small world. So, my brother is already a lower god king? Duan Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. I never thought that my brother's cultivation would advance so quickly. At this speed, it won't be long before I can meet him. Seeing Duan Xiaoyu's excited appearance, Yu Qiushuan didn't say anything to discourage her. She only sighed inwardly. Cultivation after the God King realm was much more difficult than when one was at the God Spirit realm. Aunt Xian, when my brother goes to the Tianlong clan, can we sneak over to see him? Duan Xiaoyu looked at Yu Qiushuan with eager eyes. I promise I won't appear in front of him. I'll just hide in the shadows and watch him, just like last time at Wine City's Hidden Fog Academy. That will depend on your performance. Yu Qiushuan looked deeply at Duan Xiaoyu and then smiled dotingly. When you break through to the next realm, I will go with you to the Tianlong clan to see young Master Duan. Aunt Xian, you said it yourself. Hearing Yu Qiushuan's words, Duan Xiaoyu excitedly ran into the mansion. I will go into closed-door cultivation now and strive to break through as soon as possible. The Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was held once every 100 years. Before the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, the Tianlong clan would hold an entrance examination. Anyone who passed the examination would be able to become a member of the Tianlong clan. Unless they were very talented and had a very good comprehension ability, they could only get the chance to enter the Tianlong clan through the entrance examination held once every 100 years. As the Tianlong clan's entrance examination approached, the juniors of various God Emperor and God King forces in the area around the Tianlong clan began to cultivate in full swing. Many elixirs that could assist in cultivation became scarce, and the materials used to refine elixirs were almost out of stock. In order to let their juniors enter the Tianlong clan, some rogue cultivators didn't hesitate to take risks and kidnap the juniors of God King forces. They didn't want any more God stones. They only wanted elixirs or materials that could help their juniors cultivate. The sect that Yang Qianye was about to enter was one of the strongest God Emperor grade sects in Tongling province. After receiving invitations from those top God Emperor grade sects, he finally chose this sect. In Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, Yang Qianye was equivalent to a specially recruited disciple. At that time, Linghu Renjie had asked Duan Lingtian in confusion. Duan Lingtian's reply was that he did not form a law avatar. When Duan Lingtian had voiced his concern, Linghu Renjie was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing and explained to Duan Lingtian that the law avatar was a special feature of the natives of the realms of gods. Even after becoming gods, the natives of the realms of gods could not form a law avatar. This was a restriction imposed by the laws of heaven and earth. The natives of the realms of gods who had a slightly stronger supreme powerhouse's bloodline would be able to awaken the power of their bloodline. On the other hand, those with a weaker supreme powerhouse's bloodline would not be able to awaken the power of their bloodline unless they were lucky enough. However, since they had a supreme powerhouse's bloodline, they would not be able to form a law avatar after they became gods. In this world, only those who did not have a supreme powerhouse's bloodline could form a law avatar after they became gods. The laws of heaven and earth were fair. Those who were not natives of the realms of gods and descendants of the supreme powerhouses could form a law avatar after they became gods. A law avatar was formed by merging one's divine energy with the laws of heaven and earth. It took time to form, and if it was destroyed, it would affect the main body to a certain extent. However, the main body would only suffer minor injuries at most. Minor injuries could be healed by divine pills, and the main body would recover in no time. The disadvantage of a law avatar was that it took time to form. It could not be formed in the middle of a battle. If one wanted to use a law avatar on the battlefield, one would have to prepare and form it in advance. The law doppelganger can be very effective even when your original body is fighting. Of course, the prerequisite is that your law doppelganger cannot be too weak. If you can comprehend the other laws to a high level, your law avatar will definitely be of great help. As for weak law doppelgangers, it's best not to reveal them so easily to fight others. For example, if you were to fight someone who was on par with you, and it was originally destined to end in a draw, you would release a weak law doppelganger and your opponent would casually destroy it. This would also cause your original body to be injured. Although it would only be a light injury and you would be able to recover very quickly after consuming a divine pill, would your opponent give you the time to recover? He'll only take advantage of your injury to defeat or even kill you in one go. Therefore, a strong law avatar is of help. A weak law avatar is a burden. Don't release it unless absolutely necessary. Of course, no matter how strong or weak the law avatar is, it can replace your main body to do whatever you want. Even if the law avatar is killed outside, it won't affect your main body much and you'll be able to avoid disaster. After listening to Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately asked him for permission to enter the secret chamber. Then, he stayed in the secret chamber for 3 years. In 3 years, Duan Ling Tian had used up nearly a third of the divine stones in the Linghu family's divine stone mine. Of course, Duan Ling Tian did not know this for the time being. He did not notice that when he walked up the stairs to leave the secret chamber, the smile on the core elder's face instantly turned into a bitter smile. I'm afraid we won't be able to hide the fact that we've used up nearly a third of the family's divine stone mine for much longer. Once the elders of the family find out about this, they'll definitely gang up on Patriarch and even remove him from his position. Patriarch still doesn't want me to tell Reverend Duan about this, but I'm afraid it won't be long before Reverend Duan finds out. At most, we'll let the elders manage the family for the next 100 years. Moreover, the elders are usually the ones managing the family. The patriarch only has to make decisions. Upon hearing Linghu Zhengxing's words, Duan Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him profusely. At this moment, the group of Linghu clan disciples that were still making sarcastic remarks didn't make another sound. Even their Linghu clan's patriarch had spoken, so they naturally didn't dare continue making sarcastic remarks. But in their hearts, all of them were waiting to see Duan Ling Tian make a fool of himself in 100 years. Duan Ling Tian, you don't have to be like this. Before the Linghu family elders had finished their discussion, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Linghu Renjie. I've long since grown tired of being the patriarch of the Linghu family. Now that I'm finally free, there's no need for you to burden me. Duan Lingtian immediately replied to Linghu Renjie. Patriarch, you lost your position because of me. Within 100 years, I'll fight for it back for you. As for after that, after I help you fight for the position of patriarch, you can decide for yourself whether you want to continue being the patriarch of the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian's words left Linghu Renjie speechless for a long time. Thank you. After a long time, Linghu Renjie sighed and thanked him. I should be the one thanking you. I'm indebted to the patriarch for taking care of me all this time. In the future, when I achieve anything, I definitely won't forget the patriarch. Duan Lingtian didn't forget to make this promise when he sent another message. At this moment, Linghu Renjie didn't know how heavy Duan Lingtian's promise was. Approximately 2 hours later, there was a response from the Linghu family's elder council. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Zhengxing once again sought out Duan Lingtian. The elders have agreed to your request. However, the Linghu family won't take advantage of you. As long as you can return 50 million spirit stones to the Linghu family within 100 years, the Linghu family will allow Linghu Renjie to continue being the patriarch. For the next 100 years, the Linghu family won't appoint a new patriarch. The elders will directly manage the family. Linghu Zhengxing said. Duan Lingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but at the same time, his gaze was resolute as he said, Then I will return 50 million spirit stones to the family within 100 years. The remaining 50 million spirit stones will be given to the patriarch to use. Thus, the storm in the Linghu family was temporarily settled. A group of people from the Linghu family, including Duan Lingtian, hovered in the air outside the Tianlong temple, waiting for the Tianlong clan's entrance examination to begin in 3 days. Some of the Linghu family members simply sat cross-legged in the air and closed their eyes to cultivate. With the 3 elders of the Linghu family present, they weren't worried that someone would attack them or interrupt their cultivation. As for sound, they had all activated a soundproof formation disc, so they couldn't hear anything from the outside world. However, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate like the Linghu family members. His attention was focused on the recently formed avatar of the Edict of Space in his body. Even though the avatar of the Edict of Space hadn't appeared, he could still clearly sense its existence. Elder Zhengxing. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked toward the owner of the voice. It was a tall young man dressed in a brocade robe who was walking in the air from afar. Beside him, there was an old man with a medium build who looked very inconspicuous. Behind them were over 100 people. Their numbers were no less than the number of people from the Linghu family. It's normal for young people to be arrogant. 100 years later, he will know just how laughable and overconfident the 100-year agreement he made with the Linghu family was. When the Morong family heard Linghu Zhengxing's words, other than Ho Qingning, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian with disbelief. They felt that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to fulfill the promise. Ho Qingning, I heard from my father that this Duan Lingtian is your friend? A beautiful young lady stood beside Ho Qingning. She retracted her questioning gaze from Duan Lingtian and looked at Ho Qingning. Yes, 3rd Mississippi. Ho Qingning nodded. The beautiful young lady standing beside Ho Qingning was the youngest daughter of the current head of the Morong family, Morong Inue. Morong Inue had been by Ho Qingning's side the entire time. Ho Qingning also endured the sharp gazes of the Morong family's male disciples. However, he was already immune to it. He was used to it when he was in the Morong family. Your friend doesn't seem to be a good person. How can he say such big words? It's hard for my father to praise him like that. Morong Inue frowned slightly and said, Stay away from him in the future. Don't be led astray by him. Hearing Morong Inue's words, Ho Qingning subconsciously wanted to retort, Even if he leads me astray, it has nothing to do with you. However, he didn't say it in the end. Instead, he replied indifferently, since Duan Lingtian said it, I believe that he can do it. Ho Qingning also felt that the 100-year agreement between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu family elders was a little exaggerated. However, when he thought of the miracles that Duan Lingtian had created along the way, he believed that Duan Lingtian could create another miracle. Moreover, after spending some time with Duan Lingtian, he knew that Duan Lingtian wasn't the kind of person who would make empty promises. You still believe him? Morong Inue's frown deepened. Then, she reached out and touched Ho Qingning's forehead. Ho Qingning, do you have a fever? Third miss, please have some self-respect. Men and women shouldn't be separated. As Ho Qingning avoided her, he repeatedly reminded Morong Inue. However, the latter was so angry that she puffed up her cute face. At this time, the male members of the Morong family looked at Ho Qingning even more fiercely. Ho Qingning, who is this person beside you? Among the members of the Morong family, Duan Lingtian only knew Ho Qingning. Therefore, he paid more attention to him. Now that he saw the interaction between him and the woman beside him, or more accurately, the woman taking the initiative to interact with him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask through telepathy. It seemed that not only did Ho Qingning have a better starting point after joining the Morong family, but he was also not far from being single. This is the third miss of the Morong family, Morong Inue. Chapter 3786. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just finished sending a voice transmission to Morong Suifeng when a voice transmission sounded out by his ears, and the gentle and pleasant voice seemed to contain slight happiness mixed within. Just by listening to the voice, Duan Lingtian could already guess who it was. You also came? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept through the air and finally landed on the beautiful figure in the Hidden Fog sect group. She was as beautiful as a flower. Even when she stood next to the Morong family's third miss, she wasn't inferior in any way. Tang Wuyen softly responded. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated and somewhat sorrowful gaze. Even she didn't know why. She originally wanted to forget the person in front of her and rarely thought of him after such a long time. But when she saw him again, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The feelings buried deep in her heart seemed to break through the soil once again. Even the rapid heartbeat that had been silent for a long time appeared once again. Are you okay? After a few breaths of time, Tang Wuyen softly asked with a voice transmission. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian responded and then didn't say anything else. Tang Wuyen, who thought Duan Lingtian would say yes, also fell silent. Had he become so cold after not seeing her for so long? Duan Lingtian sighed and pretended not to see the trace of hope in Tang Wuyen's eyes. He shifted his gaze to the others. However, he soon discovered that in the Hidden Fog sect group, besides Sect Master Qian Yin, Grand Elder Lei, and Tang Wuyen, he didn't know anyone else. But even so, he casually withdrew his gaze and looked at Ho Qingning, who was no longer as distant from the Morong family's third miss, Morong Inue, because of their conversation just now. If things continue like this, maybe Ho Qingning won't criticize Morong Inue after his father goes to the Morong family to propose marriage. Duan Lingtian secretly thought. At the same time, the Hidden Fog sect's sect Master Qian Yin and Elder Thunder led the people of the Hidden Fog sect and stepped through the air. They greeted the 2 people from the Morong family and the 3 people from the Linghu family. As the neighboring God-Emperor level forces, they were the pillars of their respective God-Emperor level forces and had long known each other. The Morong family was led by Family Master Morong Yunlu and the old man beside him. The Linghu family was led by Linghu Zhengxing and Elder Hung. At this time, The leaders of the three divine emperor-level influences were gathered together, happily chatting with each other. The several people from the Hidden Fog sect and Linghu family seemed to have completely forgotten about the storm that occurred 20-some years ago. And in fact, after the Hidden Fog sect announced that Elder Feng was expelled from the sect and expelled from Elder Feng's faction, there were no longer any conflicts between the Hidden Fog sect and the Linghu family. The Linghu family also couldn't find any excuse to blame the Hidden Fog sect. It wasn't until the people from the 10,000 Demon sect arrived that the expressions of the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin and Grand Elder Lei darkened. The leaders of the 10,000 Demon sect were a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man was an unfamiliar face to Duan Lingtian, but the old man seemed a bit familiar. When he saw one of the two youths following behind the old man, he couldn't help but smile. No wonder I found him familiar. So it's the 10,000 Demon sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan. Du Zhan was one of the strongest Grand Elders in the 10,000 Demon sect. His status in the 10,000 Demon sect was similar to Elder Lei's in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian had heard of him before. Moreover, he had entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu with one of the two youths behind him. Since your 10,000 Demon sect wants to gift the divine stone to my Hidden Fog sect, how can we refuse? Lin Xiong, Lu Yiming, the two of you should step forward and experience the skills of the 10,000 Demon sect's proud son of heaven, Du Pujuan. Qian Yin loudly said, "Blades and swords have no eyes. Even if you injure Du Pujuan, the Hidden Fog sect won't blame you." A moment ago, Qian Yin had been hesitating. But when he heard Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming's sound transmissions saying that they were confident they could defeat Du Pujuan, he no longer hesitated. Although Du Pujuan was strong, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's two cloud mist old men. They weren't weak either. As the Hidden Fog sect accepted the challenge, everyone present, including those from the Linghu family and Murong family, retreated, leaving a large empty space for the 10,000 Demon sect's core disciple Du Pujuan and the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming. Du Pujuan stood in the void, looking at Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming with disdain. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As for Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, they had serious and vigilant expressions as they faced Du Pujuan. Not to mention anything else, just their aura alone was enough to determine who was superior. Duan Lingtian, which side do you think will win? Ho Qingning's voice sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was clear that Ho Qingning was interested in this. It's hard to say right now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a sound transmission, but with the 10,000 Demon sect's sovereign Lan Qing taking the initiative to propose this bet and Du Pujuan's confidence, the 10,000 Demon sect should have a higher chance of winning. After several breaths of time, Ho Qingning said with a sound transmission once more, "If the Hidden Fog sect loses, they will truly lose all face." After all, the Hidden Fog sect has two people joining forces and the 10,000 Demon sect only has one person. This bet is unfair to the Hidden Fog sect to begin with. Duan Lingtian said with a sound transmission, "The Hidden Fog sect has two people joining forces. Even if they win, the 10,000 Demon sect won't lose face. After all, there is only one person on their side. If the 10,000 Demon sect loses, they will only have to give up 1 million gold taels of divine stones. And even if the Hidden Fog sect wins, others will think that they have an unfair advantage. Once they lose, they will lose all face." Duan Lingtian clearly saw the situation in front of him. If he was the Hidden Fog sect's sovereign, he might not have accepted the challenge. This was because he was too passive. And under everyone's watchful eyes, the 10,000 Demon sect's core disciple Du Pujuan and the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming attacked at the same time after a brief silence. Of course, if one looked carefully, it wasn't hard to see that Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were the ones who attacked first. It would be better for her to stay in the Morong family and become an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan when she was strong enough. Although her elder brother was the White Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan, the White Dragon Elder was not able to cover the sky with one hand and provide her with the best treatment in the Tianlong clan. Now, people from the God Emperor forces, please come forward. As Yin Pingyi spoke, the people from the Linghu family, including Duan Lingtian, and the people from the God Emperor forces all approached the people from the Tianlong clan. As for the people who were originally close to the people from the Tianlong clan, they all consciously stepped back and did not dare to continue occupying their previous positions. Although they were a little resentful about the special treatment given to them by the God Emperor forces, they did not say anything, because they knew that this was the reality of the world. If they wanted to receive such treatment, they would have to become a member of a God Emperor force. Moreover, the people from the God Emperor forces present today were all affiliated with the Tianlong clan. They had contributed a lot to the Tianlong clan over the years, so it was normal for them to receive such special treatment. Everyone. As the people from the God Emperor forces approached, Yin Pingyi's eyes swept across their faces. Next, please ask your young geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old to step forward. As Yin Pingyi's voice fell, a group of people immediately stepped forward. Among them was Du Pejuan. Although Du Pejuan was less than 10,000 years old, he was more than 8,000 years old. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, did not step forward. This Hua Tiandu is less than 8,000 years old? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. This was because he had heard from Ho Qingning that Hua Tiandu's strength was comparable to Du Pejuan's, even if he was not as strong as Yang Qinya, the young lord of the Million Demons sect. Hua Tiandu, only 6,000 years old. While Duan Lingtian was surprised, Ho Qingning's voice sounded in his ears, which made him speechless. Why are you paying so much attention to me? If you have so much time, you should spend it chatting with Miss Morong and getting to know each other better. Duan Lingtian could not help but grumble through voice transmission. The latter, on the other hand, could not help but roll her eyes at him before she guiltily glanced at Morong Inu, who was next to her. Morong Inue was now looking at the young geniuses who had stepped forward. At the same time, she said to Ho Qingning in surprise, "There are more than 500 young geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old in our God Emperor forces." Now, there were almost 600 young geniuses from the God Emperor forces who had stepped forward. There were 19 God Emperor forces present. Evenly, there were about 30 people from each God Emperor force. This time, all the God Emperor forces had brought more than 100 young geniuses. There were more of them in this age group. Chapter 3791. Of course, although Duan Lingtian had participated in the Hidden Fog Sect's God Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment in the past, it had also been in the Abyss. The tests set up in the two were completely different. In the Hidden Fog Sect's God Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment, everyone could join forces. As long as they could rush through the numerous checkpoints above and leave the Abyss, they would be considered to have passed. But most people didn't have the ability to do so. But in the Tianlong clan's qualifier assessment, there were no obstructions within the Abyss. Everyone had a chance to leave the Abyss. The faster one was, the greater their advantage. As for those who were slow, they might fight over a spot to leave. Begin! A quarter of an hour later, as the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Yin Pingyi spoke out, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, everyone in the mirror abyss began to move. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another shot up into the sky like lightning. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. It wasn't hard for him to see that among the dozen or so people at the very front, one of them was a core disciple of the Myriad Demon sect, Du Pejuan. Of the other dozen or so people, there were people from God Emperor level influences and people who weren't. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that nearly half of these people weren't from God Emperor level influences. I never thought that there would be so many young geniuses outside of God Emperor level influences, These people, without exception, are all upper god kings. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Moreover, these people weren't ordinary upper god kings. In terms of strength, they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with some core elders of god emperor level influences. Of course, among these dozen or so people, there were some who were weaker than Du Pujuan. Because they specialized in wind laws, they were able to fly faster. Among them, there was also an inner sect disciple of the Linghu family. He was the nephew of the former Linghu family head, Linghu Renjia. Duan Lingtian had met him several times and they could be considered to be similar. His name was Linghu Chongshao. According to what Duan Lingtian knew, this Linghu Chongshao would be 10,000 years old in less than 100 years. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was still qualified to enter the Tianlong clan. So he came to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were thinking that Linghu Chongshao, Du Pujuan and the others would be the first batch of people to rush out of the abyss, Linghu Chongshao, Du Pujuan, and the others suddenly changed their minds. A sudden change occurred. When they were still some distance away from the exit of the abyss, Du Pujuan, Linghu Chongshao and other people from godly emperor level factions actually joined hands and attacked several people from other non-godly emperor level factions. What are they trying to do? While some people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled, many people had already opened their mouths to dispel their doubts. Anyone who has come to watch the Tianlong clan's audition twice will not be surprised by this scene. That's because the process is similar every time. These people from godly emperor level factions have temporarily joined forces to resist those who are not from godly emperor level factions and prevent them from rushing out of the abyss and passing the audition. After all, the quota is limited. They all hope that the people who get the quota are from their own sects and clans. After hearing this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. At the same time, he also doubted whether the people from godly emperor level factions would be able to stop everyone else. Moreover, the first batch of people to rush out was only a few from godly emperor level factions. This time, there were a total of 19 people from godly emperor level factions participating in the audition. The rest were not in the first batch of people from godly emperor level factions. Would Du Pujuan, Linghu Chongshao and the others choose to cooperate or suppress them together? When the second batch of people arrived, Duan Lingtian saw that all the people from godly emperor level factions had joined forces to resist those who were not from godly emperor level factions. This seems to be a bit unfair. Just when Duan Lingtian felt that this scene was unfair to those who were not from godly emperor level factions, the people from godly emperor level factions who were blocked by Du Pujuan and the others flew down from the sky and began to attack those who were weaker. Coupled with the cooperation of those who were not from godly emperor level factions, the weaker people from godly emperor level factions were injured one by one. They lost the ability to fly up and could only slowly land to heal their injuries. More and more people were injured. When Du Pujuan and the others rushed down, it was already a bit late. Some people from godly emperor level factions began to pin down Du Pujuan and the others. Other people who were not from godly emperor level factions took advantage of the situation and flew up from the sky. At the same time, they did not forget to attack Du Pujuan and the others. It was a tangled battle. Just like that, a chaotic battle broke out. Although the rules prevented them from killing, it did not take long before some people were seriously injured and fell down from the sky. Among these people, there were people from godly emperor level factions and people who were not from godly emperor level factions. In the end, it completely became a competition of strength. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to fly up into the sky, they would be stopped by others. Everyone continued to fight, as if they would not stop until only those who were qualified for the quota were left. Of course, at this time, many people took advantage of the chaos to find a chance to leave the abyss. There were people from godly emperor level factions and people who were not from godly emperor level factions. Those who were from godly emperor level factions who left were not very strong, because the weak ones were seriously injured and the strong ones stayed down there. Those who were not from godly emperor level factions were more or less the same. It's really intense. The scene before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but sigh emotionally. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask Linghu Zhangxing, who was nearby, curiously, "Elder Zhangxing, are the other two selections like this as well?" Ling Hu Zhengxing immediately gave him an answer. They're all like that. Chapter 3792. In the inner sect assessment of the Tianlong clan, 600 people from 8,000 to 10,000 years old had passed. Among them, close to 400 were from godly emperor forces. The remaining 200 or so were not from godly emperor forces. Anyone with some ability, regardless of whether they were from godly emperor forces or individual practitioners, had all passed. Of course, there were also some who had passed with the help of others. These people were destined not to go far. Even if they were not eliminated in the first round, they were destined to be eliminated later on. All in all, the Tianlong clan's first round was considered fair to a certain extent. As long as you had enough ability, you would be able to pass. Of course, compared to the people from godly emperor forces, they definitely had an advantage. Of the people from various godly emperor forces who participated in the Tianlong clan's inner sect assessment, more than 60% passed. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the Linghu family who had participated in the first round of the first round. It was not difficult to see that about 70% of them had passed. Next, it's the second round of the inner sect assessment. After the results of the first round were out, someone from the Tianlong clan was in charge of compiling the name list. After the name list was compiled, the people who had passed the first round were brought into the Tianlong temple by the Tianlong clan. The person who brought them into the Tianlong temple was one of the 9 people who had come with Yin Pingyi, the inner sect elder who was in charge of the Tianlong clan assessment. He was obviously also an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Next, it's the second round of the inner sect assessment. Yin Pingyi's voice sounded again. At the same time, he looked at the mirror abyss in the void not far away and said loudly, "Young talents between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, enter the mirror abyss now." Another reminder, if anyone over 8,000 years old enters, they will be killed by the killing array. Do not take any chances. As Yin Pingyi finished speaking, a group of people stepped into the air and entered the mirror abyss. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ants in front of the group of people, including Duan Lingtian. Among them was the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. There are so many people. At the same time, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice that the number of people participating in the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple entrance examination between the ages of 5,000 and 8,000 was much more than the number of people who participated in the first round of auditions. It was almost twice as many. No wonder there are 1,000 people who can advance to the next round. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. To think that there are still people who hold on to hope. Suddenly, Linghu Zhengxing's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw that there were 2 people who weren't standing together in the mirror image abyss. Suddenly, they were pulled in by the energy of the 5 elements, and then they exploded into 2 balls of bloody mist. His body and Dao vanished, and he turned into ashes. Are those 2 crazy? Elder Yin Pingyi of the Tianlong clan reminded them again and again, yet they still hope to enter by chance? These 2 people are definitely over 8,000 years old. He thinks that Elder Yin Pingyi is joking? Following the death of those 2 people, not only were the people in the mirror image abyss alarmed, but even the people outside couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt that those 2 people were crazy to want to become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This guy, who was usually considered decent, actually had such a side to him. Consecrator Duan, I'll have to trouble you from now on. At this time, Linghu Zhengxing looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Our Linghu family is participating in the Tianlong clan inner sect disciple qualifier. There are only 15 people under the age of 5,000. Including you, there are 16 people in total. Rest assured, Elder Zhengxing. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Ling Hu Zhengxing. Young geniuses under the age of 5,000 were unlikely to pose a threat to him in the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. After the 1,000 people who had successfully passed the Tianlong clan intersect disciple qualifier were brought into the Tianlong temple, the Tianlong clan intersect elder In Pingyi, who was in charge of the qualifier, announced loudly, "Now, please enter the mirror image abyss and participate in the qualifier if you are under the age of 5,000 and wish to become an intersect disciple of our Tianlong clan. The rules are the same as before. Remember, anyone over the age of 5,000 will die if they enter the mirror image abyss." In the end, In Pingyi reminded him again. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.